Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, hoping to make sense of it all. Big day today, big day. No King's Day. And Donald Trump's personal birthday military parade. Might split streams up into two today. I don't know. I've got some other content for us to discuss. Israel, Iran, things like that. But I suppose we better get right to it, Space Fams. So buckle up those seatbelts. Buckle up those seatbelts. Get ready for another stream. Well, good to see all you folks here today. Some quick shout-outs. Gato, Moenoip, Schmegli, Christopher DeBlante, D-Cypher, Frizla, The Reference Frame, Cheetah Man, PB, Pitchforks Dragons. Might be everyone. Good to see. Obela Beeball. Okie dokie. I just realized I didn't add fucking keywords to this. I gotta tag this biatch. Okay, I solved it. There we go. All right. Well, it's time for us to get started. That parade's supposed to start very soon, so we better get right to this. So I got some lead-up vids. Let's start with ABC from Thursday.
Trump now preparing for his military parade in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. And tonight, the president's new warning here for anyone protesting the parade. What he warned will happen. Mary Bruce traveling with the president at Fort Bragg.
Tonight, as tanks roll towards Washington to prepare for President Trump's military parade, the president with this warning to anyone who might show up to protest.
If there's any protester wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, if
Very
those
big
people that want to
force.
protest, they're going to be met with very big force.
If you want to use your constitutional right to protest and speak, well, guess what? We might shoot you in the face because it's my birthday, and I'm not going to let anybody ruin my birthday. I am the king.
Planned for the day of the parade around the country.
And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know.
Haven't even heard about it, except for right now. I'm hearing about it right now. And if you're bad, we will punish you.
Our country.
The president has longed for this parade, a show of military might like he's seen from other countries. Sources tell ABC News mounted rocket launchers will be on display, as well as a precision-guided missile. This in addition to those tanks and an assortment of fighting vehicles. The event will also feature 6,700 soldiers and a 50-aircraft flyover. Trump getting a bit of a preview today in a visit to Fort Bragg.
Saturday is going to be a big day.
Big, beautiful day.
Washington, D.C. You know, a lot of people said, we don't want to do that. I say, yeah, we do.
Yeah, they
want
do.
To show off a little bit.
They do say that.
The parade, which
we don't want to do that. We don't want to look like, I don't know, North Korea. You know, we're not supposed to be a military dictatorship, you know. Could have sworn we stopped the coup in 2021. But now we're getting Jan 6 in the White House. Speaking of repression of the people, I don't know if you've seen this one. This happened in LA a few days ago at one of the ICE protests.
They're telling her to move, but that's a public sidewalk. They're telling her to move,
By the way, I should have made more clear. This was during the ICE protests in LA, not at a ICE protest. This woman that you can see here walking in this direction is not a protester, as it turns out.
Watch, if they shoot her.
Illegal.
Holy fuck. Come here. Sit down. Sit down. Where'd it get you? Really, fuck off. She's not doing anything. Come on. We're moving, assholes. Oh, you got it.
I feel that. I feel that big time. They are assholes.
Out of their sight. Here.
Jesus
I got some
Christ.
supplies in my bag. Sit down.
Help! I'm being repressed!
So yeah, this woman, we could watch this whole video, but I think many here have already seen it. Maybe not everyone, but this woman was literally just walking back to her apartment. You know, it's only a minute longer. This one was just walking back to her apartment. She was not at the protest. She was not protesting anything.
They shot her.
Yeah, they did.
Point blank. I literally just got it on video.
Illegal.
They're gonna shoot. We're moving! We're moving! Stop!
Fucking asshole.
She's injured! Come on, we gotta get across the street. Come on. We gotta go across the street. Where are you going? I live here. Okay.
Jesus Christ, this woman's just sobbing to herself. I live here. I mean, it's ridiculous. I hope that the police department gets sued over this. And honestly, no one should be kept from going to their apartment just so that the police can crack down on dissent and free speech and freedom of assembly. You know, all those stupid constitutional rights. Speaking of constitutional rights, let's talk about concept of No King's Day. Here's Democracy Now.
This is Democracy Now. An overnight curfew for downtown Los Angeles has been announced by Mayor Karen Bass following days of protest against federal immigration raids. Mayor Bass cited vandalism and looting of local businesses as the reason for the curfew. President Trump's ordered the deployment of 700 Marines who will be arriving in Los Angeles today to join thousands of members of the National Guard who've also been deployed to the city. Speaking at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, President Trump criticized the California governor and Los Angeles mayor who opposed the deployments. Some of the troops in the audience booed at the mention of their names.
In Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles, they're incompetent, and they paid troublemakers, agitators, and insurrectionists. They're engaged in this willful attempt to nullify federal law and aid the occupation of.
Nobody who protests isn't getting paid unless they're protesting for me, and then it's definitely of their own volition. Write that down.
The city by criminal invaders. That's what it is.
Wow.
They're invaders. No different.
Protests against militarized immigration enforcement have spread to other cities like New York, Chicago, and Atlanta. This weekend, on Saturday, under the banner of No King's Day, at least 18,000 rallies have been organized nationwide, more and more joining every day. This coincides with a major military parade that will be taking place in the Capitol. Tanks and other armored vehicles are being transported to Washington, D.C. for the parade on June 14th, which is Donald Trump's 79th birthday and the U.S. Army's 25th anniversary. On Tuesday, President Trump threatened heavy force would be used against anyone who protests at the parade.
illegal.
We're celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester who wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know,
that's why I'm talking about it.
But they will be met.
That's why I'm talking about it. I haven't even heard of it. That's why I'm saying words about it right now. The first time.
To go to Philadelphia instead of Washington, D.C. For more on the latest news, the troop deployments, and the planned rallies this weekend, we're joined by two guests. Leah Greenberg is co-founder and co-executive director of Indivisible. The group is organizing the No King's Day protests on June 14th. And Jojo Sweat, a former Marine and the organizing director for the veterans group Common Defense, who will also be taking part in the No King's Day protests planned in over 1,800 cities. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Leah Greenberg, if you could begin by explaining your group Indivisible is organizing this protest, these mass protests across the country. Explain why.
Well, when we heard and got the news that Donald Trump was planning this military parade, we understood it as part of a broader effort to project power, to chill dissent, to cement authoritarian control around this country, right? This is not just a parade. It's part of a bigger campaign that is involved attacking state government, or attacking the power of states, attacking civil society, going after labor leaders like David Huerta, the president of SEIU who in California, who was arrested while peacefully protesting ICE detentions or ICE kidnappings. What we're seeing is a wholesale effort to assert dominance and power from sending troops into LA completely unnecessarily and illegally to having this military parade in DC for his birthday. And so what we feel like in this moment is really important is for folks to understand he may have his fascist theatrics in DC, but real power comes from people everywhere, all over the country. And so that's why we called for the No Kings protests. And what we've seen, we've got over 1,900 protests now all over the country. We are seeing a skyrocketing number of people who are showing up, who are asking, what can I do, who are horrified by what is happening in LA and who want to stand up. And what we're going to show him on June 14th is that real power lies in the people, lies in the consent of the governed, not in a pageant for your birthday in Washington, D.C.
It is a pageant. That's a great word for what is happening. A lot of fanfare. A lot of fanfare. I'm sure it costs the taxpayers a lot of money. And yes, I know we've been saying we're going to cut the budget, but this is important, people, okay? We need more fanfare back in government. We need pride. All right, let's go here real quick.
Protests against the Trump administration are expected to take place across the country in coming days. The event, called No King's Day, being organized by a coalition of groups that say it's in response to policies the president has enacted since taking office. Anieli Ruiz is in the newsroom with details about protests scheduled here in our area. Anieli?
Lynn, organizers say they've been planning this for months, mobilizing supporters in cities nationwide. Here in Houston, the main protest is set for downtown, but they also have demonstrations planned in Conroe, the Woodlands, Kingwood, Katy, Cypress, Sugarland, and League City. Their message, they're pushing back against what they call an increasing authoritarian administration, and the timing, they say, is no accident. They've chosen.
There we go. Houston, all over the Houston area, multiple No King's Day protests happening, and they're happening all over the nation, it would seem. Here is a map. Basically, if you exist in the continental United States, high likelihood that there's going to be a No King's Day protest. I mean, look at all the pins. It's almost too many pins.
That's too much, man.
It's too much, man. Okay. Speaking of people fighting back against fascism, I don't know if anybody saw this video, but I figured I'd just pepper in a few of these while we're doing this.
Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands
There we go. That was from a couple of days ago. Senator from California, Alex Padilla, who made himself known multiple times, grabbed up by the Secret Service for asking questions of Secretary Puppy Killer, R.I.P. Cricket. How dare you ask questions of the great Secretary Puppy Killer? It was a combination of Secret Service and FBI. It was a combination, from my understanding. You're right. It was two things. You're right. It was the FBI and it was... yeah. I'm just blaming the Secret Service right now. But yeah, the FBI was involved too, I suppose. Protests are also happening in Chicago, shockingly. Here's ABC 7, Chicago from 21 hours
Chicago
ago.
Police has canceled off days for its officers this weekend in preparation of all that's going on, including this protest tomorrow. Thousands of people are expected to be there, and problems can come up quickly with a crowd of that size, but CPD says it's ready to act quickly. All hands are on deck for the Chicago Police Department as 10,000 people are expected to protest the Trump administration in downtown on Saturday.
I would argue that the people we have planning this event right now from the police standpoint are the most experienced in the country. They're fresh off the lessons learned from the DNC.
CPD has already dealt with a couple anti-ICE protests this week in Chicago, including Tuesday's rally, which involved some vandalism as 17 people were arrested. Things went much smoother on Thursday, though, as officers surrounded the protest, which coursed through the loop without any arrests. Former CPD Deputy Superintendent Anthony Riccio says the key is to identify agitators early.
Honestly, I got to give police a tiny bit of credit for not arresting anyone for just protesting, exercising their constitutional rights. Great job. All right, that's a sarcastic clap. That's a sarcastic clap sound shot, but still. Considering the environment we're living in right now. All right, let's go here.
One of the Bay Area's biggest No King's Day protests is planned on the peninsula and the South Bay. Organizers are hoping to set up a 7-mile human chain stretching from Palo Alto to Sunnyvale. NBC Bay Area's Robert Honda explains how and why they chose this type of demonstration.
Well, organizers for this weekend's 7-mile human chain protest along El Camino Real began planning the event a couple of months ago, with Flag Day more of the target date than the D.C. military parade. But now they say they're happy the way it's turning out. It could get very crowded here on the peninsula along El Camino Real. The so-called 7 by 7,000 protest is designed to have 7,000 people or more.
I love this plan. I don't know who thought this up, but the human chain, brilliant. I love it. It's fantastic. Great job, San Francisco. 7 miles of resistance. I tried to do the math, and I think it might actually check. It might actually check out if they can get 7,000 people in there. Oh, it's hilarious. Okay. Here's KTLA 5 from 18 hours ago.
Following a week of ICE raids and anti-ICE protests this afternoon, an unusual sight in Westwood as Marines began patrolling outside the federal building where they reportedly detained one civilian. Ahead of this weekend's No King's Day protest, the Army Major General says those Marines will not participate in law enforcement activities during the demonstrations. And Mayor Karen Bass was just joined by local leaders to discuss tomorrow's protests.
Yeah, Rachel Menitoff joining us in downtown LA tonight with some more on what the mayor had to say. Rachel?
Rick Scher, the sheriff and the police chief had a really clear message this afternoon. They say if you are protesting peacefully, no problem, you will be protected. But if you are engaging in violence, throwing rocks or using pyrotechnics, you'll be arrested. Now, the 8 p.m. curfew here in downtown LA will remain in place through the weekend. Authorities say it's been helpful in restoring order and curbing criminal activity at night.
The coordinated approach
Okay, police are getting real serious in LA ahead of this protest planned for today. Speaking of LA, this is a disturbing fucking video that came out earlier
and we have more
today.
Breaking news tonight. ICE agents appearing to detain and question a SoCal man who says he's an American citizen.
KCAL's Lauren Posen live with more of the video and the man's story. Lauren.
Gio, Pat, this man says he told federal agents over and over that he's an American citizen, and it made no difference. So now he's wondering tonight if this could happen to him, who else is it happening to?
I'm American, bro.
This face-to-face encounter with ICE agents still has Brian Gaviria shaken. That's because he says he's an American citizen.
East Los Angeles, born and raised, man. I'm American. I stated I was American. He still attacked me. We're not safe, guys. We're not safe in America.
Yeah, that's disturbing. This man's right. We are not safe in America. This is why no one is safe. We cannot allow specific groups of people to be targeted, especially in the way that it's being done, and in the way that this government is attempting to circumvent the law, circumvent due process and civil rights. If we allow that to happen for any group, it is open season for everyone else. Although it doesn't help if you're brown. Okay. Oh shit, Christopher DeBlante with a sweet super chat. Wait, why isn't it showing up on the screen? Oh shit. I see why. That's why. That's me. That's my bad. There we go. Christopher DeBlante getting us started on the goal. I found this $20 bill in your litter box. Someone wrote on it. It says, "Unity is power. Organize a march, 1,000,000 man strong. Can't be ignored." Beautiful. Beautiful sentiment. Thank you, Christopher. You're always finding money sitting around for me that I'm losing. I appreciate you. Okay, that is disgusting. All right, let's go here. ABC 7. Marines arrive in LA.
Now at 11, millions of Americans are getting ready to...
Oops, no, this one. Yeah.
Tonight at 11, new video just in as hundreds of armed U.S. Marines are deployed to protect federal buildings in Los Angeles. These troops wearing body armor and armed with assault rifles now surrounding the federal building in Westwood, along with a number of military vehicles. It's a very rare and controversial deployment of military forces on American soil. With thousands taking to SoCal streets rather for tomorrow's No Kings protest, there are fears of violent confrontation could be sparked. Tonight, we have team coverage. Reporter Tim Pulliam has more on the deployment of those federal troops. And we begin with reporter Tim Caputo and the ongoing preparations for tomorrow's massive planned protest. Tim.
And Mark, there is an air of uncertainty tonight. We don't really know what we're in store for on Saturday. We do know thousands of people, potentially tens of thousands of people, will be out protesting practically all day tomorrow, many of them here in downtown LA. We also know LAPD, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and CHP are ready for whatever comes their way.
Whatever comes their way. Oh my God. It'll be like people yelling with their mouths, saying words, using signs. Oh no, oh my God. Better break out the tanks. People using their constitutional rights. Yeah, but there was ABC 7. Marines have arrived in LA to repress the people. So great, so good and so great. Now, this last week has been one of the worst polling weeks for Donald Trump, according to one Mr. Harry Enton at CNN.
Awful.
New this morning,
awful.
President Trump is
weak.
celebrating a federal appeals court decision that temporarily put a pause on a lower court's order requiring that he give back control of California's National Guards to the state. The president writing on social media in part, quote, "Thank you for the decision." Another hearing is set for Tuesday, and this all stems over, well, what you see on your screen right there, from Trump's decision to federalize National Guard troops and send them in to respond to the LA protests over his immigration raids. CNN's Harry Anton running the numbers on this one for you this morning. So overall, how have what we've seen in the last days, but also the last few weeks, of ramped up immigration crackdowns, these raids that we've seen in California and beyond, and the protests in response? How's it impacting his approval?
Yeah, I think the simple word here is hurt. It has hurt Donald Trump's popularity. You can see it right here. We have two new polls, Quinnipiac University, AP Newark. I got the prior poll for you on the screen. I got the now. This is the net approval rating. You can see this in Quinnipiac, -12 to -6.
That's not great. By the way, does anybody else get the same vibe from Harry? Like, I'm fairly certain this guy definitely played the Scarecrow in his high school's production of The Wiz. Just saying, he gives that vibe.
How about AP Newark? -16 to -21. Awful, awful, awful for both of these pollsters. Where we are right now, both Quinnipiac and AP Newark, the worst for Donald Trump in this term.
There we go. Donald Trump this week has been horrible for his polling numbers, according to one Harry Anton. Harry's great. Okay, thanks, Harry. Now, in preparation for this military parade, I figured we would watch some other countries' military parades, so we can get in the vibes, you know, get in the vibes. Here's the Chinese 2019 military parade. This music. What the fuck? For a military parade, this is hilarious music. Now we can be as proud as the great nation of China.
China! China!
Can't you feel it, people? I can feel it. I can feel the military in the air. Very, very cool. We can be just like China and do all of... Wait, why is this? What is this? Oh, shit. Hold on. Fix yourself. It's very rude. There we go. That line was annoying the hell out of me.
I have to have my China.
Here we go. I guess that's what we can expect from our country now. Armored vehicles unloaded from trains for the upcoming military parade. Here's a behind-the-scenes peek of the preparations for Trump's Day. From now on, June 14th will be called Trump's Day.
So today we're finally downloading some of the armored vehicles.
You're downloading them?
In the U.S. Army's 250th birthday parade on 14 June. Right behind me are the last 4 M1A2 Abrams.
I didn't know you could
tanks
download a tank. You gotta have probably like a pretty big hard drive to go downloading a tank, one would think. Is it just a drag and drop type of situation,
so
or?
From Fort Cavazos, we brought 28 Abrams tanks, 28 Bradley fighting vehicles, 6 Paladins, and then 28 Stryker infantry carriers, which were downloaded yesterday at Benning CSX Maryland yard. Overall, that is 90 vehicles of the 150, which will be in the parade on 14 June.
This is ridiculous.
We do this type of movement by rail of all of our vehicles when we either go to the National Training Center in Fort Wayne, California, or if we have to go to deployment or rotation to either Europe, the Korean Peninsula, we move it to Beaumont, Charleston, Corpus Christi, all via train. So
Sweet, dude. It's all going on the train. Nice. Fuck yeah. We can do military parades just like any dictatorship.
지금부터 조선인민군 창군 75돌 경축 열병식을 우럭화 실황으로 보내드리겠습니다.
948. What does that mean? What does 948 mean? 953. What do these numbers mean? Wow. Look at the fanfare and the production value. CGI. Ah. Yay. This military parade video. Epic. This is some epic shit. Oh, the fanfare, the music, the pageantry. The weird, oppressive feelings of military dictatorship. Oh, God. It's too much.
조선노동당 총기서이시며 조선민주주의 인민공화국 국무위원장이신 경의하는 김정은 동지께서 사랑하는 자제분과 이설존 여사와 함께 광장에 도착하셨습니다.
What is up with Kim Jong-un's outfit choices all the time? Oh my god. Dude looks like he's in The Godfather right now. This on my daughter's wedding. We'll do a favor for you. This is a request I cannot refuse.
조선인민군 명예위병대 영접의식이 능숙히 진행되었습니다.
조선노동당 총비서 조선민주주의 인민공화국 국무위원장 동지 조선인민군 명예위병들은 당신을 영접하기 위하여 청결했습니다. 사열해 주십시오.
김정은 동지께서는 조선인민군 명예위병대와 공화국 무적의 주요 부대 군기도를 사열하셨습니다.
So great. That's my dictator. Yeah. We can be just like the DPRK. Okay, everybody? It's all very exciting. It's all very exciting. Now, I've lined up every single live stream. We're going to try and go through all of them. Looks like it started. You gotta see this grand military parade.
The only thing worse than fighting with allies is fighting without allies, and that war we had more than we've ever had.
Starting with
Part of
ABC.
the reason why it was so successful.
Yeah, and we also.
This is the saddest military parade ever.
So many airplanes, so many tanks, so many ground vehicles, so many soldiers, so many Marines. I remember.
Now, I don't want to encourage Donald Trump, but we just got done watching some very, I mean, those were quite spectacular, those parades that we just saw from China.
We will see plenty of
China
And the
the
Democratic People's Republic of North Korea.
Decades, a celebration we will bring you from start to finish. We have full team coverage here on set with
But
me,
this
contributor and
parade
former
looks
Marine Corps
pretty
fighter
whack
pilot
in
Steve
comparison.
Banyard.
I don't care, Steve.
Also,
Shut up.
It's a broad question, but
This parade sucks. Not enough flags. You're right. Not enough flags. Where's all the flags? I see 2 flags. That is not enough flags.
Come on!
This lady sucks at singing. Awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
I thought this was supposed to be a merit-based administration. I was told we were going to get merit and competence. This woman can barely sing the goddamn Star-Spangled Banner. This is pathetic. I'm supposed to be proud of this? I'm supposed to have pride while watching this mediocre spectacle? Republicans are terrible at pageantry, okay? We need more theater kids to get involved. This is terrible.
Chief Musician, Staff Sergeant Caroline Nielsen there.
Thanks, Caroline. That was
It was
garbage.
a really splendid moment here.
Was it
as those
splendid?
started to
Shut up.
Here's what I love too about the Army Band, that they will go through, of course, and do the medley. So everybody gets a chance at these events to stand up, you know, to their fight song. And okay, here we go. So now following the
This
Army
is
Band,
terrible.
which makes perfect sense.
This
to
is the
kick
worst
everything
parade I've
off,
ever seen.
We are witnessing representation of the Revolutionary War.
And I've
this
seen
is
plenty of
exactly,
parades in my
where
time.
we
This
will
is weak sauce.
From the American Revolution.
Weak
Jay
sauce.
O'Brien, what is it like down there on the parade route?
They were founded back in 1922 by Army Chief
Jack, Kira, we are on the parade right now, and in fact, if you can see this shot,
Why are there Civil
Union soldiers
War
walking by after the
reenactors?
Revolutionary troops, now the Union Army, the different.
Why are there fucking Civil War reenactors? I take it back. Pageantry level just went back up. What the fuck are these dudes doing here? Oh boy.
Of the Army here. Just a few observations from being amongst the crowd on the parade route. Number one, at times it is silent. Folks are taking all of this.
Take
in.
that,
Spoken to folks who
China.
traveled really
We
across
will-
the country to be here.
Watch
Some
out,
of
we
them
got
are
muskets
veterans,
still.
And they are wearing shirts that say that, and they
Don't-
say they are
don't-
proud to be
don't
here.
make
I've
us
heard
use
that from
them.
a few folks here. One more observation
We
here,
still got
though,
musket
is
balls
that as
sitting
this
around
parade
somewhere.
goes down Constitution
Big
Avenue,
piles.
gets closer to the White House and that reviewing stand where President Trump is. These cheers break out further and further down
This
the
is
parade
literally
route.
the
This is a
worst.
special
We're paying
moment.
how
And
much
also,
money
Kira,
for this
you can't really see
parade?
it from the camera.
$50 million? This is a joke?
Give me a joke.
Come on. This is terrible.
Come on.
But the parade route, those
Oh
lining
my god, this
Constitution
is
Avenue,
garbage.
it is packed.
Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson, I want to bring you into this conversation as you watch the parade here. Just the 3rd Infantry Regiment, clearly a special unit, also known as the Old Guard. Tell us more.
Phrasing. This is an incredible time for our nation as we come here.
Is it critical?
In our nation's
What's so
capital to
critical about it, Brett?
250 years for our
Oh, God, it's a critical.
Watching the old
I
guard
see.
come across.
It's critical because the passage of time. That's why. Because time is a concept that we measure. Because there's been 250 years. And that's what makes it so critical.
How crisp they are.
They're
the
crisp?
things they can do.
What does that
it's
mean?
It's just absolutely incredible.
It's incredible that they can walk in a line? I don't know. I'm not sure I'm on board with that.
And field phones, sound was the...
I'm not sure I'm impressed by people walking in lines. It's not necessarily one of the most impressive skills. A lot of reenactors. We got the Revolutionary War now going.
Across the chaos of battle.
Very
Telling
strange.
Soldiers when to advance, when to retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, known as the
Thank
Old
God we got
Guard.
these guys and gals here. Look at, they're going to protect the country now.
To helicopters,
Sweet
and
parachuters, yes.
Army strong.
Army strong is right.
This is a really
you know,
bad
we don't
parade.
quite bring them in like the Thunderbirds of the Blue Angels.
This is really not a good parade. We just got done watching some top tier parading from the DPRK and from China, and it's like they're making us look like a bunch of chumps right now. Making us look very much like chumps. Maybe we should never have done this in the first place. It was really a dumb idea to begin with. It's costing us $50 million
but the
for this
Golden
garbage
Lines are
parade.
They are. You can see them. That's right. You can.
Yeah, are parachutes slower than jet planes? Fascinating.
5 future presidents served in the Civil War, right, Ty?
That's right. And it's the finest hour of the United States Army, where we save democracy,
We're
liberate
going to
4
save
million
it.
men, women, and children.
This is how we save democracy.
Went to go see those
with
things
military
together as
parades,
father and son, and now
like a
that
fascist
he's a young
dictatorship.
sergeant in the army, I get to live.
Totally normal.
Regiment Sergeant Major, you can see how quickly the ranks filled up in that time. So.
Let's go ahead and listen in for a few
Oh
minutes.
my God. Why is nobody at this parade? That's the other thing. You know, at least in China and, you know, North Korea, they force their citizens to come to these parades. I mean, this is looking pretty, I mean, look at it. There's nobody here. Where's all the people?
Broadway composer and recipient of
Who is
the
this parade for
Congressional Gold
exactly?
Medal, George M. Cohan. Representing the World War I era,
And we got the World
82nd
War I
Airborne
reenactors
Division
now,
based out
too.
of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. You'll notice
Watch
the
out.
unit is
Watch
wearing
out, China.
replica
We still have
World War I
Gatling
uniforms signifying
guns
the soldiers who
and
served our nation
bayonets,
during
if
this
you really
time.
want to go there.
When the Americans entered
We got
the
those
Great
cool
War,
little
our
dome-shaped
soldiers
hats.
under the command of General Blackjack Pershing hit the trenches in the new standard. It was the olive drab winter service uniform. Now on their heads you'll see
This is
a steel
ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Jesus Christ. What is the point of this thing?
It looks like 2 P-51s. We'll see if that
Sweet.
works. Remember the P-51
Hell yeah.
was so important.
Look at
particularly
look at the brave fighting force of the United States. We got 2 70-year-old Jeeps. Sweet.
in the European theater, because it was they finally had an airplane that had the ability to escort the bombers all the way to Germany. Terrific fighter, and so its place in not only the Army history, but also in U.S. history.
I don't think anybody showed up to this parade, did they? There's not a lot of footage of big crowds I'm seeing.
Military units in battle.
Nice, we got the World War II reenactors now.
Ike is the man.
I think I just saw Vin Diesel.
You know, I found one of those buttons, by the way.
Did you not like
Save Private Ryan, everybody.
Yes,
Get out
I
there.
did.
And
I
then
do
the
have
Desert Storm troops, dude. Desert Storm. They got reenactors from literally every time period. It is ridiculous.
An old Ike pin.
I love what he did on June 5th, which is he wrote a little message that said, I'm responsible if things go wrong. Never gave it to anybody. We didn't know about it until 40 years.
This is a garbage parade.
I know there was, and I don't know if we've got
There's
Ann
some people.
Flaherty with
There's
us,
like 10
our
people over
Pentagon
there.
reporter, but there was a lot of, and there was a lot of talk, of course, about these tanks,
Where's the music? Where's the fun?
Right.
Is this just a viewing?
Forces, special operation.
Is just here to check on how many
Hueys out there,
reenactors
of course,
we
still
have?
flying the version of Hueys.
What
That's
is the
four
point of
planes,
this?
Much quieter.
Anybody?
But for those of us of a certain age, if you, particularly for those who served in Vietnam, you hear a Huey, and I guarantee you, every veteran's going to look up at the sky because they hear that.
Are they going to do that?
And,
Yeah.
to send a message.
Who gives a shit what the veterans are going to do? So sick about hearing about the veterans. There's no music. Anybody else notice that?
The interesting thing is that
it's
those
honestly
Bradleys came
really
in
strange for a parade to just have no music. It's just a bunch of dudes going down the street quietly. That's not a parade. I don't know what you call that, but it doesn't feel like a parade.
All right, we got to change things right now. We got to.
All right, we're switching to the NBC, no, CBS live stream.
Are much quieter. I mean, I just paused. Obviously, you can hear the music there, but you know you cannot hear them rumble by as those other tanks did. You know, we have a member of our security here who
wow,
is
this
an
looks
Army
really
veteran, so
boring.
he pointed that out to us.
These
but
guys
it
look
is
super
quite a
bored. Look at them. Look at all of them. They're on their phones. Ricky Rubio here, little Mike, whatever his name is. Why can't I think of Rubio's first name?
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Marco, there we go, little Marco, little Marco.
Security here who is an Army veteran, so he pointed that out to us, but it is quite a noticeable difference, but certainly important to reflect on this particular time in history. Of course, a global war on terror launched by former President George W. Bush in the wake.
Where are all the people? Look, they have all these like dividers over here, and just like nobody standing here. They were expecting like millions of people to show up. You get like 5,000.
Of the attack on the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and of course in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. I was actually there on 9/11 at Ground Zero hours after that particular attack happened. But certainly we saw in the wake of that a lot. You know, you talked about recruitment a little earlier, but certainly a lot of people joining the military in the wake of those attacks, and of course
This is a terrible. This is a terrible parade. Let's go back to some legit military parades. This is an embarrassing thing.
조선인민군 명예의 병들은 당신을 영접하기 위하여 청결했습니다. 사열해 주십시오.
김정은 동지께서는 조선인민군 명예위병대와 공화국 무적의 주요 부대 군기도를 사열하셨습니다.
Look, I'm not a fan of military parades, but you watch this one and it feels like North Korea's ready to go to war. You watch ours, it seems like we're ready to do a bunch of reenactments, I guess.
김정은 동지를 국방성 지휘관들과 대전합부대장들을 비롯한 조선인민.
Come on, this is the level of fanfare that we're supposed to have with a military parade. They're clearly not taking a lot of notes from currently existing dictatorships.
장령들이 정중히 영접했습니다. 이단과 혁명의 탁월한 수경이시며 백전백승의 강철의
Look, you got
경장이시며
all the generals out there with their fancy medals, Kim Jong, shaking all their hands. Loud announcer in the background yelling in North Korean, clapping, saluting, showmanship, music. These are what we should expect out of a military parade, you know? If you're gonna be a dictator, be a, you know, at least be a good dictator.
When you re-enlist, you're really saying,
look at how boring this is.
Hey,
Here we go, back to C-SPAN.
On the team.
I want to continue
Back
to
to the
serve.
worst
I fit
military
in like a
parade of all
glove.
time.
Or, hey, I'm going to try this now. I'm
Cost
gonna do
$50
this,
million
'cause there's
for
many
this.
options that you can do in the Army. And that
Everybody
says a
be
lot. And
proud.
We've broken all our records
Immediately.
for reenlistment. Like, we've already made all our
Immediately,
reenlistment
if
goals for
not
this
sooner.
year, as well as our recruiting goals. So there's a fervor. And, you know, when you're on a winning team, people want to stay on that team. And I think that's what reenlistment's all about.
Sergeant Major, the idea of reenlistment for you?
Yeah, well, Mom said I wasn't coming home. So shout out to Miss Mary. No, for me...
Wow, your mother
Seems
sounds like
talked to,
kind of a
young
bitch.
service members, especially those who have families. Again, you know, we enlist a person sometimes. Sometimes some service members come in with families, but we typically re-enlist, you know, a family or a support group. So again, this idea of what does the commitment mean, what does service mean? It's bigger than just me, the individual. It's my family, it's my community, knowing that we have one goal.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
We hear a lot about diversities these days. What does the military do, particularly the Army does, for a diversified fighting force?
Yeah, so I think General Eifler brought this on, you know, early on. We come from all walks of
Look
life,
at these guys just
with our own thought,
chilling.
with our
Lamping. Look at them. Look at it. How many police are just standing here for no good reason? And the military. It's like they're just standing around checking their phones. This guy's scratching his head. It's not clear what this guy's. He's just looking at the camera, I guess.
with our own skill set that we have. And
the
then
Anarchist getting a sweet Galactic News Network membership. Who got it?
Values,
FG.
and this is
FG
what it
got
takes in order for us, again, for us to be the team of teams. So again, come one, come all. You know, there's a drill sergeant waiting for you, right?
Yeah.
Right.
This is the worst parade of all
As far
time.
as the structure of the Army itself,
I've seen a lot
how
of
does it
parades in
build
my
that
day.
Diversity? How does
This
it help,
is
you know,
terrible.
people grow once they enter in?
Well, you start that. It starts off in basic training. And,
This is
you learn you have to depend on one
ridiculous.
another. It doesn't matter where you're from. I will put my hand in his life. I will put my family and my life in his hands without question. And I think when you have that in a structure and an organization, there's nothing you can't do. When you have that type of trust, that type of bond, where you're enduring hardships together, you know, when you have to depend.
This is so dumb. By the way, with that gifted membership, where it puts us at the actual counter, like the real counter is 2.5. We are 2.5 of 10 so far, doing pretty good.
Depend on Pedro. Pedro got to depend on me. We could be going through this horrible exercise. We could go through hectic combat, storms, whatever, difficult times, but we're there together and we come through it on the other side. We are like this. It's a brother and sisterhood that's unmatched out there. And I think that's what people miss when they leave the Army.
You think Donald's having a good time on his birthday? You think this is everything he was dreaming of?
Or recruitment. What do you attribute that to? What do you think factors in there?
Well, I tell you, I know General Johnny Davis is a good friend.
They're not even
of mine.
walking
He's in
at the
charge of
same
recruiting
rate.
command, and they
Look at
have
it.
Pulled all
They're all
stops
off.
out
Look
the
at 'em.
last 2 years, developing selecting the right type of recruiters.
This is terrible marching.
How they incentivize.
Some of the worst marching I've ever seen.
And the options and streamline the process. In some cases, we were very archaic and had to fill out a couple hundred forms to get in the Army. Now you're down to like 9. So you can get people in faster. And plus, there's a lot of options that we're offering. And not just monetary. People want to go to, let's say, Fort Bragg, or they want to go to up in Alaska and serve in the Arctic Airborne. They want to go to Colorado, as we saw. And so there's a lot more options. And really, we're doing a better job of communicating the options that a new soldier can do.
You are watching C-SPAN's coverage of the 250th anniversary parade and celebration.
It's like these guys have never marched before. This is weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
What is this garbage? Did they get a garage band? They got a fucking garage band to come and play. Nice. We can't march properly. We got a fucking garage band playing the music over here. Great job, America. I'm to be proud. Get ready for pride. Not that pride. It's just a bunch of guys walking. It's just a bunch of guys walking in a close group. It's not really marching. They're just walking around. This is what we paid $50 million for. These guys to take to do a walkathon. Is that really what we're paying $50 million for a military walkathon through the fucking Capitol? This is so dumb. So trash. This is the worst parade I've ever seen. Jesus Christ. Nobody seems to even know what they're doing. Like, this parade gives me the vibes of they didn't really plan the parade itself, right? Like, there was no, I get the strong sense that there were no, like, you know, rehearsals for this thing. They're just, like, winging it. They're like, all right, we'll set up a stage, we'll block off the road, and then everybody just do what you do. Just walk through, just walk, all right? Everybody just walk. Follow the main guy. It'll be fine. No planning necessary. This is terrible. This band sucks dick. They just got a cover band to come play, I guess. It's fascinating. What is the deal? We can't afford better music. Cover bands?
Come on!
Look at these two fucking losers. These two creeps. He can't even decide if he's enjoying it right now, which I find hilarious. Look at his fucking military. Look at his camo tie. Wow. I feel like he's regretting his life choices right now. Like, you can see it on his face. He's like, you know, maybe somewhere I made a wrong turn. You think they got the clearance for all these songs? I've been wondering that to myself. Oh my god. This is a terrible rendition. Oh my god, this is really bad. It's just probably like three dudes up there playing what's it called? God. What's the one with the guitar? Garage Band? No, that's not the name of it. What is the name of that? Oh my god. I cannot think of it. I played this shit in college. What's the name of that goddamn video game? Look, yeah, this guy's like, please cheer. I was getting really... Everyone, please clap. Please clap, everybody. Guitar Hero, thank you. Guitar Hero. Even look at this guy. I think they're both sort of having second thoughts about this military parade. Look at their faces. Donald Trump looks bored as shit. He looks like a kid that's sitting through an assembly that he's being forced to at school. Pete stroking his chin so hard, I think part of it's going to come off. It's like, this doesn't look as good as I had it in my head. Melania just looks, I don't know. She looks pleased with herself for some reason. I'm not sure what she did. Everybody looks awkward as shit. Like they don't know what to do. Like, look at all their faces. Like, everyone is just, honestly, they seem, they should feel uncomfortable. But they genuinely do look a little uncomfortable out here. Wow. Wait. The Army Parade is sponsored by Palantir? Is this a joke? What in the fuck am I looking at, dude? What in the actual fuck am I looking at?
Come on!
Is this a joke? Is this a fucking joke? Hold on, I'm just gonna blow this up for everyone, in case you can't see it. Look at this. Look at this. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
There's Palantir advertisements behind the parade. World's worst military parade brought to you by Palantir. Is this a joke?
Give me a joke.
What in the fuck am I looking at, dude? Seriously, though. Sponsored by Palantir still cost the U.S. taxpayer $50 million. Where's all the money going, exactly? Even the old white people look bored as shit. Everyone's bored. Worst parade of all time. Great job. 50 million well spent. I love it. It's just tanks moving at like 1 mile per hour through the streets. America! Fuck yeah! army. Modern army. Yes. Rather than antiquated army. It's gotta be modern. Innovating in army stuff. Like walking. Dude, what did they pay this band? $500? This is the worst. It's the worst band. These guys marching in place back here look hilarious. They can't even do it together. This is sad. With this 80s music in the background, it feels like the making of Top Gun or something, but it's all the lame parts and no production value. It's kind of fucking ridiculous. I can't believe. I was honestly expecting this parade to bring more to the table. Let's go back to a country that seems to know how to do military parades.
China. China. I have to have my China.
Well, this is how you do autocracy. These guys look ready. Unlike our troops, who look like they spent the afternoon playing Call of Duty. Exactly. China knows how to do it. They got a lot of flags. Everybody's in sync. Everything's shiny. You got people mandated to come to enjoy the parade or not enjoy the parade. You got tanks. You got howitzers and, well, not howitzers. I guess these are whatever. Cannons. Now that's what I call a dictatorial military parade. Okay, we need to learn. Okay, if we're gonna do it, we might as well do it right. I mean, my God, $50 million should have gotten at least somewhere close to that. Back to the world's worst military parade.
Over in Ukraine, Russia's been using hypersonic weapons. I think China is outpacing the United States right now with hypersonic weapons, and we have to get our military forces filled with hypersonic weapons. The other one is AI. You heard a lot of talk about AI. Look, the intent is not to replace a human with AI. The intent is to aid the human. If the human can make a decision faster as a result
They're just sitting around.
Technology,
They don't
then
know what
that's
to talk
what
about.
we want in our
It's fucking hilarious. NBC has no idea what to talk about, so they're just talking about the application of AI in military operations. So, like, I don't know. There's nothing to say. These tanks are moving by at about 2 miles an hour. Might as well just talk about how Palantir is going to, help repress people all around the world. Use data and analytics to commit war crimes.
Illegal.
So exciting.
Reverse that and have more combat vehicles than we have logistics vehicles. And so we're looking at some capabilities there. Whether it be 3D printing, those type of things, where soldiers can actually, if their vehicles break down, they can
Oh my God. They have no idea. They got some old guy rambling about fever dreams he's had about different military applications of, and he's just going on and on. Got no idea what to say about this spectacle. Well, it's actually, I don't even know if we can call this a spectacle.
Oh, I think we're going to see this as
Certainly
we
not
continue to
spectacular.
modernize the force. Another one is we spend a lot of money on batteries. And so how can we take stuff like solar power and all those vehicles that you see there all have batteries. And we spend a lot of money on generators. So how can we change this, change the paradigm, and go with solar technology? And the Army is looking at that. So there's several things.
The Army is looking at solar technology under Trump. Really fascinating. I doubt that's going to happen.
Initiative's hard, and the Army is moving out to modernize the force.
Yeah,
and General, I don't know if you can see what we're seeing here in front of the reviewing stand. The soldiers in the red caps here, I'm not familiar with who they might be.
That's the mighty 80s. Yeah, that's the mighty 82nd Airborne Division out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
You go great. You got the Fort Bragg guys.
Division,
look at them. They definitely can't walk in formation. They're just hanging.
Fort Bragg watching guys
just
jump
chilling.
out of planes. That's probably the unit.
Some of the worst formation walking
guys
ever.
That are housed there at Fort Bragg.
China puts us to shame.
And I think you're right, General. I think that's. I think the video that they're showing. I think some of that was shot while the president was there on Tuesday, in anticipation of today, and to having members of the 82nd. With those very stunning red berets marching before the president.
Look at them
in the reviewing stand.
Yeah,
so stunning. Look at the
one
berets.
Thing I
The red.
Say about the reviewing stand. If you take a look at the reviewing stand,
stunning.
We have civilian control of the military. Take note of where the civilians are sitting and where the generals, the top generals, are sitting. You got the civilians sitting in the front row, and you have our generals sitting in the second and third row. That's because there's civilian control of the military. Now, if you were to look at the same parade in places like North Korea, Russia, Iran, you would see all these generals front and center on the.
I gotta say, some of the worst coverage you've seen yet. NBC really hitting the low bar on this one.
군 장병들이 일편단심 열렬히 흠모에 따르고 열어모시고 받드는 김정은 장군을 흥공의 건건절 기념 결병광장에서 영접하는 방송 지휘관들과 조선인민군 대전합부대 납부대 지휘관들 가슴속에 끓어 넘치는 격정 긍지 영예 만세 환호성을 터쳐올립니다. 강대한 우리 국가의 절대적 국위의 위대한 대표자이시고 승리와 영광에 기치신 경리하는 김정은 동지 공군의 75년사를 가장 빛나는 승리와 영광의 최절정에 올려세우시고 세계 최강의 혁명 무력이 강대한 힘에 대한 크나큰 자부심을 안고 자유의 탄생일을 성대히 경축하도록 해주신 김정은 동지께 군 지휘관들은 삼가.
How does this guy do this voice for so long? It's pretty hilarious.
대대의 경의를 드렸습니다. 경례하는 총비서동지께서는 우리 당의 원대한 강군 건설.
Oh God. North Korean military announcer doing a great job, really bringing the fanfare, okay? That guy knows how to announce a goddamn military parade. I love how the cameraman can easily walk faster than the tank. You think I can do the whole? No, I don't think I can do the whole thing. I mean, how am I supposed to do a parade all on my own? You know, no one wants to watch a one-man
The
parade.
U.S. Army Reserve is inseparably linked to America's long-standing
nobody
citizen-soldier tradition.
Nobody wants to watch one-man parade through the streets. It's just it would be weird. In fact, when you know what I think of when I think of a one-man
This
parade?
organization was folded into the
Oh my
new
God!
offices
Actually, we
of
have
the
to watch
Officers
this.
Reserve Corps in 1917. Reserve
You'd like to see me do a better parade? I will. I'm gonna do it. You know what? Now that you've said it, I'm going to do my own one-man parade. Get the helmet out.
During
Walk
World
through
War
the
II,
streets.
The Army activated 26 organized reserve infantry divisions, and roughly a quarter of the Army's officer corps came from.
I'm gonna get myself like a little Red Rider wagon, and I'm gonna take it through the streets.
The Army Reserve has since served as a vital source of manpower for the force during times of need, gradually transitioning from a strategic force to an operational force in response to the pressures of the war on terrorism. In the 170,000 Army Reserve soldiers and 11,000 civilians serving their home communities, and when needed, they can quickly mobilize. The Army can't deploy, they can't fight or win without the Army Reserve. They are an important component of Army readiness. Let's have a big hand for the Army Reserve.
Where's this clip? Why can't I find it? Come on.
Today and tomorrow's Army looks to increase safety and survivability, create efficiency, and streamline processes. The Striker is a great example of assessing evolving needs and developing the solution. Strikers provide a balance between heavy armor and infantry brigade and combat teams.
Does anyone remember Reno 911? Because that's what I'm thinking of right now. You know the guy who would he literally would walk around with a wagon, like a red wagon, and like hold his own parades walking through the street. That'll be me. That'll be me. I'll do my own parades by myself. Have a wagon, streamers. I'll make it good. I'll make it so good. I can't find a clip of it though. I'm trying to find a clip on YouTube right now. I can't find it anywhere. It's killing me. I want to watch it. God damn it. This is the worst. This is so bad. What is the point of this? This is just so sad for so many reasons. Like they're so obsessed with this fucking parade for Donald Trump's birthday, and they can't even do it good. They're doing fascism bad. Now, I know that sounds like a ridiculous suggestion. I shouldn't be complaining about them doing fascism bad, but it's costing us money, okay? China showing us up. I wonder how much this parade cost. Alright, back to the world's worst military parade. South China Morning Post has got a live feed. Wow.
Before you is a platoon from the multi-purpose company's 2nd Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment, 1st Mobile Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, Bastogne. They are showcasing the Army's Transformation in Contact Initiative, a program that...
We're showing our transformation. Look, we got dune buggies.
Allows the Army to rapidly test, evaluate, and equip our soldiers with the newest technologies. Modern, mobile, and mission-ready, the Bastogne Brigade continues to adapt to new threats while staying rooted in the fierce resilience that defined its birth. They are carrying the next-generation squad weapons, the XM7 and XM250, both equipped with the XM157 optic. The vehicles are the infantry squad vehicle, a new mobility asset that can rapidly move through most terrain types. The trailer is the S-MET, and it's capable of carrying heavy loads under its own power through restrictive terrain. This platoon is equipped with 3 types of small unmanned aerial systems. They are the Ghost X, located on the S-MET, the C-100, and right above us there, the X-10D, which are flying above the formation right now.
Sweet. Look at that. DJI 3 Pro. That's the cutting edge right there, people. Cutting edge drone technology that's totally available on Amazon to literally anyone. America. This guy running around with the drone is fucking hilarious. He's really taking this job seriously. I'll give him that much. It's laughable. Look at me carrying the drone above my head. This is my job. Doing a great job. This guy, too. All right, what does this prove? What does this prove? Why are we showing people that our troops are capable of carrying a drone that arguably probably weighs less than a pound? Look at me. Hold this above my head. This shows great masculinity. You think they forgot to charge it? That's entirely possible. Look at this drone not flying because, look, remembering to charge those batteries is tough, and they take a really long time to charge. It's very annoying.
How rude.
Exactly, this is the warrior ethos, everybody. The warrior ethos. Get ready, people. Shove your face full of elk meat and get ready to protect the United States.
The Bradley fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable in multiple theaters since it first fielded back in the 1980s. Designed as a troop transport tank killer and to match speed with an Abrams tank, the Bradley is a fierce fighting machine. The Bradley accompanies American troops often with the M1A1 Abrams tank, nicknamed the Beast, and Whispering Death because of its firepower, accuracy while moving, and its stealth. Together, they offer mobility and firepower, a fearsome combination.
Who are they waving at? Nobody's waving to them. These guys should be ashamed of themselves. Stop servicing the president, okay?
Tear gas and used other crowd control measures.
You know, rather than serving the people right now, they're servicing our great supreme leader, Donald Trump. Be ashamed.
It was a total 100% overreaction. We were peaceful. We were just standing there, and they decided to come after us. So this is a pretty visual representation of on edge how many cities have been today. No King's rallies in cities big and small, from major highways to small town squares across America, even as the military parade is taking place here in Washington.
Dad Rock. Yes, this is absolutely like the parade of Dad Rock.
It's the premier attack helicopter.
The great Dad Rock parade of 2025.
In the world. The Apache entered service in the mid-1980s and continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of aerial rockets, guided Hellfire missiles.
This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is just a waste. I thought we were going to get less waste. In fact, we're getting more waste.
Again, on the right side of your screen, more action in Los Angeles. You see very heavily armed LAPD officers, both on foot and on horseback, as people are in the street. Again, there had been a dispersal order issued by the LAPD outside this federal building that many protesters decided to ignore. We'll have to keep watching to see whether this can revert to being peaceful as it was just several minutes ago, or whether tensions have risen a bit too high here.
Honestly, I gotta say, South China Morning Post's coverage might be the best of all of the ones that we've seen so far. They're actually putting a little bit of production value into this thing.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin. Sponsored by Lockheed Martin and Palantir. You know, China seems to be sort of shitting on us both in terms of parading ability as well as their news coverage. It's sort of sad when you think about it.
Now, let's roll on to the future of Army readiness. The Army Research Laboratory robot dogs reflect the latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot. They have increased mobility, improved tactical awareness, reduced risk to soldiers, and enhanced teamwork. Replacing soldiers'
brought to you by Boston Dynamics.
May be difficult for soldiers to traverse. Disposable explosive ordnance, an active defensive posture, or aggressive capacity when armed.
The music with the police brutality. I know. It's quite a dichotomy, I gotta say. With the side-by-side, I'm kind of loving it. I didn't know what to expect from the live stream from China, South China Morning Post, but they are bringing it. They are bringing it hard.
The Ghost Robot Dog is another innovation that can adapt seamlessly for various missions from recon to bomb recognition. These dogs reduce risk and support soldiers completely in high-stakes missions. They have a standard walk speed of 2 miles per hour.
I love how this guy just accepts that they're dogs. They're not dogs. They are robots. Don't listen to him, Fido. You're a good boy. That's not a dog. Those Chinooks in there. Considering the production value of this thing, I gotta say, I'm guessing the majority of the expense of all this was paying people to walk through the parade and paying to move all this goddamn military equipment down to DC. Because like we were talking about at the beginning of this, it was just all moved on trains and shit. It probably cost us just a fuck ton of money to move all of this shit over here so we could just watch them drag it through the streets of DC.
As the oldest continuously serving Army band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and gentlemen. West Point Band traces its history to a single drummer and fifer appointed by George Washington during the American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and versatile performing groups in the world. One of the most prestigious institutions in the world where leadership is forged and duty becomes destiny. This is West Point, where Army leaders are made. With the motto of duty, honor, and country, West Point trains the best and brightest to serve their country as Army officers. Founded back in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the Long Gray Line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents, Grant and Eisenhower, and numerous generals, including John J. Pershing, Douglas MacArthur, and Norman Schwarzkopf.
Wow. This parade sucks. How long is this thing going to go on for? It's already been like an hour and a half. It's already been like an hour and a half, I swear to God. Jesus Christ. Hold on, I think we do. Someone else just mentioned we should listen to some other music. I think we'll listen to Hitler's favorite Wagner song. Since we're ushering in a fascist dictatorship. Might as well. Here we go. Here we go. I know. Here it is. Tristan and Isolde. That's better. That's better. This will be good. This will help. This will help the fanfare. How's everybody enjoying the ushering in of a military, authoritarian administration? It's been a great year already, hasn't it? Need to get me one of those TBD Future Looks Bright shirts. Play Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's another good option. Yes, this gives us the right vibes, I think. Thank you, Wagner. Seriously though, how long is this gonna go on for? I'm already tired of winning.
In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers can raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force.
So we've gone from the Revolutionary War through the Army's history, and now we are seeing the Army's future marching down Constitution Avenue. Sergeant Major, describe this scene for us, if you would, sir.
Well, this is one-in-a-lifetime experience. It's right here. What you see right now is you see 250 soldiers. You have a mixture of soldiers who are re-enlisting and soldiers who are enlisting in the Army. They're going to face to the left, and they're going to face the commander-in-chief, and he is actually going to swear the oath to him. They're going to raise their right hand and swear to the Constitution of the United States. And that is powerful. It's an honor to have that opportunity.
Is it an honor?
What a moment for those.
Honor to help the United States commit war crimes all over the place.
Those who have
Our allies.
decided to re-up.
Absolutely.
So honorable.
To stay in uniform.
And just saw a procession.
I don't one question I've always asked myself is why can't the military afford hats that make the strap actually go under your chin? It seems like a really weird place for it to be, like just in your mouth. I'm not sure how that helps with anything. Does it keep your hat on your head better? It's very confusing.
And you just saw a procession from West Point, from Texas A&M, the Corps of Cadets come by. These are basically your universities that are feeding into your next officer class. Again, the future of the Army.
The future leaders of the Army, absolutely.
Final acts of this generation is so powerful to way in the first place, going back 8 years now to his first term, will personally swear in.
I would do all the formations. I looked out
Sweet.
at these 1,000 cadets.
Hell yeah.
High school. They were completely different.
Indoctrinated straight out of high school.
In the country like West Point,
So good, so
the
great.
student body is so committed
We need more
to
young people
preserving the mission
indoctrinated
of America,
into the military-industrial
ensuring our
complex at a
democracy
young
freedom
age.
for generations.
We should start younger, actually. I hear Russia starts kids, they're youths, you know, like
West Point
literally.
itself is an amazing institution, but it only provides opportunities to people here to choose to change, and the people here want to do that.
Aw,
I'm proud to be a
DCAT.
part of that, and I'm excited to
Thank you for wishing me a happy birthday weekend. It's true, it is my birthday weekend. I share a birthday weekend with Donald Trump. State your name.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations.
Wagner's really adding to the fascism, at least for me personally. I can really feel the fascism with Wagner. Trump swearing these soldiers to loyalty.
Congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
Great life. Won't see you ever again. Great seeing you. Now get the fuck out. Sacrificing for the hegemony of the United States Empire. Don't worry about international law. Won't come up. Won't be coming up for the next 4 years. Don't worry. Am I wrong though? The Wagner's really... I don't know whose idea it was to get Wagner in here, but great idea. Is it my idea? I know somebody said music. I don't know if Wagner was the request. But it's working out. It's working for me. It's working. It's improving. It's improving this. Making it more watchable. Certainly better than the dad rock. Music isn't working for you, it's like stabbing. Look, I mean, you should all feel stabbed right now. Not gonna lie. This is fucked up. What we're watching is insane.
This is ridiculous!
Philip Glass would fit the monotony. Yeah, I suppose that's true. But I mean, this is on brand, okay? This is Hitler's favorite Wagner song. While we're watching America's Hitler usher in military dictatorship. It's about branding, okay? Oh, look at this. Got some random guy with a cowboy hat here. Oh, this is going to be exciting. I should switch the music to this. What's this going to be? This is probably going to be great. Hold on. This is probably going to be amazing. Gotta have country music. America. Without country music, what's the point? Ain't it black bitches? Rolls up and wipes your like a wicked orange. Laying on old memories and talking about what we used to be. She probably be the devil man. The song is about to make fun of it throughout the whole thing because it sucks. And get off the stage. Nobody wants to hear this anymore. Maybe go find something else to do. Yeah, she came with a warning, but I didn't even know where I was. I heard somebody was giving me money to play music on stage. So I said, yeah, Jesus, get us to that stage. We're gonna say things with a country twang and some lap guitar sounds like that. Oh yeah. Just got that bun cut done and beat my wife. And then I said, you know what, I'm take boys out in the pickup truck, throw rocks off the cliff, drink some beers. We all need some kind of fix for me. See, I knew this was going to be worse. I can't listen to it anymore. It's terrible. Terrible. Wagner was better. Oh boy. Gotta celebrate the country. This is, I guess, how we do it now. Country music, dad rock, and really shitty military parades that cost nearly $60 million. I've been saying 50 million this whole time, but apparently it's even more. It's nearly 60 million. Okay, I feel like we've gotten enough of the parade. Is anybody else fucking done with this garbage? Because I am personally done. Better is not good. Okay, that's fair. I didn't claim it was good. I wasn't here to say this is a good time. Okay, I think we get it. One of the most expensive and worst parades ever seen on the face of this planet. So we're gonna end it. It's a perfect time too, because we just got through. We just hit 2 hours, which means we gotta take a quick break. But don't worry, you got a whole lot more content to do. Whole lot of stuff to talk about, most specifically the No King's Day protests, which are ongoing as we speak all across this nation. Got a whole bunch of different footage lined up for that. Whole lot of footage. Which will hopefully be more enjoyable. Alright, don't worry, we'll be right back with the freaking space content after these brief messages. Alright, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, hit that bell icon too if you want to ensure that you get the latest Galactic notifications so you don't ever miss a single episode of this stream. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer. You know, YouTube doesn't take a big old cut and would have rather have every penny go directly to funding this year's stream. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get yourself an avatar, shoutouts, and much, much more. Anyway, that's enough from me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and we will be right back. Well, everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it's time for us to get back to the stream. And oh boy, it looks like JD Vance is giving a goddamn speech here. What is this dude
Proud
saying?
of you.
So proud of you. So proud.
And I want to say you represent an unbroken line of greatness, of excellence.
Unbroken
And one of
line
the
of-
things the president...
After that display, I don't think you can kind of make that claim. A great display of excellence? Come on.
Come on!
It's the most pathetic military parade I've ever seen. Maybe we should never have done it in the first place. Just an idea. Fucking excellence, says JD Vance. The great excellence and greatness. The greatest excellence and greatness of all time. Great, excellent greatness. All right, after all of that, as we transition to the no King's Day parades, I think we all deserve this.
Oh no, right in the kisser. MAGA World is up in arms today after the bonk by a boom mic seen round the world. It happened as Trump left the White House en route to Mar-a-Lago with Elon Musk's little boy X merrily hopping along beside him. They flew to Joint Base Andrews, where Trump stopped to speak to reporters before taking off. The president was momentarily taken aback by the boink and gives the reporter holding the mic some serious side-eye. She apologizes, and he appears to shake it off, even cracking wise.
To get the hostages back. She just became a big story.
Big story.
Right?
You're welcome.
This is the same boom that hit the president. It's very soft and
The famous boom mic. Give that mic a raise.
likely did not hurt. It's made from soft plastic and covered with this furry cover to protect the microphone underneath from the wind. The reporter...
Hopefully it protected the mic from Donald Trump's face. All right. Let's start in Washington, D.C., where we last left off, where Status Coup News was streaming live from the protests being held there.
Hello, it's Ashley Bishop with Status Coup. John Farina and I are live on the ground in Washington, D.C., where it is very hot and humid, covering the anti-Trump protest outside of Trump's combined authoritarian North Korea-style military parade and 79th birthday party that he threw himself at the taxpayers' expense.
I gotta say, we've been checking in on the North Korean military parades in between all of this footage. I think that's being too generous. Not even as good as a North Korean military parade. We can't even manage that. We tried to be fascist dictators.
And 79th birthday party that he threw himself at the taxpayers' expense. Protests under the banner No King's Day have been organized all across the country today by liberal resistance groups like No Kings, which has been bankrolled by a member of the Walton family of Walmart. Indivisible, 50501, which have all organized protests like the hands-off protest that took place earlier this year across the country. Notably, the protest here in D.C. was not organized by these groups. On this, co-executive director of Indivisible, Leah Greenberg, said, "We want to create contrast, not conflict. The choice to hold No King's Day events in every city but D.C. is a deliberate choice to keep the focus on contrast and not give the Trump administration an opportunity to stoke and then put the focus on conflict." So again, this protest that we are at right now in D.C. is not an official part of the No King's Day protests that are happening across the country and in other places like Dublin, where I saw that they're also holding a No King's Day protest today. So on to the price tag for this parade. The Trump administration has not disclosed the full cost of the parade, but reports have ranged from nearly $50 million to $143 million for the entirety of this whole circus.
$143 million? Come on.
Come on!
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
However, companies like Lockheed Martin, Amazon, UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship,
Palantir.
Coinbase, and Palantir have been pitching in with private donations to help offset some of the costs, but the government is still expected to spend $25 to $45 million on, again, this combined, like North Korea-style authoritarian military parade and birthday event for Trump's 79th birthday, which is today. And those millions will be spent on quite a few things. So 6,700 soldiers, 150 vehicles, including dozens of tanks, a firework display, 50 aircraft to fly overhead, including World War II airplanes and military tech, like rocket launchers. Yes, rocket launchers, because that is something we definitely need right now while working people are struggling. Not only is this not a normal thing for a country still pretending to be a democracy to do, and on that note, neither of many of the things that Trump has already done, which sort of resets the baseline of what people are willing to accept. This is coming at a time when the sole purpose of the government, according to the Trump administration, is to cut government waste and increase efficiency. And I cannot think of anything more wasteful than spending $143 million, or to be fair, up to $143 million on a military birthday parade when, again, working people are struggling. And we are being told that we're cutting social services that working people rely on because we simply cannot afford to feed, house, and provide health care and other necessary services for working people. But according to Trump, we can't afford to put on this.
Is that your house was struck by lightning, Looney Tunes? That's weird. Hope you're okay. Super chats help you? How do super chats help you? I don't understand. Either way, I hope everybody's good.
Grotesque
pretty
display
scary.
of military bravado. So we have been on the ground covering the anti-ICE protests in New York City and LA. Tina Berg has been covering the anti-ICE protests for us in LA. She's been doing an excellent job. So do check out her coverage. She was hit with tear gas. She was also shot with a stray less lethal a few days ago. So again, do check that out. She's been doing some really great work for us at Status Coup. And we do not expect any of those protests to let up. And again, all of these liberal resistance protests for No King's Day are now occurring at a time where the entire country has erupted in anti-ICE protests. So that could change the trajectory of these things. But we'll see. We'll be in D.C. all day covering this for you guys. And just to add to the anti-ICE protests, yesterday it was reported that Trump has set aside an additional $45 billion for ghoulish companies like Geo Group and Core Civic to build more immigration detention centers to disappear people into. And this is happening while detainees, or better put, prisoners at Delaney Hall have been rioting over terrible conditions over the last few days. 4 prisoners escaped, and as far as I know, they have not yet been found. And John Farina covered the ensuing chaos that happened outside of Delaney Hall just a couple of nights ago. So check out that coverage. And again, that is going to affect how this No King's Day nationwide event goes down today. So we will be live on the ground. Again, John Farina and I will be live on the ground in D.C. for the rest of the day. We expect the military parade to not happen until 6:30, and there will be fireworks after that. So it's going to be a long day for us. We will be live streaming as much of it as we can. So stay tuned with us, and we will check in with you as much as possible.
I'm going to switch. Stand up and speak out. I'm going to switch microphones. Absorb the fight and wrath of Donald Trump. We need to be prepared in the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and all those who marched with them in solidarity to receive their violence, but not to return it. This is the level of commitment. This is the level of courage that each of us must bring to bear if we are going to realize the mantra that we are calling forth in this nonviolence, grassroots, people-powered movements that we all must adopt and live by. I say it once again, and I ask that you join with me.
I have no idea who this guy is.
Trump protest. Today there are nationwide protests for No King's Day. This protest is not a part of No King's Day. This is a separate event, again, held at the same time as the No King's Day protest. In just a minute, the speakers are going to stop speaking, and we will be marching to the White House. So follow along with us while we are talking to people who came to protest today in D.C. We will be streaming live all day from D.C. We expect to be out here all day. So again, follow along with us for the rest of the day today.
If there are any security concerns or questions or something you may think is a problem, there are people in yellow vests.
Yeah, you're right. That dude did look like Rick Scott. It was creeping me out.
Trump must go now!
While we're waiting for the march to start, we wanted to welcome new Status Quo members: NC, Deborah, Carrie, Colleen, Christina, Linda, and Ryan. Welcome, guys. We're glad to have you at Status Quo.
I'm trying to find this story that you're talking about right now in Virginia. Sounds pretty horrifying. By the way, we still have like an hour left to try and complete the goal right now, people. And we're at, technically, it says 1 to 5, but we're really at, where were we at? 3? I think we were at 3 last time I checked.
If you are not yet a member of Status Quo, please do subscribe. We have been covering, all of these protests on the ground.
I will also count PayPal and Cash App donos to
the country,
to the
covering the fight
goal
against fascism. So please do subscribe so that you can follow our work that we are bringing you across the country.
Unfortunately, that Twitch link's not going to do anything right now, Looney. We haven't been streaming, I don't know if you've noticed, to Twitch lately. Unfortunately, my multi-streaming capabilities were taken away. My membership, my Streamlabs Premium, not Premium, Ultra, I guess it's called. Same idea. That got, I had like a full year that I bought last year. That's run out, and now I don't know if I can justify doing that. I'm trying to find a new way to do it. The target demands 5. Well, like if you know perfectly well, I'll count smaller donations. You know, someone donates $250, I'll count it as a half of a dono.
It takes a lot of resources for us to be able to do things like go to DC and cover this anti-Trump protest in DC. John and I are based out of New York City, so obviously it costs money, it takes resources, all of that kind of thing. Your support allows us to do these kind of things. So again, if you are not yet a member and have not yet joined Status Coup, you can do that at statuscoup.com/join for as little as $5 a day. It doesn't take much, but it helps us out a lot. So every $5 subscription helps us to cover these costs so that we can continue covering all of these protests on the ground for you.
Wait, was it? Wait, is that right? Wait, did you do a $20 super chat? What was it?
Okay, so the march is starting to head out now, and John and I are at the front of the march. We are leaving Logan's Circle now, again toward the White House.
If that's the case, we might be way closer. Oh, it was 20. Okay, I take it back. Hold on, everybody. That means we're at 5, not 3. Yeah.
Felon I ever heard of.
All right, well, there's the protests happening in D.C. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. But a lot of people came out to protest on No King's Day. Fight against fascism. Let's go to Philadelphia. Dropsite News had the live stream.
It's live!
Do you know how you know it's Philadelphia? The Rocky statue. Somehow these kids are better than the music that we got at the birthday parade.
Is your whole hippocampus is just like sod. Don't think about it, think about it, think about it, think too hard. Just do what feels right in the mind of a worm. Something very deep inside, guiding all the brightest minds. No reason to be confused. All the world will eventually be consumed by little worms.
Before I say anything today, I want us to take a moment and consider the violence that we heard about this morning in Minnesota. I want to ask Reverend Della Owens if she would come and read the name of those who are now deceased. And we want to take a moment of meditation and reflection.
We remember State Representative Melissa Portman and her husband, Mark.
Oh my God, this is quiet as fuck.
As they were shot and killed. We remember State Representative John Hoffman and his wife, who were shot multiple times.
Jesus Christ, I want to hear this, but she's whispering underneath the microphone. Move the microphone. Not good.
That God is a very present help in the time of trouble. My faith calls us to, and the faith of many others, to embrace love and to rebuke hate, to rebuke fear, to rebuke death. And so let us do that together in this place in Philadelphia. And let us also embrace what many faiths and people, even not of faith, but who believe in a moral arc of the universe, and that is the oneness of our humanity. And let us be determined. Let us be determined even the more to be one people. And let us declare it. Would you grab a neighbor's hand or an arm, or whatever part they'll let you hold for a moment, and would you say to them, I love your life. I hold your life dear. I will protect your life. I will embrace your life. I will hope the best for your life. I will stand up for your life. Because we are one humanity and we need each other to survive. To my friend Ezra Klein and his wife, and all you have gathered today, we the people cannot bow. 2.5 centuries ago, Benjamin Franklin wasn't the name of a broad parkway you could walk down from Love Park to this great gathering in the city of brotherly love. Benjamin Franklin was a living, breathing human being in a city of 40,000 people, the largest city in the American colonies at the time. By 1777, there were as many as 14,000 British troops occupying Philadelphia, more than a third of the population of the city, because everyday people had linked up with everyday people in other colonies to declare their independence from tyrannical rule. 2.5 centuries later, a would-be king has ordered U.S. troops to occupy Los Angeles and to parade down the streets of Washington, D.C., to parade like the North Korean forces of Kim Jong-un. But we are here to say, no, that is not who we are.
Who is Kim Jong-un?
We are gathered in Philadelphia and in 2,000 cities and towns across America today. We are everyday people of every race, creed, and community and political affiliation, uniting in the great nonviolent tradition of those who came before us to demonstrate a better way, a way we have learned through this nation's painful struggles. The struggles that have taught us that we either go forward together or backwards divided. We are not a people who bow and give total allegiance to any ruler or policy, because bowing is not freedom and bowing is not in our spiritual DNA. We cannot be who we were made to be unless we are free. We are not a...
Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole speech, but we are going to check out multiple points during this protest. Who else was here? Oh, God. Jamie Raskin. I cannot listen to AIPAC Raskin today.
And everyday people. Not one instance of violence in the sweltering heat. People unrolling prayer blankets towards Mecca, others walking to tents to observe Shabbat. It was a beautiful day.
It was yesterday.
And 700 miles away in Jacksonville, Florida, a gunman with a swastika carved into his weapon opened fire in a predominantly black community and shot dead 3 people. Same day, same country. A tale of 2 Americas, much like the tale of 2 wolves. You all have heard the story, right? We talk about it a lot in our home, and it goes that a Cherokee grandmother told her granddaughter about a battle that goes on inside every person. My child, she says, the battle is between 2 wolves. One is full of anger, division, chaos, greed, arrogance, self-pity, resentment, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other is full of joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, community, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. The granddaughter thought for a moment and asked, well, which wolf wins? The grandmother pulled her close and said, the one you feed.
Yeah, we got to feed the good wolf. Feed that good wolf. Not the bad, nasty one.
And with you today in the city of brotherly love. A city steeped in the dream of liberty. A city that birthed a nation. And a city that has long carried the flame of resistance in the face of oppression. Philadelphia, you are no stranger to struggle. You were a sanctuary for runaway slaves, a refuge for the righteous abolitionist, a crossroads for the Underground Railroad, and today you're once again a sacred ground where justice calls and freedom answers. So it is only fitting that we gather here today, not in fear, but in faith, not in despair, but in defiance. We gather here in the shadow of Independence Hall.
It's a little too much faith talk going on around here. At this one, I you know, religion is fine, but let's do religion back at the church. How's that sound? That's just me personally.
No kings. No kings. No kings. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the co-president of Community Change, Lorella Praley.
Hello, Philadelphia! My name is Lorella Praley, and I'm here today as the co-president of Community Change, where we organize every day for a multiracial democracy and an economy rooted in dignity and justice. I'm proud to stand with you because this is our America, and in our America, we don't do kings. That might sound like a slogan, but it's more than that. It's a moral line in the sand, a declaration of what we refuse to become. Because what we're living through right now, what we saw in Los Angeles this week, is not normal. This is authoritarianism in motion. Unmarked vans, masked agents, people disappeared without notice, no names, no charges, mothers torn from their children, no lawyer, no phone call, and suddenly they are gone. That is not our America. And let me tell you something else. My presence here today, it wasn't guaranteed. When I was 2.5 years old, I was in a car accident that resulted in the amputation of my right leg. At that time, my family lived in Peru, and my mother made a courageous decision. She dreamed that her daughter would live a full life, and she believed the place where I could do that was right here in the United States of America. So we came. She started over, she cleaned houses, she cared for people's children, she worked tirelessly so that her own children could have something more. My mother believed in an America that had room for her daughter's dream, and that welcoming America, her America, is why I stand before you today as a citizen, as a mother, as a fighter, as your partner in this struggle to build a country where everyone can live with dignity and thrive. But the America we're seeing unfold right now, it's a nightmare. And we have to name it for what it is. Not an aberration, but a strategy. This is the blueprint of authoritarianism, the violation of rights, the erosion of norms, the manufacturing of fear, the targeting of the most vulnerable. So let's be clear. In our America, we say no to kings with secret police. We say no to separating mothers from their children. We say no to rounding up workers while billionaires get another tax break. We say no to turning neighbor against neighbor. So say it with me loud enough for every would-be king to hear. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
Beautiful, beautiful sentiment. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. Also, a megastar with the sweet, sweet super chat getting us up to 6, I believe. Happy Flag Day, everyone. Happy Flag Day, indeed. Happy No King's Day. All right. Just gonna keep going through some of the speakers here, see what people had to say.
How's everyone feeling? My name is Anu Joshi, and I am with the American Civil Liberties Union. And I'm here to say to you that no matter what, the ACLU is in this fight alongside you to save our democracy. Over the last 4.5 months, we've watched in horror as masked men snatch Mahmoud Khalil and other students from their families for exercising their First Amendment protected speech in support of Palestinian human rights. We've watched as they have spent billions of dollars to detain people thousands of miles from their families in private, for-profit detention facilities. We've watched as they've trampled all over people's due process rights and zip-tied children and ripped families apart. And just this week, we watched as the president federalized National Guard troops against the wishes of the state's governor and sent active duty military to an American city and my hometown, Los Angeles, California. And 2 days ago, we watched as this administration handcuffed a sitting United States senator for having the audacity to ask a question.
Illegal.
And this is only a part of a larger intimidation campaign as they arrest, charge, and detain not only elected officials, but journalists, universities, judges, union leaders, students, nonprofits, law firms, immigrants, and everyday Americans. But you know what? This isn't the president's country, it's ours. And like all of you, in those moments, we didn't just sit on the sidelines watching as he tried to use the immense power of the federal government to try and silence us through fear. We got to work. We have filed more than 100 lawsuits since the inauguration to challenge their extreme, cruel, and illegal actions.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, let's go to this. This is from CBS Philadelphia. where they asked protesters why they decided to attend this rally.
Good afternoon. I'm Aziza Shuler. We're bringing you special coverage today. The Philadelphia No Kings protest is underway. Hundreds are now marching and rallying against the Trump administration and its policies. That march started at Love Park and is traveling along the parkway to the steps of the Art Museum. That is where we find CBS News Philadelphia's Nikki Dementri. She joins us live from the Art Museum steps. Nikki, it seems as if people are moving out of that area at this moment.
Aziza, we're nearing the end of this rally. You can see, just like you said, the crowd has really thinned out over the last hour or so. The rain did pick up at one point, and that's when many people told me they've had a long day and they are heading home. And we've heard that, again, over the last hour as people were making their way out of Aikens Oval and the Art Museum steps and back down towards the Parkway to head home. Now, I want to take photojournalist Bill Siders is going to pan over here. You could still see there is a police presence here and there are still roads closed. You could see further in the distance that there is a garbage truck, a DPW garbage truck and dump truck just blocking the road. It's been like that all afternoon and actually earlier this morning. Things will start to open up as this rally and march comes to a complete end. But we asked a lot of people where they were coming from. This is supposed to be the flagship march, and organizers were encouraging people in D.C. to actually come to Philadelphia because there was not going to be a march in D.C. today. So we asked people where they were coming from. A lot of locals here, but not exactly from Philadelphia proper. They're from the burbs. They did have protests closer to their own home, but they decided to come here. This is what they told me as to why.
Wanted something a little bit bigger, even though that's local, that's great. I think I want to be part. Last time I did a really big one was 2017 with the Women's March, Pink Hats. It was phenomenal. I walked for 3 hours next to a woman who had been at the civil rights marches. So hoping to replicate something simple.
If they could take one message away, what do you want that big message to be?
Oh, that's a really tough one because there's so many things he's doing. But, protect our senior citizens, keep Medicaid and Medicare safe, keep our Social Security safe, stop sending the military against us, and keep our hardworking immigrants safe as well.
This guy showed up in a fucking Revolutionary War outfit. I love it. Okay. Let's go peep some of the protests happening in Phoenix, Arizona. This is Fox 10 Phoenix. No sound? I think it might just be helicopter footage. You can see people lining the streets here. Well, lining the sidewalks at least. Everybody's got signs. Huh. Why can't they get volume? Get us a microphone, sir. I guess it's tough from a helicopter. You can see people took over a walking bridge over here of this highway. Wow, this is a pretty extensive protest. Looks like there's protests all over Phoenix. All right, I'm not going to stare at this completely quiet footage all day. Let's go here. Global news. The Hulk was at the protest.
What's dear to me is the feeling of calm and peace and safety. What's dear to me is my health and my family and my friends and my work and my neighbors and my community and all the different beautiful people of this country. That's what's dear to me. That's what's dear to us. You might have forgotten that. And what's dear to me is this democracy. And this feeling of togetherness and unity and brotherly and sisterly love and respect and care for one another that this movement is engendering in all of us today. I'm here because no matter how messy the founding fathers of this nation, how messy the founding fathers of this nation may have been, when we got one thing right. We wanted a nation for the people, by the people, that made each man, woman, and child equal, no matter what race or religion or anything else used to divide us as people. And that we would rule by the belief and trust in one another. That we didn't want to be ruled by a king or a monarch or a dictator or a supreme leader or some crappy-ass CEO. That sucked. We hated that. That's why we came to America. We literally started a whole new country based on the simple idea of no kings. And it's that idea that brought most of us here, unless you're an American native or a Mexican, to this country. We built this country strictly on the no kings rule my country, my body, or my faith policy. That and the simple notion that you can't be arrested and tossed into a dungeon or a detention center or a concentration camp or some damn basement without a fair trial. We don't fuck with that.
We don't fuck with that, says Mark Ruffalo. I feel that. I feel that, Mark.
Sadly, today Donald Trump and the administration of billionaires, crackpots, and ice brigades have taken over. We have a king and his court and his beige henchmen, and they're trampling on our rights and our laws and our freedoms, making themselves richer with taxpayer dollars and making us less safe with their love of other kings and dictators and the likes of Putin and Netanyahu and Kim Jong-un of the world. Well, Trump today is blowing $45 million of our tax money on his kingly dictator's military birthday bash. In our nation's capital, we are gathering here by the hundreds of thousands in locations of thousands around the USA and the world in the spirit of our founding fathers, and our brothers and sisters of the Boston Tea Party. We're patriots and we're lovers of democracy. And we're here to celebrate the land of the brave and the home of the free. And the one thing that King Trump and his masked henchmen are making clearer and clearer every day, every law they break, every single day, is that we are going to have to be brave if we want to be free.
Hell yeah, Hulk. Hell yeah. We're gonna have to be brave if we want to be free. Here we go. I think that was in New York. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but fairly certain. Mark Ruffalo and the two ladies from, what's it called? Oh god, that was a good show, and I can't even think of it. I want to call it Girls, but that's definitely not it. Broad City. Broad City. I don't know if anybody noticed that. I noticed it immediately. Okay, let's go to San Francisco. This. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah! There we go. People in San Francisco doing some live performance art, if you will. I appreciated it. Making a message in humans. Got the American flag out there. Let's go to North Carolina. Protests happening all across the world. People are not kidding about that. But especially in the United States. Seeing a lot of American flags out here at these protests. That's very strange. I was told that protesters were anti-American by Donald Trump.
Illegal.
Strange. Seems to be a lot of American, America lovers at these protests. Shocking. People who love America don't like watching one man try and become a dictator. Weird. Weird.
Don't be creepy.
Okay, settle down. By the way, we are running out of time on the goal. Might go a little bit longer past it, but we are four super chats or super stickers or some combination of those with memberships or whatever else to get us over the line. I know it says 2 of 10, but we're really 6 of 10 right now. So we're closer than it seems. All right, let's go here to CBC News, Canada. From 4 hours ago. I just realized this is Forbes. This is definitely footage from the protest in D.C. I got tricked.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You're looking at Los Angeles. Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration. This movement is called the No Kings Movement, and it comes after days of protests over federal immigration raids, including, once again, those in Los Angeles. Organizers say rallies are happening in about 2,000 locations across the U.S. Journalist Steve Futterman has more from one of those rallies in L.A.
This is one of around 30 protests that are taking place throughout the LA area today, but this is the main one. We're right across the street from City Hall, and you can see behind me, lots of people have gathered already. Don't know how many people they expect. It could be thousands, it could be up to 10,000. We just don't know. Let's take a look, though, at some of the other protests taking place around the country. Let's go first to some video. These are protesters in Mar-a-Lago, near where Donald Trump lives in Florida. So you have protests there. And let's now go back to Philadelphia. You can see some of the protests there as well. Really every major city having protests today. And let's take a look now at some protests in Atlanta, in the South as well. So they're going to get thousands and thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands when you add everyone up today at these protests around the country.
Omega Star, there we go. Yeah. I love that no one showed up to Donald Trump's birthday party. Aw. Aww. Yeah. Didn't go quite to plan, I don't think. You know, it didn't seem like everybody was as excited about this parade as he was. Seems like people were more excited to go and protest the parade. More so than actually watching it.
Obviously, focusing on Donald Trump, the No Kings moniker, referring to the fact that many people here believe that Donald Trump has taken too much power over the powers that a president should have in this country. And of course, here in Los Angeles, it's sort of being combined with the anti-immigration raids, protests against the immigration raids that we've had here the last week.
And so the people attending these protests, what are they hoping to accomplish, Steve?
Whoa, super chat from a chatter I don't think I've ever seen. Amy G with actually a super sticker. A laughing, jovial pair. Thank you, Amy. Much appreciated. That is, where are we at? 8 of 10 now, I think? That means we're only 2 away, people. We are getting super, super close.
They, like any protest, Natasha, they want to send a message. They want to show large numbers. Much of this is optics. They want people to see that there are lots of people against Donald Trump. Now, let's go and talk to someone who's here for the first time, her first protest. This is Christina Jobert. And Christina, you told me this is the first time you've ever attended a protest. Why this one, and why did you decide to be here?
Oh, my God.
I think
This guy has got... This guy is clinging to his hair. Just give up, dude. This right here, the top strap of hair that tricks people that are shorter than you, has gotta go. This dude just fucking cut it off, dude. This is, oh God. I appreciate the dedication, but this is dude, just cut it. Just give in, okay? You're bald. You quit pretending you're not bald.
I think because, you know, like, our country is suffering right now. I think people are suffering, and it doesn't really matter who you voted for. Everyone is afraid, everyone is suffering, and we're fighting, and I'm here to stand for love. I'm here to stand for compassion, for humanity, for people treating one another like humans again, rather than...
Hell yeah. People treating each other like humans again, I'm about it. Oh my God. 2 super chats in a row. Scared Crow. We're celebrating over here. Let's get that confetti. Absolutely. 100%. And Columbia Rican, Trump's approval has taken a huge hit, especially now that there's been political terrorism from MAGA. The right has lost the narrative. 100%. Wait, that's enough. That gets us done. That gets it done. Hold on, we gotta go to the office over here. You deserve confetti. Get that confetti. Let me get that confetti going for you all. It's beautiful. I was worried we weren't going to complete the goal, and look at that. With only 10 minutes to go, we did it. We did it. It's a great job. Thanks to all of you people. It's made it possible for this entire stream to happen tonight. And I mean, in a way, you're getting almost like bonus, like midday, late evening, I guess, content, which we, usually don't start until around this time or later. We still got a lot of stuff to get into here, although it is mostly focused on No King's Day, or at least trying to focus on No King's Day as much as possible. Okay. Whoopsies, that's not what I meant to. No, don't unlock it. There we go. Hide it. Thank you. All right. That is a serious comb over. No, it's intense. It's like 7 hairs, like, balled up together. They're probably like 10 feet long each. He just sorts of gels them up and sticks them to his head, I guess.
Like animals, and I know a lot of people are here against something, but I do think there needs to be some people that stand for something, and I just want to save what we love in this country.
And tell me your thoughts about the Trump administration policies the last few months. Have they bothered you?
Yeah, I think they have, but they bother me because they cut to the core of what makes us human, and they force us to lose our ability to respect each other and show compassion and love for each other. And I think there's policy, and then there's the tactics, and I think the way we're going about it hurts a lot of people, hurts us as humans, and then it takes away from the message overall.
So that's Christina Jobert, her first protest. See what she experiences today. Now, there is a large law enforcement presence here. Like I said, across the street, City Hall, we have a large contingent of LA sheriff's officers here. And behind us, one of the streets behind us has been completely cordoned off by the LA police. So they are here to deal with any problems if there are problems. The organizers of this protest, though, have urged people to stay peaceful. Obviously, there are people with amped up.
All right. There is the CBC News Network's coverage sending Canadian reporters down into the United States.
Oh, Canada.
Let's go to LA now. Here's KTLA 5 from 5 hours ago.
Our special breaking news coverage continues for the 11 o'clock hour, coast to coast, nationwide. No King's Day protests, as organizers are calling them, are underway. Here at home, the protests in LA kicked off a little less than an hour ago. Today is expected to be a historic day of demonstrations. Those No King's Day organizers say they are protesting against President Trump and his policies.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the KTLA Morning News special coverage at 11 a.m. I'm Megan Tellis.
And I'm Lauren Lister. We thank you for joining us. And if you were streaming online, thank you for continuing. If you've made the switch over from broadcast, we thank you so much. Our breaking news coverage continues of the massive nationwide demonstrations against President Trump and what's being called No King's Day. And that's where we find KTLA's Erin Meyer. She's on the ground in downtown LA, which is expected to be the largest of these protests locally. And Erin, we have seen a very large crowd out on the streets there.
Hi, you two. Good morning. Yeah, they were expecting thousands, and that is what we are seeing. Around 9 o'clock, still didn't see that many people, and then all of a sudden you just saw throngs of them start to arrive, and you can see some of them here behind me. It started at City Hall. Now they are marching. There was a rally earlier, and as I said, we're seeing so many people up here, and I have one family. They came from all over Orange County, Inland Empire. We're going to start with Andre. Now, Phyllis, you guys got the entire family out here. Why'd you want to be here?
Well, my beautiful family's here. I got my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, my father-in-law, and we're out here because it's really important that we support each other, but we all do it in a very peaceful way. I mean, look, like my sign says, once Columbus arrived, we all became immigrants, so everybody's here. We should all do this for a good cause, speak in a good way. So that's why we're all here, for love.
For love.
Yes.
And then tell me a little bit, you mentioned the peaceful. I've been hearing from so many people that is really the way to get the message across, actually. The violence that we've seen at some of these protests, not going to get the reaction that is needed.
Absolutely. Look, you know, the media will always.
All the violence we've seen from the police, is that what you're talking about? How they've been shooting reporters and innocent, just people walking down the street to their apartments. Is that the violence we're talking about?
Try to portray, let's get violence out there or so forth. We don't need to do that. Everything is peaceful. We can do this in a peaceful way. We're all if you just look around, everybody's walking around with their signs up, and I think it's going to be a good sunny day here in Los Angeles.
And then Lorraine, talk to me a little bit about what you're hoping the messages from today, that the administration, because people are speaking out against the Trump administration, what do you want them to hear?
That we're all humans. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about caring about people. We're all here for one reason, and that is the American dream. Whether you come from South America, Central America, Europe, wherever you come from, we all just want the American dream for our families, and that's why we're here, because it is not about being wrong. It's not about being right. It's about being human.
And you guys have a little one with you. What do you hope he gets from this?
We just want to show him, you know, what it is to be equal rights. No matter where you come from, we want him to know that we're here to protest because we don't like dictatorship, and we want everyone's rights to be equal and for everybody to be treated as a human being.
And they are calling this No King's Day. Talk to me a little bit about, President Trump has said he doesn't feel like a king. What are your thoughts on that?
It doesn't feel...
Trump is definitely...
I don't even understand. What is that supposed to mean? Donald Trump created an AI image of himself as a king on a fake Time magazine cover. We're really supposed to even... I can't believe they're even asking this question from the perspective as if like this is a real question as to whether or not Donald Trump thinks he's a fucking king. Oh my God.
Not a king, that's for sure. Look, I understand it's his birthday. I mean, look what everything going on over there in Iran right now. Look what everything that's going on. I mean, it's common sense. Let's wake up, America. We need to do things what's right for us. Like I said, it's about love. Love each other, you know, help each other. We should be supporting each other. We don't need to be hurting each other. And that's the message that we need to be sending to everybody today.
And then your thoughts, I know law enforcement, they're telling people to get their voices out there, to be heard, but to do so, as we said, peacefully. What is it like? Have you seen the National Guard? You've seen the Marines here. How do you feel with that?
As you can see here, it's very peaceful.
Wait,
you always...
Did you hear that guy in the background? I don't know quite. I didn't quite hear all of that. But as he walked away, I think he said, Obama, Obama, Obama.
As you can see here,
Obama.
It's very peaceful.
Why are you randomly yelling Obama?
You always gotta have those people that are going out of the ways to make it unpeaceful, but
Obama, why is he always getting the Nobel Peace Prize instead of me?
Everybody, you hear the music, everybody's celebrating. We're here for a good cause. We're hoping that law enforcement is here to help us. So they're here all around. They're here to protect us. So I think this is going to be a really good result for everybody.
Thank you both for speaking to us. And thank you as well. Once again, though, there are protests happening all across the country. About 2,000, we're told. They are expecting millions to take to the streets. This one here in downtown, they're going to march. And we are hearing they will be back at City Hall at some point, but right now everybody's taking off and getting out there. They've got their signs. We're hearing the music right now, but the goal, as we've been saying throughout the morning, nonviolent protests, everything hopefully to remain peaceful. And on that, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you.
Dude, these protests are fucking huge. Look at the line of people.
We're hearing the music right now, but the goal, as we've been saying throughout the morning, nonviolent protests, everything hopefully to remain peaceful. And on that, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
It's got to be
Erin,
like
I love that you're talking to
100,000
people on the ground and getting their perspectives. And I'm curious, you know, going forward, an interesting question would be how many people this is their first protest they've come to, or this week, or if they've been out at the immigration protest earlier this week would be interesting. I'd be curious to know.
And also for those maybe who never had intentions of going out to this, but due to what has happened this week with the ICE raids, Was that more fuel to their fire to get them to make a sign to get out there?
I think so. From what we're hearing, it's about 50-50, at least from what I've seen with people I've talked to. Some have been out here prior, some very first protest, and they said they knew this was happening before, but the immigration, anti-immigration protests throughout the week fueled them also to be out here again today. So we're seeing a mixture of both, first-time protesters and those who've already been out here in downtown.
Erin, thank you so much for that reporting on the ground there. You're looking at downtown LA. Now let's look at where another one of these protests is going on, because they are planned in a number of cities all throughout our region. The Sheriff's Department for LA County said 30 events in LA County that he was aware of the No Kings Day protests. You're looking now at Long Beach. This is where another No Kings protest is getting underway. You can see the protesters out there on the streets and the cars driving by and honking. Demonstrations lining the road there. This is going on at Bixby Park Annex, East Ocean Boulevard and Junipero Avenue in Long Beach.
And it's just one of the many protests happening today across Southern California and across the country. Here was a look at both protests now. We got downtown LA from up in the sky, so Sky 5, and on the ground in Long Beach. We can now go to Rich Prickett, who's overhead downtown LA. That's where we have Sarah Welch there this morning, Aaron Myers. And exactly where are you now, Rich?
I'm looking at City Hall right now, right here on Spring Street, where we're still seeing thousands of people here near Grand Park. Now, the march is on the move. They are making their way down Broadway as we speak. The plan is to make their way to Pershing Square. And
the man saying he's a 27-year-old veteran who admits crossing over the yellow tape. Immigration arrests at restaurants, at hotels, at farms. That's, of course, amid the...
Okay, all right. Hold on, I need to refresh my list over here. I've been trying to update it as we've been going here, so I get as much of what's happened today into this stream. This is more from LA.
This started less than an hour ago. People started turning out around 9:45 this morning, and I would say we have more than 1,000 people now in the streets of downtown LA. And I do want to draw your attention here west of City Hall. This is going to be on North Broadway. You see this balloon that organizers have set up, again, as part of this No Kings rally. It appears to be fashioned after Donald Trump.
It is Donald Trump.
And there is a
It's an orange
this
baby.
banner that says,
it's an orange baby.
Reject tyranny.
Oh, look at that little baby. Aww. Angry little orange baby. That baby looks mad.
There are...
Can somebody get that little baby sucker or a baba? Orange baby Trump making a appearance in LA. Now, up north in Seattle, apparently 70,000 people marched from Cal Anderson to Seattle Center. Pretty crazy. There's the numbers. I wonder what the numbers are going to be for all these
Madison,
protests.
One of the largest crowds Seattle has ever seen, coming to an end behind me here at Seattle Center. Police say no property damage in this peaceful protest, and that it is a peaceful ending. A live look over my shoulder here. People say this is leaving them feeling hopeful after a disturbing week of political violence across the country. Seattle police estimate 70,000 marched to the Seattle Center, stretching for more than a mile downtown. They marched with signs opposing the Trump administration, also signs supporting immigrants' rights. Speakers at Cal Anderson Park spoke to thousands for about an hour earlier today. Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal condemned political violence this week, from President Donald Trump's federalization of the National Guard in Los Angeles to the assassination of a Minnesota lawmaker this morning. But hope is the feeling people are leaving with today.
I think we're in dangerous times, you know. I think community action like this is the first step in healing the country. And so it's good to see everyone out.
I feel energized and I feel hopeful to be here around so many other like-minded citizens standing up and protecting our democracy.
I'm trying for hopeful. But, you know, it's a difficult thing to fight. But I love Seattle, and I love the fact that we're all here and making our positions known.
The No Kings protest here in Seattle was peaceful. Organizers called on demonstrators to de-escalate any aggression, which we saw and heard none of today. Back here live at Seattle Center, again, another look at the crowd remaining from one of the largest demonstrations the city has ever seen. Some commotion as we come on the air here. So many people clogged the streets earlier today that we had to drive out of our way to get here, but police have been on just about every block. Coming back on camera now, Madison, the hardest part about today was probably the sun.
Okay, 70,000 people marching in Seattle. Back to LA now. This was a live stream that just ended in LA once again. You can see armed police surrounding protesters here. Why does this building look so fascist? What building is this? What the fuck is up with this brutalist architecture thing going on? What, so the Reuters didn't feel like going over to the person screaming? They're just gonna set the camera up over here? Really?
Just tell them to use reasonable force. They know
Great news job you're doing. Great journalism. Can't even figure out who's screaming. Yes, good footage of the trees. Oh, wow. Great footage. Oh, wow. We got like 500 cops out here. What a garbage job. Gotta make that money. Gotta pay the bills. Go out there, deprive people of their civil rights. This fascist garbage is getting me real sick. I am so tired of watching protesters be surrounded by, you know, armored up fucking police officers. You know, it's getting real tired. At some point, this turns from MLK to Malcolm X. At what point that happens, I guess we'll have to see. Wow, I wonder what we're arresting this woman for. What did she do? Arrested for speaking up. The Gestapo is here. No free speech for you. All right, I got a bunch of live streams that are still going on in LA to go to.
Split screen with hundreds of No Kings had planned a much more low-key celebration of the Army's birthday. It was President Trump who called for a massive parade, price tag from $25 to $45 million, with some expecting the cost to climb higher. Part of the criticism that the president had politicized the military.
Hold on, they won't let me. They won't let me. Fucking.
Now still refusing to leave. Do we have Mario?
Yes, Gigi, we're continuing to see that crowd being pushed south here on North Broadway and First Street. And what we've noticed here is for the last couple of minutes, while we're hearing LAPD on the loudspeaker telling the crowd, giving the crowd orders to move, we have...
I'm going to interrupt you just for a second. We're going to go back to Justin O'Brien, who's over a scene that, again, seems to also be escalating as more police officers move in. Justin?
Yeah, that's correct, Gigi. We're seeing actually a big movement of LAPD. This actually could be CHP as well. Got officers on horseback here coming in to deal with that crowd. This is an intersection you're referring to that they were firing commercial-grade fireworks at the deputies. This is Temple and Hill. So I come out wider, you can actually see City Hall here. And, of course, Mario's on the other side with that large crowd there. And this area here, actually, the crowd seems to have dispersed a little, but LAPD bringing in the numbers here, as I was saying before, there weren't enough sheriff deputies to lock down both the east and north and south sides of this intersection. So they're going to try to push these demonstrators. I believe they're going to try to push them possibly west up this way, so they have all the demonstrators going in the same direction, and then they'll come down here and clean out this group of people who are causing havoc for the officers who are in the building guarding the general public entrance to City Hall. So slowly but surely they're trying to make moves on these officers, they're trying to make moves on these protesters, Gigi.
And Justin, we're going to go to Mario Ramirez. Mario Ramirez is on the ground, and what he's been seeing apparently are also rubber bullets being fired. Mario, what are you seeing? Do we have Mario? Okay, Mario will be back right now. Now we see, it appears that it looks like a BMW almost. I can't tell. It's a white convertible. I see the person who had been sitting in a wheelchair now lifting, holding up what appears to be that same wheelchair, and in the driver's seat of that car that for a while appeared abandoned. Mario Ramirez live also at the scene. Mario, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we just saw LAPD officers, about 24 initially arriving here at Temple and Spring Street after crowd was being cleared near the intersection just down the street where you were reporting that fireworks were being thrown. So what happened is all of a sudden, near the Hall of Justice, we saw those officers swarm in here, and you heard some of the protesters, demonstrators out here saying, clear the street, they're coming, with rubber bullets and tear gas. And then all of a sudden we heard those rubber bullets being fired, and a lot of the crowd here making their way again in front of City Hall here towards 1st Street on Spring. Now what we can see is a huge increase in force that really seemed to come out of nowhere all of a sudden here in front of the Hall of Justice. And a lot of people here throughout the last couple of hours we've seen have been passing out masks, passing out water, and warning that tear gas and these less lethal munitions can cause pain and they can sting. So a lot of these demonstrators have been looking out for each other, and we're seeing, as has been mentioned before, a lot of flags from all over. American flags, Mexican flags from different countries as well here. We saw one Poland flag and a sign expressing that country's support, or at least someone representing that country here on the ground. So as we continue to hear the chanting, the crowd is kind of pushing back towards Temple here on Spring after being rushed away from those rubber bullets. And officers right now, they're not firing, but they do look like they're ready at any moment as the crowd gets closer and closer. But we're not seeing any fireworks, any bottles or rocks.
The way they talk about the police objective of curtailing protest with violent suppression, it's wild. It is wild how the news fucking treats this shit.
Masks to suspected rioters during a protest that turned violent. Of course, those that work with the man that was arrested, Alejandro Orellana, say that he is simply an activist and he wanted to protect protesters. The FBI has a much different take on it. He says, they say that he was there helping those who had planned to riot. And you do indeed see a lot of people who do appear very well prepared. They're not just wearing surgical masks. And the LAPD does believe that this is a relatively small, although small in this case could mean 500, compared to the thousands of people that were on the streets earlier, a relatively small group of agitators that are there. Mario, I see people with bullhorns. What is everyone yelling? Of course, things that can be said on television. Mixed in with the agitators, facing off with LAPD officers that are right there. Mario
the
Ramirez,
agitators, says KTLA or Fox
Continue
11.
to tell us, you've got the best view there. Tell us what you're seeing. And we want want to...
one of the protesters here saying they...
We want to excuse any language that you might hear. Emotions running extremely high. And you are watching live on Fox 11 the chaotic scene in downtown Los Angeles. Keep in mind, this is limited to a relatively small area of downtown Los Angeles near City Hall, near LAPD headquarters, near the Hall of Justice there. And protesters currently are also marching on 7th towards the Rampart area. LAPD saying that those protesters are peaceful. They're simply exercising their First Amendment right, and there's been no concerns, although they're keeping a close eye, obviously, on that group. You see their protesters with their hands up. We have Mario Ramirez on the ground. We have Justin
to earlier, who were blocking
opinion or air our grievances against the governor. This must be very disheartening for you, Mary, because you know that this will end up being the takeaway from the protests in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and I think that that does such a disservice to what today really was, which was a community of immigrants, of people from all walks of life coming together, showing support for one another, and celebrating the diversity that Los Angeles truly represents in ways that only Los Angeles would, with dancing and with lowriders and with, just a lot of love, a lot of celebration, and really honoring the multicultural melting pot that our community really has, become and has always been. And one of the things that, I will say is that I do think that there's a degree of the crowd reacting to some of the law enforcement handling of the situations, because there were times when people were chanting, and it may have been, different chants. Some of them were peaceful protests. Some of them maybe were a little bit more, vulgar in some capacities. But they were not aggressive. They were only using their
vulgar.
words.
Vulgar language. Oh no. Oh.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed.
Oh God, vulgar language. How is society supposed to exist with vulgar language?
And there were a lot of moments where the Cal Guard would come out in kind of full force with their shields and start pushing back the crowd, which did feel unnecessary to me. It did feel like they were almost trying to get a reaction from the crowd.
Yeah.
And I saw moments in the crowd where everyone started really turning to one another, reminding each other to stay calm, do not react. So seeing it change like this and seeing the tear gas deployed the way that it was, it did feel very unnecessary from being within that crowd at that time.
Certainly detracts from the message, and this is exactly the concern, the fear that agitators
Oh my God. How many times are they going to say the fucking word agitator to me? The police are the ones who are agitating. There'd be no problems if they just didn't show up. It would be better for society if the police would just go back home.
And we're actually breaking concrete in downtown Los Angeles to be able to use.
Oh no.
Yeah, pretty much surrounding this area.
Well, that is quite a scene that you showed us right there with the amount of...
All right, this is the live stream from the AP. Where the fuck are they shooting at right now? Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. I gotta check something.
Than it was, and we started off with hundreds. Even in the last hour, there were hundreds of people just down the street at City Hall. They moved from First and Temple, and they were moved up to Broadway, and then from Broadway, from First down here to Second, and they continue to be pushed as the numbers are a lot lower than they were even just a short time ago. So it appears that this tactic from the LAPD to clear out the streets here appears to be working as we move into the night here.
And let me give some perspective on that and why these actions, if you were to look at any kind of map of downtown Los Angeles, the major protests, the No Kings protests today was at Grand Park. Well, where's Grand Park? It's right there where City Hall is. It is very close to the federal building. It is close to some of our other businesses that when it comes to government, it's close to the Kenneth Hall of Administration building, your LA County Superior Court. And what it is with this curfew, I'm guessing LAPD wanted to get those people away from City Hall. Move that crowd along from Grand Park. Let's take a look at Grand Park.
Yeah, I gotta get them away from City Hall, the building that their tax dollars pay for. That makes sense.
LA County Sheriff's
Gotta
Department.
get them away from
Now,
that.
we understand law enforcement called for help in that they were taking bottles, rocks, whatever it was there, and you saw the Sheriff's Department in force moving. That's Grand Park right there. You have the LA City Hall behind it there. You have the county building right there as well. with this curfew in place in less than an hour,
The clip
I'm
audio is
guessing that
really
goal
low.
was to get those people away from
This is as
First
high as
Street.
it goes.
You saw them
I have
moving
it
Mario shot
jacked up.
down to second, towards third. That puts them at least 3 blocks away from your City Hall building, where people who want to make a statement, every shot on every building, every glass window, as this skirmish line has moved these people along the Grand Park location right there in the big box there, where they had the King's Day, the No Kings protest. That probably is cleared out by now. All right, we're going to transition you now, and thank you for watching, and now join Fox 11.
And it is 7:05. Christine Devine, Gigi Graciette here in the Fox 11 studios as we continue with our coverage of the chaos right now happening in downtown Los Angeles during the No Kings protest. It's been just over 2.5 hours when the LAPD says outside agitators began attacking police officers. They issued a dispersal order. Many refused to leave the area, and it has been a chaotic scene ever since. We have Mario Ramirez and his photographer live on the ground, and we have been simulcasting on Fox 11 Plus and now Fox 11 with his continuing coverage.
Yeah, we are watching LAPD get ready for that curfew at 8 o'clock. Mario Ramirez was talking about everybody downtown may have gotten this alert on their cell phone, a reminder that curfew takes effect at 8 p.m. If you did not know there was a curfew, I would say, where have you been? This has been in effect for several days now in the city of Los Angeles, a 1 square mile area. Anybody watching from out of the country or out of the state, this is not all of LA. We have many, many cities in LA County, outside of Los Angeles. Think Santa Monica, think Whittier, think Downey, Irvine, Anaheim, think Riverside County, Ventura County, Santa Barbara County. This is a 1 square mile area.
One thing that I'm
downtown
constantly
Los
thinking
Angeles,
about when I
where
watch
there is that curfew at 8
when I watch
p.m.
this shit
We know
is
LAPD has been making arrests
does it
over the past few
do
days.
citizens
Anybody
have the
not right
in
the know
of the
has
use
really
of
been
force
in
and the
dark
protection
and
of
may
their
not really have
constitutional
much of an
rights and their
excuse.
liberties?
They issued that
It's one thing I'm
dispersal
constantly
order
wondering.
called an unlawful assembly. So LAPD with a huge presence. This shot does not do it justice when you think of the amount of LAPD officers that are there on the scene.
If you're engaged in non-criminal activity and you have police attacking you for doing nothing wrong, when is it right? When is it justified to use force? To say, no, fuck yourself. You're impinging on my goddamn liberty.
Yeah, we haven't seen any rubber bullets being fired or tear gas.
These people's tax dollars pay for the roads and streets, the sidewalks that they're standing on, the buildings that they're outside of, the salaries paying for these cops and for all of their weaponry and armor and all this other shit.
And pushed into Grand Park, and then
For
as we
what?
saw the skirmish lines continuing to build along Broadway and First, they kept pushing them down here towards Second, and it looks like this is where things have been stationed for the last little bit here, as a lot of the crowd has.
I'm sick of watching peaceful protesters getting pummeled by pepper balls, rubber bullets, projectiles
some alerts that went out, and we got one
thrown
here
to
that
the
City of
ground
Los
onto their
Angeles
fucking
declaring that
heads.
curfew in place from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Residents within the boundaries of that curfew.
The fact is, sure, cops look scary and they've got weaponry, but people are capable of overwhelming them. You know, you have 100,000 people versus 500 cops. The math just works out in a particular way.
That skirmish line here on Broadway a little closer to Second South, and pushing that remaining crowd towards 3rd Street now. This is near the historic Broadway Metro Station, again at the corner of Broadway and 2nd. Many of the people we spoke to coming in from outside areas, Montebello, Hawthorne, Inglewood, those are just a few of the locations that I was talking to protesters earlier who said they traveled here, some on public transportation because they knew the area here in downtown was going to be gridlocked. and within hours it would be packed with a lot of streets being closed off, which is what we're seeing here. Now, as far as the force from LAPD, we see a lot of LA County Sheriff's deputies out here, not with the LAPD at the moment, but we've seen that activity as well as National Guard troops making their way through this area. And for the most part, those National Guard troops, they're guarding, they're securing federal property and personnel, and they've also been assisting in these ongoing raids, at least some of them. They were seen, I believe, Thursday in blocking some of the streets where one raid was happening. And as we continue to see, for the most part, police out here, I do want to show you something. Elliot Mendoza behind the camera, if he can come down here, these rubber bullets, a lot of them on the street here, these were being fired at some of the demonstrators. So I was talking to a few earlier who said they were in extreme pain because of it. Obviously, they can cause pain, these less lethal munitions.
Oh, can they cause pain? They can cause pain. Sometimes getting shot with a rubber bullet hurts, as it turns out, according to Fox 5.
See a little of that. And
Brilliant analysis. Sometimes they hurt when you get shot by a projectile
any officers, but that's
moving at whatever 1,000 feet per second. Huh? Weird.
That is what these agitators have been doing. Yeah, and we're seeing more of these less lethal munitions here on the street. So the crowd appears to be following the orders. At times they go back into the street and start waving the flags, but as the skirmish lines continue to move, so does the crowd at this point. A little smaller than it was even just a short time ago, and now we've got about 50 minutes or so left before that curfew hits. But the dispersal order here in downtown LA, that's when we really saw this force of law enforcement moving in, as some of the crowd here remains downtown, being pushed again towards 3rd Street here on Broadway, Christine and Gigi.
And Mario, we're going to go to Justin O'Brien up in Skyfox, because in addition to everything else they have to deal with in downtown Los Angeles, we understand, and this actually happened earlier in downtown, there was a street takeover, Justin?
Yes, Gigi, just to give you an idea, this is where Mario's location is. This is just southwest of the Gloria Marina Grand Park. LAPD, obviously, their skirmish lines as I'm pushing down here. This is the area where Mario is, and this is where the group is being pushed. And as you said, yes, it's becoming a street takeover. Occasionally you see a smoke light up in the street there. It's actually people spinning their wheels. So this crowd is being pushed south on Broadway, and they're certainly taking over the intersections now and turning it into almost the street takeovers that we often see in Compton at night time, Gigi.
And Justin, earlier this afternoon, even when the protest was still peaceful, as thousands of people were on the street, there was a driver in a burgundy Dodge who suddenly began doing donuts in the intersection and spin-outs, putting all of those people in danger. LAPD moved quickly. I believe he or she was detained, but those were the reports coming from the scene earlier this afternoon. So in addition to all of the chaos that we're seeing, the city is also dealing with other things. There's a Dodgers game on, which of course is great for sports fans. We have a Dodgers game, and you have this issue. And because of what's happening in downtown Los Angeles, we want to tell you there is what's called a TFR. That stands for temporary flight restriction. So we have Skyfox right there on the perimeter of downtown Los Angeles, zooming in. The crew doing an absolutely amazing job. Justin, thank you very much. We know how difficult it is, how challenging it is, being 1,500 feet above everything and being able to report with such detail what you're seeing from Skyfox. And there you see a long line of cars. We can see the flashing lights, and now reports of street takeovers as the protesters leave. Some of them leave, some of them get into their cars, but not leaving the immediate area.
They're street takeovers? That's hilarious. They're street takeovers. There are planned protests that now have been forcibly moved. Where do you expect them to go exactly, Fox? These people are pathetic. This coverage is so garbage. But this is like one of the only live streams I can find right now. We gotta take a quick break. 4 hours in. Break number 2. Don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube with the super chats and the super stickers, memberships. Of course, if everyone became a member on YouTube that subscribed to the channel, we would have no more financial problems around here on this space station. But of course, there's other ways. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer YouTube not take a cut. Rather, every dollar go directly to producing this here stream. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron, of course. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Avatar, shout out, much, much more. So go onto the website. What are you waiting for? Find out what is waiting in store for you. All right, that's enough for me. Enjoy. Wait a second before I do that. Columbia Rican with a super chat. Oh my God, national emergency. There's donuts in LA. Columbia's right. Columbia is right. All right. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back into your seat, Space Fams.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Alright, going back to the protests in LA, where apparently a dispersal order has been put into effect. Oh, dispersal order, you say?
Was issued, and folks, not everyone left.
Sounds like something the prince would have said in Romeo and Juliet. Disperse! Disperse.
The area, so not a lot of faith is being placed in that 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew, which has worked for the most part in keeping downtown Los Angeles safer than before the curfew was issued.
Well, we do know there were no Kings protests all across Southern California, from El Segundo to Linwood here downtown at Grant Park.
We got some video earlier from Oxnard, Ventura County. They had hundreds of protesters take to the street, and reports are
Hundreds,
so
you
far
say?
Very peaceful.
Looked like a lot more than that.
Protesters are still out in Oxnard right now.
Hundreds
Let's
of
go
protesters.
To Mario Ramirez and his crew on the ground. Mario.
Hi, Gigi. You're seeing these LAPD officers, maybe about 24, some getting into these black and whites here. They're running through this parking lot towards Spring Street, which is on the other side. We're on Broadway, and we've been watching as the remaining crowd here has been pushed from 2nd Street, now closer to 3rd Street. And we can tell you that we were passing one of the metro stations here just a short while ago, and we noticed LAPD officers were blocking the metro station at Broadway and 2nd Street. So it appears that anyone who is thinking about even using public transportation to come downtown, or is planning to leave downtown using public transit, they may be blocking those entrances and exits, likely because of the curfew. Now, as for what you see here on Broadway, from 2nd to 3rd.
Why is this guy pointing a gun at somebody's fucking window?
Some of these cars are able to turn around and head in the other direction. And
shit is fucking insane.
Some of the people in
What?
the buildings here.
This needs to end.
Earlier, we saw one of the
We need to we gotta take all the guns away from the cops. All of them, even the less than lethal ones. After we get rid of the Second Amendment.
Rid of the Second Amendment. Keeping an eye on that area, as there are 2 people from a window up above looking down.
Just no more guns in this country. Nobody's responsible enough to have them, including the police.
Passing some of these residential buildings here downtown. Now, what we've seen is a lot of the people in that crowd that we showed you just 10 minutes ago have now dispersed. A lot of them moving off the sidewalk, where you see those cars that are now stuck, very slowly being redirected, turned around. But there's another crowd at 4th Street, so it looks like they're not going to get out of here anytime soon. We do hear LAPD officers making some commands. It's not exactly clear where they're telling people to go, but they're stationed here, and we continue to watch. There you go, another. That looked like fireworks. That looked like fireworks going off here at Broadway and 3rd.
And we did have reports, Mario, from the LAPD that people were using commercial fireworks. We actually saw that earlier.
Are you sure it's fireworks? Are you just gonna speculate? Are you a fireworks expert?
Yeah, and
it looks like police are shooting a bunch of explosives right now. That's what it looks like to me. Looks more like cops playing playing at explosives. Explosives time. Let's blow shit up.
Right in front, where between the protesters and police officers, but. Yeah, we just heard those fireworks from the next intersection as people.
They keep saying fireworks over and over again.
To me, that's a very tense situation.
Very tense. Oh, it's so tense, the situation.
There in their vehicles, caught in between a skirmish line there and officers moving forward there.
Yeah, if anything, it seems like the cops forcing people to disperse is making everyone less safe. Making everyone much less safe, thanks to the police forcing people out of the area where they were already protesting and had planned to protest now for quite some time. I believe permits were filed. And instead of allowing them to exercise their freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, right to protest, all of that shit, instead, they force them just to disperse throughout LA and chase them, continue to chase them through LA, and putting people in the middle of this and then shooting off seems fucking irresponsible, if you ask me.
Marked in green to indicate less lethal. They're often used for beanbag rounds, and that is when you see that officer pointing that green gun up at a building, that indicates it is less lethal force.
Oh, that indicates it is less lethal. Thank God.
First officers reported having bottles and bricks thrown at them. There you can see in the distance those
Not
LAPD
water bottles.
officers on
Oh,
the right
God,
side of
water
your
bottles?
screen.
That is
We saw them
dangerous.
just moments ago firing. Unclear if they were firing into the
Please keep
crowd,
saying
towards the
bricks. I haven't
crowd
seen
or
a single
what,
brick
but
thrown.
that indicates
We keep
less
talking about
lethal
bricks and
force, and they're
chunks
clearly
of
marked
cement
in
being
green,
thrown
so
around.
there's no
Haven't
mistake
seen
there.
one yet. I'd be shocked to find out that police were lying.
In Sky Fox, where we get an aerial shot here where we see some of the backup there with that traffic. Justin, from your site, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Christine, the LAPD is actually having some success here. They are pushing them south, and that traffic is slowly moving and making its way down south. This is where those fire hydrants were opened up a short time ago. It appears that the group here is heeding the advice and making their way south. Big buildings are going to come into way there.
Advice, is that what we're calling it? It's
Here they are, still
advice.
walking south,
We
so
suggest that
unclear
you
whether they're
leave.
making way to a metro station or they have vehicles.
We
or what they're
suggest
doing,
it
but they're certainly getting
under
out of
threat
that
of
area where
arrest
Mario
and
is.
violence.
But that,
It's a
crowd or
suggestion.
those
Don't you
line of
see,
vehicles
chat?
appears more to
We're
be that they're
just
stopping
dumb.
for the traffic lights than it
They're
is
not
that
being
they're trying
ordered
not to get away.
to leave,
So,
even though it's called a
LAPD is having
dispersal
success here,
order. It's a
pushing these
suggestion. It's a
vehicles
dispersal
south. Unclear
suggestion
where all these
under
people
threat
are
of
gonna go
violence
once they get
and
towards
arrest.
the
That's
110
what
and
it
the 10
is.
freeway.
It's
Christina and
different.
Gigi?
You don't get it.
Well, that is a great perspective to let us know that cars are moving, and you see the bottleneck there at the top of your screen there, where there's having to be
Dispersal
more of a merging of
suggestion.
vehicles there and some turning down the street there.
It's
but
different
good
than
to see
an
that there is
order.
movement. Obviously, you said they're waiting for the lights to turn. Do you see police at all to the south of our screen, to the south of our picture? Obviously, the skirmish line LAPD is operating to the north there.
Yes, there's no LAPD to the south. They're actually trying to encourage everyone to go south. So I think they're trying not to impede them in any way. They are starting to 11th Street. Anyone knows that's kind of Olympic area, so that would be Broadway and Olympic. It appears that they actually are trying to make their way east there, or they are actually heading east on 11th. So this crowd has stopped going south, and they're making their way east now. Now, unsure whether that's there's ringleaders there. We've got a guy there showing off with his vehicles. So, as we said before,
Oh,
you know,
gosh.
yeah, this is becoming a bit
gosh.
of a sideshow, a street takeover. So these weren't the people. These weren't the people that came out.
Oh,
to
gosh,
do
he
the,
did a circle
King's
in-
Day
in-
protest
in
today.
the-
These are people
in
that
the
came out to
intersection.
cause a bit of havoc.
Well, let us remind people who do stuff like this that the
Yes, remind
Department
us.
LAPD has let people know that you have cameras everywhere. We are seeing things that are being posted. Wouldn't be hard to track down that car if you need
Reminder,
to or wanted
everyone.
to.
The
I'm
police are
thinking,
going to come for you if you do bad
as we watch the
things.
scene here and the crowd on foot and the cars trying to get through and be pushed down to the south as well, we're going to talk with former LAPD officer Dennis Zine, a former LA City Councilman and reserve officer. Dennis, as you look at the aerial shot here, thank you for joining us. I know where this building is. It's by the old Herald building where Arizona State University has a building now, the Proper Hotel. What do you make of the actions of LAPD in getting that crowd away from downtown?
Illegal. Well, this is not what you would consider an orderly group of people who are demonstrating.
Yeah, the police,
about
you're right.
something
The
they
police are
believe in or
not an
don't
orderly
believe in.
group of
These are
people.
agitators. They
He's
want to
right.
cause problems.
Why do these police keep wanting to agitate and cause problems? It's frustrating. They're a disorderly group of thugs who are causing problems and agitating the public.
Corruption. The man who we just saw spinning out in the street, that's reflective of the attitude that some of these people are carrying out now. So what happens is the people who are there...
That's a reflection of the attitude of all of these people. Oh, God, it's reflective of the whole group.
To be a legitimate
I
cause.
see.
They had the right to do that legally, lawfully, and then now as we get to the
They
curfew
didn't
hour,
have the right to do that legally and lawfully. Their right to do so was taken away. Are you stupid? Are you a dumb shit?
start to see the chaos take place because of people who are there simply to cause trouble.
Oh,
Their
they're just there to
concern is only
cause trouble. I
and
get it.
to then
I see.
have
That makes
confrontation
sense.
with the police. So we see how this is going to escalate as we get to the curfew hour, where then they will call for the unlawful.
When we come to the curfew hour, even though they called the curfew hour, has this guy even been paying attention? Is this fucking idiot been paying any attention? They basically instated the curfew an hour early and started telling everyone to disperse, and it was an unlawful assembly like an hour and a half ago. Is this guy just not fucking here?
Happening continuously. The people who are there for the legitimate.
Are we living in a
purpose of
different
legitimate
universe right
protest
now?
on a cause that they believe, and they want to show their disdain and their concern.
Their
And
disdain.
it was peaceful in many areas.
Oh, they just want to show their disdain for America. Don't you get it? This Fox coverage is fucking wild, dude. It is just pure propaganda.
Including the San Fernando Valley, which I was at the location on Topanga Canyon and Victory, where they had a large group. Just to the people who are there for legitimate concern that they have, that they want to voice their objection, and they have the right to do that under the laws of our land. But these people are simply there to agitate, to cause problems, and to break the law.
Oh, all
So
these
we
people,
should
they're just,
accommodate them
these
by
people are
bringing
just here to cause problems. I see. That makes sense. Hold on, I'm going to check the other footage that we have, because we still have multiple live streams going right now. I figure we'll just keep watching this for a little while if it doesn't bother anybody. Today's No Kings Day. Meanwhile, we got the fucking Gestapo here running around. Let's check Reuters. I love how a lot of these fucking news agencies are just installed with the cops, behind the lines of the cops. My guy has a shield. Loving it. That's what we need, though. We need a phalanx. Not just one man with a shield. That's not enough. Right? Look at this man. He's stealing the American flag. How dare you?
Illegal.
Columbia Rican with another super chat. Look at those cosplaying pig stoppos. Look at them, indeed. But yeah, we need a whole phalanx. We just need everyone to show up with shields, right? You get a Roman, what do you call it? I can't think of the word for it right now. Yeah, you know, get everybody sort of shoulder to shoulder with shields. Very defensible position. You know, so long as they don't start shooting you with real guns, then there's a problem. I'll give Reuters at least this. At least they're on the other side of the line. Thank you for that, Reuters. Let's see what NBC is up to. We're just going to go back and forth between these for a little while. The curfew's up in like 20 minutes. The original date, the time.
Contribute to the economy.
At 8 o'clock.
Absolutely. Conan, thank you so much, as always. And
Why are we talking about the economy?
When people thought of going in and getting out the worst of the worst and arresting criminals, which I think both sides can agree on.
Is this what NBC is doing right now? You guys are a joke.
Being so public.
Oh my God.
Give me a joke. This
is pathetic. This is fucking pathetic. I wish I could thumbs down that that goddamn live stream right now, but I'd have to do too much effort. It's too much effort.
That's too much, man!
Still, though, what the fuck? Sitting there talking about getting rid of all the illegal, violent criminals in the middle of these goddamn ICE protests? Is that a joke? Is that a fucking joke, NBC? Jesus Christ, I'm still mad about it right now. What the fuck? What the fuck
line
was
of
that?
Cars along. Dennis, I mean, you gotta maybe commend the office the way they've moved this crowd.
Might as well
out
just,
of the downtown,
sell out to
part of
Fox.
Downtown where the protest was
Could
earlier
get the
today,
Murdochs
as
to
that
buy
curfew
Lachen and
Absolutely, but they have
Rupert.
tactical plans, and they practice. And we've got Metro, we've got special operations within the Los Angeles Police Department. But today you'll find many of the personnel in uniform may be working plainclothes assignments, and they're in a uniform today. The detectives that are put in uniform because of the mobilization. There's tactical alert and there's mobilization. Mobilization is the highest level we go to, and it's exactly what we see. So many of these officers, maybe the first time they've experienced something like this, but they'll see the effectiveness. These folks know what they're doing. They're
it
practicing.
should be a requirement for them to live in the areas they police. I agree with that, honestly. You shouldn't be policing not your neighborhood, not your town, you know?
And the training program at the academy and the in-service
You should
program.
absolutely live within the
They're well prepared for these types of situations
confines
with all
of
the
your-
training and all the equipment that they have to do it.
your
But it was
patrol.
a very hot day today. I know when I was out in the valley.
As well as
in
we
the
should get rid of
uniform, it's
qualified
very
immunity.
hot.
And I honestly think we
So in
should
addition to that, you're wearing
demilitarize the police
protective
100%.
equipment.
No more
You're dealing with this.
LRADs.
So many of these officers just
No
can't
more
wait till they
fucking
take their uniform
smoke
off,
grenades
jump to an
and
ice
rubber
cold shower and
bullets
rest,
and all
because
this
after
garbage.
this
Give them a
time,
billy
12 hours
club.
on this, by the
You
time
know,
get to work,
give
etc.,
them,
they're working
have a little
14, 15
nightstick,
hours.
okay?
This is a nerve-wracking
How's that
experience
sound?
for many of these officers.
And Dennis, we're getting word from LAPD Central Division that officers are once again taking
Spend money on solving
commercial-grade
crimes rather than
fireworks
going after
being
people.
launched at police officers. This happening at Broadway and 3rd. You are looking live at our shot, Skyfox above Broadway there, and you can see that skirmish line as they continue to push protesters. But we have seen all morning long reports of commercial fireworks being thrown at law enforcement. Dennis, somebody who goes to a protest and says that they're there peacefully but has a commercial grade firework in their pocket, that sort of dispels the notion that they're there for a peaceful event.
Well, you obviously know when they're going with that to come to an event such as this, you know they want to cause trouble. You know they want to cause trouble. They want to cause problems. And we'll be very accommodating. And
They just want to
taking them
cause
jail
problem
and let
and
the
trouble.
district attorney, who's very aggressive.
It's not the guy.
prosecute
It's
them.
not
And
the
if they-
armed thugs blocking traffic right now. Nope, it's the peaceful protesters who were just doing the thing they told everybody that they were going to do ahead of time. Yeah, that's what's happening. I get it now.
Harm someone, they could face some very serious charges.
This Fox
If
coverage
those
is fascinating.
Firecrackers, the weapons
It's
they
just
use,
basically
whatever against the
protester
police, they could be
shaming.
charged with
Like
some
this is
very
the
serious
the
experience.
entirety of this
Enough
broadcast
veterans
seems to be
that are there
focused on
with the police
shaming
department,
protesters
they would be more than happy to accommodate them. So
and
it's
blaming
just a matter of time.
protesters
We'll get
for
this
all the
cleaned
bad
out
things
shortly,
the cops are
and those
doing.
that want to remain, they'll be taken down to the station.
Don't you see,
They'll be
it's all the
posted at police
protesters' fault that the
facility,
cops are
and they'll
using
spend some time in
violence.
jail and they'll go to court and stand by and get your attorney and get the money ready to defend yourself.
This
because
guy,
remember,
he's already
we
getting
video
way ahead of
all these
himself.
activities along
You
with what
go
you're
to
doing.
court, you're gonna
The
get a
police
get a
department has video
lawyer
taking video
because
of
you've
this
been a
situation.
shitty
So
person,
we're well prepared for the
an
prosecution.
agitator.
We wish we didn't have to do that. We wish they
What
would
is the
just
point
leave.
of this?
They've shown their support. They've shown what they believe is appropriate. Fine. Now go home. But no, they don't
I'm
do
ready
that,
to go
so the
back to listening to
consequences are gonna be
Wagner at
severe,
this point.
Very severe.
It would be
You know,
more.
I'm wondering, when you detain somebody at a protest, let's say they're merely, I said merely, let's say they're breaking curfew, how does that work? Are they held all night?
Did you hear the way that she like caught herself for using accurate language? Merely breaking. Wait, well, not merely. I mean, breaking curfew. That's basically murder.
Illegal.
This Fox coverage is fucking hilarious, dude. Breaking curfew. a tragic crime against society. Being outside of your home, your place of residence, after a given time by the government. This is Fox, people. This is Fox News. They hate the crackdown of authoritarianism, unless
and if they
it's their
get
guy,
cited out,
and then they
cited
love
to court, or they spend time in jail. They may have warrants for their arrest, and that warrant's going to hold them in jail. So they may
I
spend
love how she
Sunday,
accurately
Father's Day in
says
jail.
merely,
and,
well,
some days
not
next
merely.
week, but it
This
just
is a
depends.
serious
But
crime
they'll all
against
be checked.
society.
If they go for the arrest,
Being out
they'll be fully checked before. Well, as
on
they
the
get booked, they'll be
street,
checked. And if
the
there's any
sidewalk, even.
outstanding
My
charges,
God.
Those will go on top. It just tags more on top. So
You just add more.
they'll
We
spend
add more
time than
charges.
The person who gets cited in
You're on a
court.
sidewalk.
Well,
Three times charges. That's 15 years to life.
Skirmish line. It looked like perhaps one of those less lethal weapons was fired there by an officer. I'm looking at that sign of the Grayson Bar as well as we pull out there and show that wide shot of our beautiful downtown area. I'm thinking of all the businesses that are suffering, unable to have regular customers there on a Saturday night. That Grayson Bar is one of the bars downtown. We know it's really been built up over time. And Dennis, as you look at this wider shot here and we think of this greater
What are we even looking? We're just looking at a
the
massive
downtown area
pileup
has been
of
built
police
up
cars.
for people that are just
What are we
listening,
looking
who
at?
don't live here. Compared to years ago, downtown wasn't an area where you went to a restaurant or a bar on a Saturday night. You kind of didn't. You
Now
avoided
talking
downtown.
about the
But now
bar
it's a
scene in LA.
thriving
Wow.
area for a nightlife,
Wow.
and that's not happening today.
Wow. This
Exactly. A nightlife,
is
a lot of
great
activities there.
coverage from Fox. It really, wow. They're killing it over here. Have you heard of that new place down on Main Street? I hear it's got a great, vibrant nightlife. You're breaking fire code. Illegal.
Illegal.
I don't care if you're hiding from the police who are trying to attack you. Still illegal. AP still hiding behind the police lines. Good job, AP. Nothing from Reuters, just an empty street. What even happened back here? What did we miss? Seems like people are sticking to the original curfew pretty much. I mean, it's almost 8 p.m. in California. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of... Doesn't seem like there's a lot of people left out here. Well, they may have moved to a secondary location. But Seems like
Go to some of the
people
restaurants
pretty
and
much
relax.
dispersed.
You know, that's going to be shut down. So there's a lot of inconvenience, and a lot of people are going to suffer financially. Those storekeepers are going to suffer financially, and those
Oh my God.
places that have been broken into.
Fox is still
where they've been
crying about
looted,
storekeepers.
That's another problem they have to deal
Oh
with.
God, the
So as you see, we've got a
storekeepers.
massive
Can
show of
you
law
can you
enforcement.
imagine?
This is just one part of the city. The
Oh
downtown.
God,
We've
Chanel.
got the valley. We've got the south. We've got the west.
Oh
we've got officers
God,
scattered
Chanel
throughout the
can't make
city of
money
Los
if people
Angeles.
can't go
So
into the
clearly
store.
enough resources, but the fact is, the impact is going to be lasting for a lot longer. When this comes to an end, this impact's going to continue for days and months to come.
Well, we should note with the
Yeah, of course,
Homeland
downtown
Security
LA
and ICE
nightlife will be just
operations
fine. It's
continuing,
ridiculous.
this
It is a
doesn't end
ridiculous thing
Sunday
to say.
or Monday.
This is ridiculous!
Santa Claus is here.
Obviously,
Fuck yeah,
the
Santa.
No Kings protests were
Fuck yeah. Look at this guy. Santa Claus with a motorcycle helmet and a goddamn American flag. This is the most American image of all time. Santa Claus suit, motorcycle helmet, American hat at a goddamn protest. If you don't love this, you don't love America.
comes to what's happening in Southern California. Obviously, the No Kings protests were planned way in advance and not tied to that at all. They were tied to the Trump administration and other things happening in Washington, D.C. But with the ICE operations continuing, Dennis, I mean, do the protests continue day in, day out, week in, week out? Could be a longer process for us.
Well, absolutely, but I've heard that they're going to be modifying some of those ICE.
What was I saying? Oh, right. No, yeah, they're just pearl clutching. They're just pearl clutching about the freaking businesses. Oh, we love local businesses.
I think that
that's
the
all they're
national
doing.
level, they're going to come to the realization this isn't going to work.
It is a tired trope that they don't even stand by when it actually matters. Like when Donald Trump's economic policies absolutely eviscerate small businesses, as we're speaking right now.
No one's opposed to the
They're not concerned about that, but they are concerned about people walking on the streets that their tax dollars pay for.
And a lot of people are
that
struggling.
is unacceptable.
If you look at the cost of living in Los Angeles, just the cost of gasoline, it's ridiculous. And people have to struggle to make ends meet. So many of these people in California, we do have in the state of California a policy, and there's a written policy in law. We do not enforce immigration, period. That's been a long-standing policy.
We don't enforce immigration. We just don't do it, period. That's a fact. Nobody double-checked that.
Earthquake. It's a major
Nobody checked
of the
that.
system.
It's an
people have become
earthquake.
accustomed to.
It's comparing immigration to a fucking natural disaster. Dude, the Fox 11 coverage is fucking hilarious. It's basically as many right-wing talking points as they can like shove into
You're
this.
Find,
it is hilarious.
We need to come in with reasonableness. And the
Who
laws
is
need
this
to be
guy?
reasonable. I saw
Who the
what
fuck
happened
is
with my
this
former
guy right
colleague,
now?
Alex Padilla. I saw what happened with him. We were colleagues on the
Yeah,
city council for
okay.
many years, personal
Say
friends.
so.
To see what happened with him, the situation starts to become extreme, and I think we're facing that extreme level right now.
We're facing an
Dennis
extreme.
Stein, thank you so much
Oh
for
my
your
God.
expertise. We hope we can.
Oh, thank you so
get
much for your
back
expert.
on
What was
as
his
we continue
expertise
our
in?
coverage here.
What was
I'd
his?
like to talk to you more.
What was that
about
guy's expertise exactly? I'd love to know what his what his degree is in.
what we're seeing on
Bullshittery.
the ground there as a former LAPD officer, a LAPD reserve officer, Los Angeles City Councilman Dennis Stein and his expertise. Thank you, Dennis. We want to go
Thank
to the
you,
San
Dennis.
Fernando
Oh,
Valley,
Dennis,
and
you
Dennis
are so
Stein
good.
mentioned that he was at a protest
Can't wait to hear back
in the
from
San
Dennis.
Fernando Valley.
Hopefully he'll
where
have
we
an
have a
update
group
for
of
us soon.
peaceful protesters, but I can tell you there is concern over at least a dozen cars that have either started or there's concern they're going to start a street takeover. There you are looking live. I
Oh,
believe
no.
this is Van Nuys Boulevard.
It's a dozen
This is where the
cars that are going to
protest
do a
ended.
street
This is Van
takeover.
Nuys Boulevard
Oh,
and
no.
Victory Boulevard in Van Nuys. And
Oh God, Fox is paying attention to the important stories. Cars might start doing stuff that all the kids are
a small
doing.
group of protesters
How
there, but
dare
there
they.
is concern that we may start seeing people try to do a street takeover
That would
with
justify,
those
I
donuts that
mean,
we just saw
any
a short
amount
while
of
ago in
force from the
downtown Los
police.
Angeles. Now, earlier this morning,
Rocket
a
launch. Get the
protest
rocket
did begin
launchers
in
out.
Panorama
Street
City,
takeover, you
and
say?
folks,
Oh
There's
God.
no civil disobedience. We're hearing that things have remained peaceful. but police are keeping their eye very closely out on a group of about a dozen cars or
She
so
keeps
because
talking
they fear
about
there
it.
could be some type of street takeover. That is Skyfox
okay.
over the Van Nuys area, Victory and Van Nuys Boulevard. Now, we also have
okay.
Skyfox.
We'll keep our eyes
two
out.
Skyfoxes tonight,
So good.
and one is over Pico and Flower area. Let's take a look at what's happening there. And we talked about splinter group of protesters moving from one area to another area, and various groups. At one time,
Illegal.
we were getting word
How
of
dare
at
you
least
move from one
3,
area to another area, even though you were told
two
explicitly
protests,
to disperse
people
from one
peacefully
area.
marching up and down the street, and then the incident happening in downtown Los Angeles. Now, I believe we're looking at Pico and Flower there. A lot of traffic, the train going by, and earlier, Justin Mario Ramirez was talking about the Metro line. Yesterday at the little Tokyo station, there were posters all over and at the bus stops, and they basically said safety on them. They were blue, and they'd been put up, and it said, "For your safety, Metro will not be operating in this area tomorrow."
No.
And then it gave various alternate
It
routes,
seems to be
alternate
operating,
buses
though.
or trains that people could take in the
Are you
little
sure it's
Tokyo
not
downtown
operating?
Los Angeles
It seems
area.
to be
So there
operating.
you see a Metro train going by. I believe you're looking at Pico and Flower. Now, we understand that Sheriff Robert Luna is being briefed on the situation of what is happening. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department did confirm that one deputy was injured. There was a report
Did he fall?
of a horse
Did he trip on his
also being
shoelaces or
injured.
something?
We understand the horse is okay, and we're working to get an update on the
Thank God the
severity
horse
of
is
the
okay.
injuries, if they are indeed severe, that Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy suffered in downtown Los
God,
Angeles.
poor
as you
deputy
continue,
suffered
to
his
see what
injury.
is happening. I'd like to
Chasing
go back to
after
the shot of
people.
Mario Ramirez, if that's available, back on the ground. Mario Ramirez and his photographer have been in the thick of all of this.
You know, horseback
As
riding is a
those
skill that
less
takes time
lethal
to
rounds were being fired.
get
You see
good at.
police
You
there
know,
with
maybe
those
you should
green rifles.
not use
Those
horses
are less
to
lethal form.
repress the
Basically,
people.
they're shooting off foam projectiles or launching foam projectiles. And I understand, Mario, those projectiles can go as close as 10 feet away and as far away as 110 feet. Mario?
Mario, you're fucking muted. You goddamn noob.
Is not supposed to be here, don't have a reason to be here, they will be arrested.
They have a reason. What is that?
Violence.
You're not allowed to exist anywhere without a reason? Is that it? It's now illegal to be somewhere without a reason.
Illegal.
If you're just hanging out, you're committing a crime. Okay, you nasty criminal. See, hanging out without a reason. That's a fucking crime.
We're being detained. Do we have around chat and show us as we talk to Chief McDonald? Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, you can see here we're moving resources into place. This looks like a situation where somebody is in need of medical aid of some kind. What you see with the police is force protection for the fire department. As they go into what they consider a hot zone, they will always have police with them to protect them, watch their back, and ensure their safety while they treat anybody who's injured.
Skirmish line set up right now. Where and what's happening?
Yeah, I'd have to check with you. Now, the one was set up when I came down from the office. That has since moved on, and so now it's fluid right now. And these folks that are out here now move from location to location as part of their strategy.
How many people are we talking about right now when you talk about protesters getting ready to confront LAPD?
On the streets right now, spread out over probably a 10-block area.
The way they talk about this is fucking hilarious. How many protesters would you say are there preparing to confront the LAPD? What does that mean? The LAPD are the ones who are showing up to confront the protesters. Protesters are minding their own fucking business. Like, it's a ridiculous sort of... They're creating this sort of oppositional narrative around the protesters, suggesting they're only here to go after the police and not to protest, I don't know, Donald Trump and his fucking policies. No, they're just here to agitate the police who are only doing their job of repressing the people, okay?
Probably have. The eyes of the world are on us. You know, we're better than this. To see people out here doing the things we've seen over the last...
Yes, I know. You guys should stop doing what you've been doing. The eyes of the world are on us. We look like a bunch of fascist. We look like we've definitely slipped into fascism, okay?
Disgusting in some cases. You have some people doing their peaceful protests, most people, that we're here to protect them, but for those who come out, particularly after hours of darkness, to hurt other people, no tolerance for that.
They're out after dark. They're here to hurt people.
Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you so much. And I think the chief put it really well the other day when he said, and tonight, he said to young people, don't be down here. But he also said the other night, you could be involved in something you don't want to be, and you could face charges that will affect you for the rest of your life.
And potentially federal charges now as well. We are going to continue our breaking news coverage on the NBC4 Los Angeles News Channel. We'll, of course, continue to bring you any updates here on the air as needed. And we'll be back here on air.
Federal charges for breaking curfew. There you go. That's fun. I think I'll move to China so I can have more civil rights.
China! China! I have to have my China.
Exactly. It's a sundown town in LA now.
Many of these businesses writing on the storefront.
You got the wrong skin shade. You got the wrong opinions.
Similar to what we saw during the George Floyd unrest.
Well, guess what? It's
Many
going to
trying
be lynching
to avoid
time.
Vandalism and looting by appeasing to those crowds here in downtown LA. Gigi.
I don't know if that manager is willing to talk with you any further. I sense he might have been just a little hesitant, but was just answering your questions. But I'm wondering what it means for them to have a Saturday night with no business due to a curfew, and a Friday night and a Thursday night last week.
You know what, the manager here, we're talking to a customer. You've been watching here. Oh, okay, you're the owner. What is this like here? I mean, seeing this activity, this is your business. You decided to stay open here. Walk me through that.
This guy.
Yeah, I think it's...
I love how this guy's been sitting here this whole time talking to this dude and did not find out he was the owner. That's great. That's what I call journalism, okay? You're talking to a guy, you don't find out who he is and why he is where he is.
You know, earlier in the day, it was a great
That's impressive journalism.
It was a wonderful protest, and
oh, you own the place. Oh, good.
Thanks for
telling me.
And it's a little tense. It's a little tense. We want to be here for our community, but also, you know, we're at a point where it's like, okay, we want to get home and get safe too. You know, nobody really needs to be out here and stoking the fire.
And as someone who's running a business here, what's the impact been like for you? This, you know, these demonstrations started a week ago, over a week ago on Friday.
Yeah, maybe we should send the police home.
Business, you know, we have to close 4 or 5 hours early, and my concern is more the impact on business after this all goes away. Once this goes away, you know, the perception from the greater Los Angeles area is that downtown is a war zone and it's scary and that it's unmanageable, and they don't come back for months, sometimes years. Last time we had protests like this, you know, the perception of downtown was that things weren't great here, and we need people to know that people live here, humanity exists here, and we run our businesses and we live and work and do all that stuff here, and we need people to come back.
Yeah, well, maybe you should tell the police and the fucking National Guard to get off the streets.
To downtown.
Now, this is Sardine's Wine Bar. How long have you all been in business here?
We've been here for 3 years, and we've had the cheese shop next door for 11 years now. We were...
As we, you know, are seeing some of this activity out here, your reaction moving forward? What's the plan moving forward? I mean, tomorrow, are you opening? Are you opening up?
We'll continue to open up. Yeah. We'll just, you know, the police have been doing a good job of kind of diffusing the situation a little bit. I'm sure they add a little heat to the fire as well, but you know, we're gonna be here and we're gonna keep open our business just like we have for the past 11 years in downtown, and serving these people.
What's your message to the city as this is happening? The curfew now in place. We might see some arrests here, the fire department moving in.
Yeah, I think we're pretty resilient, but, you know, patience and peace, acceptance, tolerance, those are things that we need to look for. And, you know, there's a lot of people hurting internally. And that internal hurt manifests itself in ways that is sometimes a little destructive.
Oh.
And
People are upset. Is that what this guy is waffling so hard? I don't know what the fuck he's trying to say half the time. But I think what he's trying to say here is that, you know, protesters, they're just being, you know, they're upset. They need mental health help. Is that what he's saying?
we get it, but, you know, I think it just...
This guy is playing. This guy is playing the business owner card hard right now. He's like trying his best. He's like, he wants to tell these protesters to go fuck themselves and stop ruining his business. But he's also like worried that maybe some of them can afford to come to his restaurant. And he's like, look, I get it. You're upset. You know, Trump is like maybe doing some stuff, and maybe you're upset, and maybe, but you know, like just go home. Like, stop ruining my business already. Like, oh, God. It's the protesters' fault.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on doing what you're doing, and let people know how you're feeling.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for sharing it with us.
Okay, never mind. I take it back. I take it back. He came through. He came through there.
All right, manager of Sardines Wine Bar.
Keep doing what you're doing. Exactly. Yeah, do keep doing what you're doing.
Here as we're continuing to watch that activity.
Way to go, buddy. Really pulled it through there at the end. I really was struggling to understand what the fuck he was trying to say for half of that thing, but he actually came out with a fair, fair analysis. Just keep doing what you're doing. I agree. Everybody keep doing what you're doing.
I was going to ask you to ask him about the
Only took him like 10
vibrancy of
minutes to come
downtown.
out with that
I
point.
came to LA in 1990. And truthfully, downtown was not an area of vibrancy, of hotels and restaurants. It's really a changed nature and demographic, and that bar looks beautiful there inside. Looks wonderful. Ask him about what he loves about downtown.
What do you love about downtown? Why is that important? What is the deal here? Why is this what we're doing?
Oh yeah,
How long are they going to stand here and talk to this guy?
we are all about
Okay, Fox. We don't have to worry about the protests. Let's go talk to the guy standing on the sidewalk with his pug. Although I guess it might have been a boxer, whatever it was. Let's not, like, you know, follow the protests. Well, it seems like the protests have really died down here. Ask him what his favorite store is. Yes, are you a fan of LL Bean, sir? This is journalism. Here it comes. The arrests and the crackdowns for just existing. Oh, shocking. They grabbed up a woman in a burqa. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. That was the person they had to go after. Right. That makes sense. What did she... Oh. She was too Muslim, I guess. Dangerous Muslim walking on the LA city streets. Gotta put her in handcuffs.
Watch out, guys! Watch out! The cameras coming through.
Where's that wagon at? How far is it come down 11? We got a wagon over to 11th Street? The line is not forward in front of it. We're going to walk up to you. Just see if we can make a little bit of way. I want to take this one. 11 or 10? 11. Alright, 11. We have a wagon right here on 10, right? Sorry, 10th Street. There's a wagon right on 10. Okay, correction, 10th Street. We're going to bring it down to you.
Gotta get on the bikes, go chase down more people. Great.
But Gary Thibodeau didn't have a spotless record.
Okay, NBC is not talking about the protests anymore. All right, I think we're going to end the coverage of No King's Day at this point. We're going to move on to some other stuff. Let's check out the end of Donald Trump's birthday parade.
And now he's going to be presented the flag, I believe the flag that...
Mr. President,
oh, here we go.
On behalf of the United States Army, the Army Golden Knights, I would like to present...
Why does he deserve that flag? What did Donald Trump ever sacrifice?
To present to you this flag, which was flown over our nation's capital in free fall.
Like, seriously, this guy avoided military service, pretended to have bone spurs or whatever.
During the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
Well, bone spurs, Trump. His family never served in the military. Really, 2 generations have even been in the United States. His grandfather was a German immigrant. A Nazi, perhaps.
All right, the Golden Knight that jumped out of a perfectly good helicopter, because that's exactly what they know how to do.
A perfectly good helicopter. Sweet. Okay. Look at him. So proud. I'm like a soldier. I'm like a soldier. It's great. Let's take a look at the fireworks celebration. Gotta get the fireworks in there.
So we are anticipating in the next few moments, if the weather cooperates, fireworks to culminate this 250th birthday celebration. Well, as I say the word fireworks, the sky lights up. I'm going to back away and let the fireworks speak for themselves.
I don't think fireworks really speak. They weren't even blowing the horns? We were lied to? Come on. Okay, these fireworks suck. That's all they got? This is weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Like 3 fireworks. Who made this show? All white. All white fireworks. Make America white again. Okay, this is terrible. Oh, got a couple of red ones in there. Red is for MAGA. This is one of the worst fireworks displays I've ever seen. This is like middle of nowhere town fireworks, let alone fireworks befitting a fascist military parade. I think they're faking it. They're not really playing it. Donald Trump is literally asleep. Look at, wait. Look, he's not even looking at them. He's sleeping. Oh, sleepy Trump. Sleepy is past my bedtime. It's past my bedtime. I just gonna rest my eyes for a second. Just feeling very, very sleepy. Sleepy Donald. For you, idiot. This is for no one else but him. It is fucking insane. It is hilarious to me. He's just not even paying attention. I think Pete noticed that the dad fell asleep over here. Daddy Trump. Daddy, why are you so tired? It's still early. Oh my god, it's fucking amazing. I need a photo of this. Donald Trump sleeping at his own military birthday parade. It's been a long day. Just gonna close my eyes for just a second. This was a weak-ass firework display. Holy shit.
When I raised my right hand, I swore an oath to every generation before me. I wear the same branch insignia as the soldiers who crossed the Delaware. Before there was a nation, there was an army.
Actually, militia. not an army. By definition, it wasn't an army yet. But it's okay. We can play ahistorical games. Wow. The fascist imagery is in full effect. Really? Really? A dad rock version of what's Yankee Doodle Dandy is fucking hilarious. What a weak ass parade. Worst ever. By the way, they don't cut to Donald Trump anymore for the rest of the video. For the next 2.5 minutes, they don't cut to Trump because they realize he fell asleep. In fact, I find that's journalistic, not just incompetence, but what do you call it? What do you call it? Like when a doctor malpractice is what that is. I would have zoomed in on Donald Trump's face for the entire thing, so that the nation can see our sleepy president. Yay. Speaking of the military, Pete Hegseth was in the Congress earlier this week. He's asked some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And I'll start with 3 substantial notes of agreement. One, we do face an incredibly complex threat environment. We face Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, various other terrorist organizations working together against American interests in a way we have never seen before, and with an economy like China's that we've never seen before. It's going to be very difficult to meet those challenges. Second, innovation is incredibly important and crucial to that. The changes in warfare are happening at a more rapid pace than I think we've ever seen before. We have to innovate more quickly, and I appreciate your leadership on getting after acquisition reform, because what's absolutely true is the Pentagon is not ready for this right now, and certainly that predates this Secretary of Defense and this administration. It's a problem that we need to get after, to do the acquisition reform so that we can get the materials that we need quickly, innovate more quickly. We've got a lot of good ideas in this committee. Look forward to working with the administration on trying to get that done. Second, the budget is a major problem. It is simply unacceptable that we are this late in the year and we do not have a budget. That's the basics of how you plan to do all of that. And this is but the culmination of a series of problems. We had a CR.
Yeah, I'm shocked that Pete Hegseth hasn't. I'm sorry, did I say shocked? I mean, totally expecting that Pete Hegseth would not be able to handle his position. I mean, didn't he, like, run some massive deficit? Like, when he was like, I can't remember. He worked for some company. I can't remember what it was called. But, like, dude does not have a good track record on this one. And getting him to try and put together a budget is laughable.
FY25, largely at the insistence of President Trump. And then, by the time we did pass a budget, it was just a CR. And now we're on a path again towards a CR in FY26. There is no budget transparency and no plan that we can see. And what we have seen happening at the Pentagon in the interim is also very disturbing and without explanation. There's been talk about 8% cuts across the board. Nobody on this committee knows what that means. Some of it is happening. It has not been made transparent to us. Is it going to make us better? Is it part of a larger strategy? Nobody really knows. We also heard the plan to cut 20% of the flag officers. Again, no strategy, no plan. This is why the budget is so important. The budget can inform all of this. Maybe that's a good idea, but we have no idea because there is no transparency and no follow-through. Also, quite disturbingly, within the Department of Defense and also across the federal government, the one and only criteria that is consistent is loyalty to Trump, as opposed to loyalty to the law or loyalty to the Constitution. This started with one of the more shameful events in DoD history, and that's when we pulled the security details from former members of the Pentagon who faced security threats. Why were those security details pulled? They weren't pulled because anything told us that they were safe. Chairman Milley is one great example. He was on the threat list because he carried out an order from President Trump, and rightfully so, to kill Soleimani in the Middle East. He's now on Iran's hit list, and we pulled his security detail, leaving him and his family vulnerable. Why? Because he had the audacity to say something critical of President Trump.
Illegal.
I mean, that's just embarrassing. If you told me 10 years ago on this committee that something like that would have happened, I wouldn't have believed you. And now we have a dictate from the White House saying that all federal employees will be tested for whether or not they are supportive of President Trump. New York Times had a great headline on that saying, why does an air traffic controller have to be a Trump supporter? Well, I would ask, why does an acquisition professional have to be a Trump supporter? If you're focused on loyalty, you're not focused on competency, you're not focused on ability, and it is the wrong way to go. Even within the budget, we see the influence of the president over the influence of common sense. We've all heard about the Golden Dome. When I first heard about the Golden Dome, it was interesting because it reminded me of a joke I first told about 12 years ago when we were dealing with a large number of Pentagon programs that were more ambitious than practical. Future combat systems, the expeditionary fighting vehicle. You know, basically they had, well, this is what we want. And we had this joke that, well, all I want is sharks with freaking laser beams attached to them. That became the armed services thing. I actually have a little plastic shark that my staff made for me with a laser beam attached to it. Making the perfect the enemy of the good is a problem. And nobody on this committee knows what Golden Dome is. And the other thing that's really important about this, contained within that is one of the most important national security threats that we face. Missile defense and counter-drone. We have a lot of programs that people are working on in that direction. What happens to those programs when we take $25 billion towards a project that no one can explain and no one can understand? And again, we don't have a budget, so we're taking it on faith. That is deeply troubling. Equally troubling is the Air Force One airplane that we got from Qatar. There's all kinds of ethics problems with that, which I'll leave aside for the moment. But that airplane is going to have to be fitted to be Air Force One. It's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Again, no transparency. We're not told what that's going to cost and where it's going to go. But because President Trump wanted it, he gets it. Hundreds of millions of dollars goes out the window. We don't have the capacity to sort of say, sorry, sir, that's not a good idea. And the last one on this list is one that, frankly, I had a hard time believing when I first heard it. Apparently, the president has decided that the F-35 would be a better plane if it had two engines. And to a certain degree, it's hard to argue with. I guess two engines is better than one, except that you can't just add a second engine to the F-35. Wow. This is a program that's taken us over 25 years, and we are, knock on wood, finally to the point where we're...
Wait, what? You can't just add a second engine? That doesn't make sense. Are you telling me that there's something weird about trying to add another engine to a plane that spent 2 decades designing?
Have the plane. And I would have thought this would have been dismissed, but I hear defense contractors, Pentagon, they're looking at this idea. It is okay to tell the boss that he's wrong. We all have dumb ideas. It's good to have people around us who have the capability and the competency to...
The only reason that anyone in Donald Trump's cabinet is in the position that they are in is because they are not capable of criticizing him. That has been the whole thing, hasn't it? Really? Trump's cabinet is filled with sycophants and people who would rather die than say a bad word about Trump, no matter how hard it might be not to bring up when Donald Trump says just demonstrably wrong or stupid things. They're not going to bring it up. They're just going to say, great job, sir. Please clap.
No, we're not going to do that. We're walking down the wrong direction. In terms of the global strategy, I substantially agree with the chairman, except that I fear that, America first does mean America alone. We've seen that in a number of different issues, certainly placing tariffs on absolutely every country in the world, irrespective of our relationships. Well, sorry, except for Russia. Didn't place tariffs on Russia. That alienates people. Cutting off foreign aid programs, which I realize is not the purview of the Department of Defense, but I'll remind you of something that Secretary Gates said before this committee. If you're going to cut off the State Department, you better give me more ammunition.
What was I about to say? I can't remember. That analogy, or that quote he just said threw me off. I can't remember what I was going to say. Something. Oh, yeah. But seriously, can anybody give me an example of one of his cabinet members criticizing him that didn't immediately get jettisoned out of the Trump cabinet? Because the only person I can think of is Elon, and they're currently sort of having a bit of a breakup over that criticism. So is there anybody? Can anybody think of a single person who has publicly said Donald Trump is doing the wrong thing? Okay. Enough of old Peter Hegseth. Just figured while we were on the topic of the military, we'd see what he's been up to. Let's get back to talking about ICE.
The story on the streets of LA can be viewed through different lenses, various editorial angles. Undocumented immigration is at the heart of it, often with a racial component. There's the jurisdictional question, the power struggle between the Trump administration and America's richest, most populous state. Or it can be boiled down to the personal, the people in power and what they bring.
Trump is a TV president. He knows television. Television is what brought him to the White House. He understands spectacle. He understands putting on a show. He understands the way that people consume reality through the media. The big question for Trump is going to be, is the public going to end up siding with him?
Governor Gavin Newsom is a very, very interesting guy. He is very politically savvy. So part of what he's doing here is trying to grab the spotlight nationally for a presumed run for president in 2028.
Guard hadn't even been.
So any chance he gets to face off against Trump is something that he's going to do.
Unconstitutional, illegal act, his mess, we're trying to clean it up.
He will step into the breach, step onto cameras.
Democracy is under assault before our eyes.
Stand up in front of microphones and call Donald Trump a dictator and a fascist.
An unhinged president of the United States that's inciting violence.
The crux of Gavin Newsom's argument is that this is a clear case of federal overreach, a clearer case of Donald Trump trying to accumulate more.
Yeah, but here's my problem with that. And I don't think I've seen this one yet. I threw this in here during the stream, but a lot of the violence is being perpetrated on these protesters are being done by state police and city police of LA. So there's a part of a problem.
Demonstrators first took to the LA streets just over a week ago, upon learning that Latino areas were being raided by ICE agents. ICE is the federal agency for immigration and customs enforcement that's making good on Trump's promise to deport undocumented immigrants, often without a hint of due process. Some of the anti-ICE demos, not all, descended into acts of violence and looting. By then, the president had already ordered thousands of members of the National Guard into Los Angeles, along with hundreds more U.S. Marines, ostensibly to provide the LA Police Department with backup. It is not an easy story to report on. This Australian correspondent was doing a live hit about the security forces using rubber bullets when she took one in the leg. Other journalists have been taken off the streets by men in uniform.
Okay, come back, okay? Do not come back. Do not come back. Okay, got it. Be arrested.
That has created less room for reporting, more room for confusion, and the disinformation that is already out there.
This, right-wing MAGA media world has been just promoting these sorts of conspiracy theories that the Trump administration is very happy to latch onto. Essentially saying that the demonstrators in LA were being paid to engage in these riots with the police, right?
Paid terrorists took to the streets.
These narratives that these demonstrators are violent, clashing with the police, that they're being paid off by some mysterious dark money groups without any proof that that is going on.
it's really important, for the media to be covering not just this militarization by the Trump administration, but the peaceful response of communities that are fighting back. We've seen these really horrific images of them face to face with the National Guard, but we've also seen images of people showing up with flags and showing that they want to be there to protect their city. They're not trying to set up a dispute with the federal government. That's what Trump is doing. People are trying to say, no, we want to protect our immigrant neighbors, and that's a really important part of their narrative.
One that fails to square with the narrative circulating in the MAGA world that Donald Trump created. Stories of urban decay, lawless streets, crammed with undocumented immigrants committing crimes against innocent Americans.
Killing our citizens. They're literally raping our little girls.
Sometimes politicians manufacture a crisis that they can use to flex some muscle, appear authoritative, and sometimes authoritarian.
These are animals, but they proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it.
By repeatedly describing immigrants that way, Trump then uses the issue to project strength, dominance, and control, focusing on societal tensions, political divides, that elements in the right-wing media are all too willing to exploit and exacerbate.
Chaos in Los Angeles. Stores looted, cars burnt to a crisp, and American flags torched. Anarchists and dirt bikes are waving Mexican flags around LA while the city's engulfed in flames.
One of the reasons that I expected this collision to occur is because for too long, California's local and state officials have promulgated new laws, new statutes, new regulations, new policies that have encouraged illegal immigration. So the fact is that many of us who grew up in California know or suspect we know people who are here illegally. And they are people who go to our churches, they go to our schools, they live in our neighborhoods sometimes. But it's also true that alongside those same people, who tend to be quite conservative, surprisingly, you'll find real criminals who have been in the country for a while. So Trump's response has been first to lead.
We have a bunch of American criminals. Bunch of them. They're people that we see every day, wherever it might be. This is a great framing from Al Jazeera. Love that. The fact is, there's a lot more American citizen criminals as a percentage than there are undocumented immigrant criminals. Thanks, Al Jazeera. Great coverage. Okay. Let's talk more about ICE operations.
This tweet, truth bomb by Donald Trump. What do they call them?
Why do you hate the truth, Sam?
I'm just trying to remember what the name of it is. It's a truth. A truther?
It's a truth.
It's a truth. A truth. All right. I'm sorry. A truth by Donald Trump. It was from Thursday morning, afternoon. Our great farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business. It's just,
Anybody here know of anyone that's in the hotel and leisure business? I'm trying to think. Who do we know? Who do we know that's in the hotel and leisure business? I'm trying to think. I cannot put my finger on it, but I can think. There's like some guy that we're constantly talking about who's in the hotel and leisure business. Jeez, I want to say Ronald Frump? No, that's not it. Something. Gosh.
And our great service workers, the game show hosts, have been stating that our very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good longtime workers away from them, with those jobs being almost impossible to replace. In many cases, criminals allowed into our country by the very stupid Biden open borders policy are applying for those jobs. This is not good. We must protect our farmers, but get the criminals out of the USA. Changes are coming. So I think what he's saying there is we're going to ease off in certain sectors I wonder if it's also somebody said, you know that your Department of Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, there's talk that maybe on her farm there might be some undocumented.
Illegal.
But it's also, I think, this is indicative of why Trump is at least ostensibly pretending like they're going to back off. They think that if they show images of what's going on in New York and California, that it's just going to feed, it's just red meat to their base. And for the most part, it is. But it's going to turn off. It's going to turn off, I think, people in swing states, A. And B, I think you're also going to see an increased turnout in these states, particularly places like, Atlanta and in Philadelphia and maybe Pittsburgh and Madison and Milwaukee. But here is a guy, Vincent Scardina, who is a Trump supporter, being interviewed. And where is this?
The great state of Florida.
No, Channel 6.
In the
yes.
leisurely town of Key West.
Here we go, in Key West.
You've lived in Key West for how long?
44 years.
Vincent Scardina is the owner of the roofing company where they worked. He's owned it 37 years.
It's going to be really hard to replace those guys.
Says losing these 6 men is losing a third of his workers.
We're not able in Key West to just replace people as easily as, say, a big city. Very limited people to pull from. And then you would have to train them. And that takes sometimes years.
But for Vincent, it's much more than that.
It's financially as well as emotionally. It takes a toll. You get to know these guys. You become their friends. Just not an employer, but a friend. And you see what happens to their family. It's quite a shock.
Given his support for the president, we asked what he would tell the commander-in-chief if he had a chance.
What happened here? This situation is just blatantly not at all what they said it was.
Vincent, you voted for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
While he agrees with most of the president's policies, he thought the Trump administration was going to focus solely on deporting criminals. It seems immigration...
These sorts of people are so problematic, honestly, and I hate celebrating them when they come out to be like, one of Trump's policies affected me. Like, I'm just so sick of it. Like, I don't give a fuck if this guy's upset. Like, like he said, like they just said, he still supports all of Donald Trump's policies, aside from this one that happens to be affecting his business. Right? It's this constant Republican bullshit. It's like, not a problem until it bothers me. Not a problem until it affects me personally, on a personal level, right? It's just such a tired, it's just so tired.
Officials, he says, are just trying to meet quotas now.
Buyer's remorse? I don't know. A little bit.
How much damage does this create in your community?
It's not just happening to me. I mean, it's happening across the board. I know one landscaper that lost 9 or 10 of the whole crew he had, and he's just totally out of business all of a sudden.
He wants his workers released and yearns for normalcy in his community and for the families of the men many argue were wrongfully detained.
Honestly, like, I hear this stuff and it just, I guess maybe he wasn't paying enough attention beforehand to the rhetoric. Okay. But even now, he seems like he's still supporting Trump. Mm-hmm. And I just don't know.
Buyer's remorse.
Yeah, some buyer's remorse.
Yeah.
Like, what exactly is on the other side of that ledger?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I feel like these guys, as long as it doesn't affect them, you can take away all the rights from the gays and the LGBTs and the Qs and the pluses. And, I don't care if he, takes away health care from all the poor, non-working people. Even though, who knows how many of his employees need health care. But yeah, like, no big deal. No big deal. I don't care about any of that. You want to take away Want to take away the health care from the poor and SNAP assistance for those filthy poor people? That's fine. But this one affects me personally. I'd vote for him again. A third time. Fourth time.
You know, there's a group in Florida called Latinas for Trump, and I covered them in 2015 when I worked at Fusion Network. I remember they're Cuban, right-wing Cuban and Venezuelan people.
Well, that's because they've now kicked out all the Cubans and the Venezuelans under the temporary protected statuses.
They've had a change of heart.
Yes.
But it's according to them, they said
know
it
you
was
were talking about
seeing
us.
these people being apprehended on the way to the court hearings. And
But here's a guy, and I understand that. I mean, I understand the reaction of we thought it was going to be one thing, it's not another. I mean, not everybody's job is to sit here and read the news and be this aware. And we know that Trump won this election basically on the backs of low information voters. But here's a guy now who is got firsthand experience, who is almost breaking up into tears, talking about families that he sees destroyed. And what is on the other side of this ledger?
Get some tax cuts.
It could be the tax cuts, although he hasn't seen them yet. But he assumes they're coming. I mean, what's on the other side of this ledger?
Yeah.
What is more of a payoff to him? I mean, my guess is I don't know. I don't know.
Then what's going to make up for half a dozen of your worker/friends being sent to some concentration camp?
It's also amazing to me that there's always this sort of fundamental, almost essential quality of not being able to be empathetic unless it's literally happening to you, or
he's almost crying for himself.
Exactly. He's having a pity party right now for himself. He's incapable of empathy. We have stunted sort of too many stunted people in the way of emotional awareness. Being able to empathize with others, it's a goddamn epidemic in this society. Let's see what Hassan was up to over here.
Anyway, Trump is backing away from some of the crackdowns, apparently, because industry leaders went to him and were like, what the f*** are you doing? You're actually impacting our bottom line. No shit.
On immigration, what made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business?
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that.
Not exactly sure what this will look like. Not exactly sure what kind of scalebacks will take place. But this is part of the reason why I said, don't say taco here, guys. Come on. This is part of the reason why I said mass deportations, the way that these guys envisioned it, will not happen because it harms the bottom line far too much. From their perspective, from their calculation, it's good to shit on migrants because business owners rely on migrants being a permanent underclass, constantly in legal limbo, not getting their citizenship, so they can't actually actively fight for better wages and better...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, workers' rights.
Protections.
Hard to have workers' rights when you're not a documented, individual. You're living in a crack, basically. Very easy to be repressed when you live in a crack where no one knows where you are. And, yeah, that's fucked up, but it's true. It's a fucked up reality in our society. All right, we don't need that whole thing. All right, let's go to this horrifying news story, which broke right before we started the stream. This shit's fucked up. But 2 lawmakers in Minnesota were murdered by a pro-Trump terrorist. Let's go here.
But I'm going to now take you to the United States, where we have some breaking news. A politician in the U.S. state of Minnesota has been killed. Another has been injured after they were both shot in their separate homes. State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband have been killed, while State Senator John Hoffman and his wife are recovering after surgery. Now, police are searching for the suspect who escaped after a shootout with officers. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz said it was an act of political violence.
We're here today
Otherwise known as
because an
terrorism.
unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost the dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil discourse. We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence.
So Minnesota Governor there, Tim Walz, with that breaking news that a U.S. politician, State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband have been killed. And in a separate shooting, Senator John Hoffman and his wife are recovering after surgery. Police are
rid of the Second Amendment?
Yep. Pro-MAGA terrorist attacking politicians, elected lawmakers in their own homes. You know, I've never noticed this, but it's not shocking to me that Kyle Kalinske has fucking tribal tattoos.
Hey guys, I have some absolutely colossal breaking news here for you. So, it's official. We now have pro-Trump MAGA terrorism happening in this country. 2 Democratic lawmakers and their spouses were shot by a pro-Trump terrorist. I'm going to give you the details of that in just a second, but I also need to give you an update on World War III, which apparently has already started. So, as you all know, Israel launched a massive attack.
God damn it, Kyle. We don't have time for this part.
Everything I warned you about is coming to fruition. Against Iran. They are directly involved. They're already protecting Israel do this. He let them do it. So, oh my God, Trump is so fucking stupid. Holy shit. Played like a fiddle by Netanyahu, who lied.
God damn it, Kyle.
Much longer. It seems like this was a well planned out event. So the person who did the shooting, dressed as a police officer, wearing a bulletproof vest, had a fucking fake police car also. So this was absolutely planned. This was planned. This was detailed. This was meticulous. This was not at all some like crime of passion or somebody snaps or has a mental episode. No, this was very, very detailed in how it went down. Pro-Trump MAGA terrorism, incredibly detailed in its nature. This was planned for a while, and the question is, who knew about it? How deep does the rock go? So, by the way, also, after he does this terrorism, this assassination of Democratic lawmakers, cops find in his car
illegal
a bunch of the No Kings protest flyers. So, in other words, it is a direct and clear threat. Don't you dare fucking protest Trump today. Don't you dare protest Trump. Maybe we'll do some mass murder if you go and protest Trump. That's what's happening, y'all. That's what's happening. So you have a president who's deeply against the First Amendment, who literally said the other day, no protesting. If you protest during my parade, I'm going to meet you with very heavy force. Trump says that now. Somebody is murdering Democratic lawmakers and also threatening protesters, saying, if you protest, I'll fucking murder you. What is happening to this country? We are doing a speed run to fascism. Every single bullet point on the fascism checklist we've hit. Jesus Christ. So, by the way, I should also point out, Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota lawmaker who was assassinated, was Speaker of the Minnesota House in 2023 and 2024, and that is exactly when the Democratic Party ran the state government and got a whole bunch of landmark reform victories, guys. So, in other words, here's what the...
Okay, all right, so yeah. Fucking Trump terrorists running around killing people. Meanwhile, you have police and the military stopping people from protesting, all of it. It's so good. It's such a great time to live in right now. So the last one I've got on this fucking story. According to Reuters, they have identified
Today
the
we are
suspect.
asking for the public's help at this point in time in locating Vance Luther Bolter, who is a 57-year-old white male who is 6 feet 1 inches tall, 220 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. At this time, we would ask the public, if you do locate him or see him, to call 911. Do not approach him. You should consider him armed and dangerous, and you should call 911 immediately with the information. We still don't know if additional people are involved, but this individual is the one that we're looking as a person of interest right now, but there may be other people with him, and we would like to speak to anybody that may have had contact with him at any point in time, so please.
There you go. There's your terrorist. Appears to be a white guy with thinning hair. A real creepy sort of sex pest vibe for some reason. But yeah, there's the latest. That was from an hour ago out of Reuters. All right, now what just got done about an hour ago was a live-streamed rally event in New York City. This rally was not a No Kings rally, but a new mayor rally. Look at this shit. Going to town on that too right now. You might be wondering to yourself, why are we watching this group of people playing music? Well, because they're here to support one man who's looking to be mayor of New York City. Might have heard of him.
Come on! Turn up, turn up, turn up! We winning or we lose? What's up? Come on! You!
Freeze the rent.
Check it out, boom, right? I've been following this campaign from the beginning, and I'm very proud to be here. You know why? Because when this shit started, it was like, yo, can we do this? And right now, it's we doing this. All right? That's right. That's right. Let me tell you something. A lot of people gonna be, this is live streaming on YouTube, so if your signs is very high, put them down a little bit because I want everybody to see that I'm very sexy. You know what I'm saying? I was 280, I'm 235 right now. Look real good, look. I'll do a 360 for y'all. No more sleep apnea, we living a long time. All right? But look, Zoran, unfortunately, I had to come in from Jersey. And I didn't like that. I didn't like saying that out loud. You know why? Because I'm born and raised in New York City, in the Bronx. And I would have loved to have stayed there with my wife and my kids, but I couldn't
because he got priced out. That's right.
Because it wasn't affordable. I couldn't afford it. And yes, the dude that was on TV couldn't afford to stay in his crib in the Bronx, bro. You know what I'm saying? So how's the dude driving the 12 bus gonna do it? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm here to support and represent. Zoran Mandani is gonna make this city affordable for real New Yorkers, B. Real New Yorkers, man. If he was born here, if your parents came in from a foreign land, you know what I'm saying, to give you a better life, and you landed here,
Look who showed
and you're
up
like, yo, I'm
here.
turning up here. This is it. This is what I'm saying. In Parkchester 6 train with your boy and some Timbs, you know what I mean? Getting love on the street from the people of New York City. This woman is a legend. In the Bronx and in New York City and in America. She's a beacon of what progressive politics can look like and how it really could work. She shocked the political ecosystem, bro. Just like we about to do. She did it 10 years ago, you about to do it in 10 days. Who you think I'm talking about? Who you think I'm talking about? Who? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC!
This is already better than the military parade. And it probably didn't cost $150 million to host this event. That's my guess.
What's up, New York City? Are you ready to elect Zoran Mandani for mayor?
Yeah! Immediately, if not sooner.
Thank you all so much. It feels so good to be home. You know, I'm thrilled to be here with each and every one of you who have already shocked the political class in terms of what is possible in this city, and we will elect Zoran on June 24th. You know, I've been thinking so much about this moment. I've been reflecting a lot on how we've gotten here. And over a year ago, I sat down with Zoran in a restaurant in Astoria. And
turn the volume up on this.
talked about, this is when we first talked about him running for mayor. What'd you say? We love him. And you know, it all started in a similar way that my race had started, which is we don't know if this is going to be possible, right? We don't have the money. We don't have an entire political establishment behind us, but we know that running is the right thing to do. Because we know that we could not allow Andrew Cuomo to just cakewalk into Gracie Mansion.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
And I think a lot about what has happened leading up to this political moment. Because going here into this moment, when I think about our current leadership, this race is not just symbolic about the future of New York City, but this race is symbolic about the future of our country. For so long, we have had political leadership, including in the Democratic Party, that has just wanted to play it safe, that has just wanted to be neutral, where so many people are motivated by their own individual political careers. And I cannot tell you how shocked I have been to see so many of the individuals
Who's doing the volume over here?
Andrew Cuomo to resign in disgrace after.
Who's in charge of this audio? Come on.
Come on!
I can barely hear AOC right now. I don't know if everybody else is struggling as much as I am. I think you are. I can see the levels on this right now. It's not good.
After so many details of harassment against women, and for those same people who called on him to resign, to stand behind him and endorse him for mayor of New York City, I will tell you, as a survivor of sexual assault, I will never unsee that ever again. We have to have a politics of integrity, not a politics of cowardice anymore. We have to stand up for what is right in this country. And when I say that this is not just about New York City, but that this is about the United States, I mean that literally. Because Andrew Cuomo has made clear that if he wins this race, he wants to run for president of the United States of America. And in a world and a nation that is crying to end the gerontocracy of our leadership, that wants a new day, that wants to see a new generation ascend, it is unconscionable to send Andrew Cuomo to Gracie Mansion once again. New York City, we need a new day. We deserve a chance. We deserve a New York City that centers working people.
100% AOC, 100%. We can't listen to this whole thing, though. We're already deep into this stream. Deeper than I thought we'd be at this point. 6 hours in.
Is in our hands, New York. And with that, I want to introduce to you the next mayor of New York City, Zoran Mandani.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good evening! New York City, how we feeling?
Damn, that's super loud.
Are we ready to win on June 24th? Thank you to our MC, the Kid Mero. Thank you to the elected officials, labor, and movement leaders who've joined us tonight. And thank you to my friend, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She has shown us time and again that we can fight and that we can win. She is a model for this country in how to lead with integrity. And what an honor it is to have her endorsement. And what an honor it is to look out onto this crowd and to see the city I love. There are over 3,000 New Yorkers here this evening, and thousands more watching from home. New Yorkers who believe that living here shouldn't be a daily grind of anxiety. New Yorkers who are ready to turn the page on years of corruption and incompetence. To reject the politics of distraction and fear, of big money and small vision, of cowardice and collaboration in the face of Trump's authoritarianism. New Yorkers who are ready for a new generation of leadership that puts working people first. My brothers and sisters, you are the beating heart of this campaign. You have climbed 6th-floor walk-ups and braved the pouring rain to canvass our city. You have shared our message with the very New Yorkers you've lived alongside for years, but never had the chance to meet. And make no mistake, this campaign is reaching every corner of this city. I see the work each of you do when New Yorkers wave excitedly from bus windows and shout, "Freeze the rent!" from moving cars. I see it when volunteers who have never participated in politics before dedicate their every Sunday night to spreading our message. And I see it when thousands of New Yorkers post proud screenshots of their first ever ballots. And I feel it when the uncles and aunties who felt long abandoned by a broken status quo pull me aside to tell me that finally they're excited to believe again. We stand on the verge of a victory that will resonate across the country and the world. Make no mistake, this victory will be historic not just because of who I am, a Muslim immigrant and a proud democratic socialist. But for
this guy's killing it. Killing it. Gotta love Zoran. If you're in New York, gotta vote for Zoran. Don't rank Andrew Cuomo. But fill out the whole ballot. There's your New York mayoral race update. Perfect. I stopped at the perfect time. We just hit 6 hours, which means we gotta take another quick break, but we'll be right back with the space content after these brief messages. Alright, well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider hitting that little bell icon too. Otherwise, you'll never know when the stream is live. That would be terrible. Now, you might not be aware, but we are funded by viewers such as yourself. So if you've got a couple extra bucks, really help out with our production of this show. So many great ways, of course, for you to do just that. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Got the Cash App and the PayPal if you prefer every dollar you donate go directly to funding this stream rather than having it fund the bottom line of YouTube. And of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, just go onto the website and find out just what lies in store for you. Alright, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. it would appear that it is time for us to get back to the stream. Let's get back into the seed space, fams, lest you miss the latest galactic content. Fourth half about to start. It's only 12:30. Although we do have a slightly shorter list than a normal today. But that goddamn military parade and all of the No King's Day protests did take up quite a lot of time. Now that I'm looking through it, we have not gotten far out of that territory. Most of the rest of this is we're going to be talking about Israel and Iran, as things have just continued to progress there. You just passed the U.S. Space Force in Cape Cod?
Fuck yeah!
Chat has voted Peebs for president, says Mish. Thanks for the super chat, Mish. Appreciate you. Has chat voted Peebs for president? Wow. Congratulations, Peebs. Congrats. Great job. Great job. Not sure how you did it, how you convinced them, but whatever you did, great job. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, right. I'm doing the stream. That's right. Now, Donald Trump has nominated some wacko to be his fair housing nom. He's going to be in charge of ensuring that the, Civil Rights Act is, enforced in housing, ensuring that the opportunity is not only given to certain people, stuff like that, That's kind of going to be his lane. Now, from what I understand, this guy is a lawyer who used to represent aggrieved white people. Basically, reverse DEI lawyer type guy. Let's go here. Elizabeth Warren had some questions for him. Let's, this is Forbes breaking news from earlier today.
Ranking Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Trainer, if you're confirmed, you'll be responsible for enforcing the nation's laws barring discrimination in housing. HUD's website says that the office you would lead, the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity, quote, works to eliminate housing discrimination and promote civil rights and economic opportunity through housing. Last year, there were more than 34,000 complaints to the Fair Housing Office, the most on record in history. That suggests to me there is a problem nationally with housing discrimination. Mr. Trainer, you describe yourself as a civil rights lawyer, so I just want to go through your record on civil rights. In 2021, you authored a book review entitled, quote, George Floyd and the Rise of the Rival Constitution, where you appeared to agree with arguments that our civil rights laws contributed to the rise of a, quote, rival constitution that threatens our actual constitution. In a 2022 report to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights on Racial Disparities in Evictions in New York State, you wrote that while you, quote, do not doubt good faith views that racial discrimination many decades in the past somehow reveals itself today in New York's rental market, I do not share this view.
No one shares that view. That's an idiotic view. Suggests that somehow, privilege cannot somehow span decades. It is a ridiculous claim. Of course, privilege. Jesus Christ. Not just privilege and discrimination can continue indefinitely, technically. I mean, but hold on. I just want to show you this. Hold on. Craig, this guy's name is Craig Trainer. The only real information I can find on this guy is his bio from the Federalist Society. Ooh, that you know that he's must be very qualified to be at the Federalist Society of all places. Craig Trainer, Acting Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights and Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights. Wow. Look at this guy. He previously served as Senior Special Counsel with the United States House of Representatives Committee on the Judiciary under Chairman Jim Jordan. Oh, wow. Wow. Wow, what a incredible accolade. He worked for Jim Jordan, you say, on one committee. Wow. Wow. Impressive. Oh, also, Senior Litigation Counsel with the America First Policy Institute. Oh, the highly respected America First Policy Institute under former Florida Attorney General. Who? Pam Bondi, you say? Oh, no way. More nepotism in this administration? What?
I don't want reality.
No. What? Nepotism in this White House of all places? Get out. For over 10 years, Mr. Trainer was a criminal defense and civil rights lawyer in New York City, litigating cases in New York State Court and the United States District Court for the Southern and Eastern Districts of New York. Prior to founding his law practice, he served as a New York City prosecutor. This guy sounds great. He sounds like he should be involved in fair housing. That makes sense. And from the Federalist Society. I mean, what a glowing review from the Federalist Society. No further questions.
Your current civil rights enforcement role at the Department of Education, you are being sued by the NAACP and other civil rights groups for advancing a, quote, legally flawed and unsupported interpretation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Mr. Trainer, given your record, why should we trust that you will fulfill the explicit mission of HUD's Fair Housing Office to, quote, eliminate housing discrimination and promote civil rights?
Yeah, good question.
Senator, thank you for that question. I'd look at my career as a civil rights attorney who has represented hundreds upon hundreds of vulnerable New Yorkers in the worst time of their lives as being oftentimes the only person they can talk to help them navigate a deeply complex and at times unfair system. And that is exactly what I intend to do, is to take that experience and to evaluate complaints that come in, investigate that, and vigorously enforce the law if we find violations. There's no doubt about it.
That's the problem that I'm trying to probe here, Mr. Trainer. You're currently being sued by civil rights groups. You seem to have come to the conclusion that housing discrimination in New York's rental market does not exist.
It just doesn't exist. Nobody is discriminated against, ever. Wow. And this guy's going to enforce civil rights laws, but he's currently being sued by civil rights organizations? That's weird. It seems almost counterintuitive. Let me just make sure I heard that correctly.
Violations.
Well,
no doubt about it.
That's the problem that I'm trying to probe here, Mr. Trainer.
Please probe it,
You're
Elizabeth.
currently being sued by civil rights groups. You seem to have come to the conclusion that housing discrimination in New York's rental market does not exist. You've raised questions about the constitutionality of our civil rights laws.
What now?
Your record is not indicative of someone who will faithfully uphold the civil rights laws. Instead, it reads like somebody who is hostile to the fundamental premise of civil rights.
It does seem like that.
That makes me think you are just not a serious person for this job. So, Mr. Peters, I'd like to turn to you. As the Assistant Secretary.
Doesn't sound very serious. Elizabeth is right.
Job. So, Mr. Peters, I'd like to turn to you. As the Assistant Secretary for Export Enforcement, you would be on the front lines enforcing our export controls. Now, export controls are a crucial tool for ensuring that countries like China cannot access our most sensitive technologies and ultimately use them against us. So in February, Senator Hawley and I wrote to the Commerce Department to express our concern that BIS hadn't closed loopholes allowing PRC to acquire millions of advanced AI chips. Last month, Senator Banks and I wrote to NVIDIA to emphasize our concerns that its new...
Okay, I don't have time for this, Elizabeth. China can have chips. How about you settle down? Don't let China have the chips. Sour cream and onion.
That's too much, man!
First part was good, though. All right. Now, we don't have a lot of environmental stories today. And in fact, I didn't even prepare space news for you, which I do feel like I may have failed you on that particular... I mean, I was honestly considering doing just the parade and just the protests today. I was like, no, people will be upset. They'll be like, why don't we get other things? So I put some other shit in here, but I haven't managed to watch all of it. I've watched a bunch of it, most of it, but you know, look, all right, I streamed till pretty late yesterday. When did you all become Vice Lord? At BCAT? Lord BCAT. Yes, tell us. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, right, streaming. Let's go to New Jersey real quick. What do you say? Because there has been a wildfire burning there for the last 24 hours or so, or a little longer. Day and a half, I guess.
A major wildfire burning in South Jersey has exploded in size, and we just got an update from the New Jersey Forest Fire Service. They say the fire has now burned more than 3,200 acres and is 30% contained. New video from Chopper 3 shows smoke billowing out of the Wharton State Forest in Shamyong Township, Burlington County. The fire was first spotted by a private plane around 5.
I'm sorry, how do you say that word? Say that again.
Shows smoke billowing out of the Wharton State Forest in Shamyong Township, Burlington County. The fire was first spotted by a private plane around 5 a.m. Officials say fighting the fire has been a challenge.
Fire's got some serious burning going on right now, and with that, we're having a hard time to...
The fire has got some serious burning. Is that what you... Is that true?
That's hot.
That's hot.
That's hot.
Control it. We've had 2 helicopters from the Forest Fire Service, along with 1 air tanker, working on the fire, trying to knock the flames down.
I've been here since 2016. There have been a number of fires that have been happening, and it never got this close.
The Costello Prep Juvenile Detention Center was forced to evacuate along with the Lower Forge campground.
Okay, so that one was yesterday. I got one more from the...
All right. And Tammy, what about the wildfires? Will the rain help dampen that a bit?
Any rain. If they could get a nice downpour, that would be very welcoming. And people are smelling the smoke, but it's because we have clouds and that smoke is sort of trapped underneath and it's just wafting around. The rain would be a good thing, though, for both.
All right, Tammy, thanks so much. To that story now, the update on the wildfire that is still burning in Wharton State Forest in Shamyong Township, Burlington County. It is the source behind that smoky smell that you might be smelling as you walk out the door today. The New Jersey Forest Fire Service now reports that fire is 40% contained, but it has already burned 4,200 acres, and officials say fighting the fire has been a challenge.
Fire's got some serious burning.
Okay, we already got this quote from old Chief Bill Donnelly. But, yeah, there you go. It did not move quite as fast as I thought it was going to move. That's the latest update we have on that fire. But I think higher moisture content in this area is at least helping to reduce the spread, I think, to some degree, and the winds are not super high at this point, but hopefully that stays the case. Otherwise it will probably explode. It's just surrounded by trees. All right. Let's do some world news. What do you say? Might be doing this in one half, not gonna lie. No, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long this takes. All right, let's start. We've been talking military all day. Let's talk more about the military. The Russian military. We adults are sure that today, when we are again facing fascism, we will be victorious. But the main thing lies ahead. The right to defend this victory will be yours. It is great that you are here with us today. Just a bunch of children. Left face. That wasn't the best left face, boys, but okay. Bismarck said that wars are not won by generals, but by school teachers and priests. That's absolutely true. It's about developing a spirit of patriotism in the young. Vladimir Putin. We are already moving in this direction.
Это полезный вклад в будущее.
Всегда должен быть боевой настрой. It's being combat ready. This is a fun video. Russia's Ministry of Defense says 1.75 million children are in its youth army. This is a rare glimpse inside the youth army. Let's go through the plans. We have a lot coming up. First is the Youth Army Marathon. It's a big organization. That is, there's a general headquarters, regional headquarters, municipal headquarters, and youth army detachments in every school.
Помогайте девочкам. Тихо. Встали тут девочки.
Ну, задается очень много вопросов вообще от взрослых.
I get asked a lot of questions from adults. Why are you militarizing children? Why teach them to field script machine gun? Why are you teaching them to shoot?
Приходится объяснять, но это
I
правильно.
have to explain it's a good thing.
И дисциплина,
With the
порядок.
uniform, you get
Это
discipline,
патриотизм.
order, and patriotism.
Все, пошли.
В этом году открыли памятник
This
сотрудникам
monument to
органов
state security
государственной
officers
безопасности.
was unveiled this year.
В нем я сына своего
I
вижу.
see my son in it.
В СВО сын погиб, был он
My son died in
сотрудником
special
ФСБ.
military office operation. He is FSB officer.
Возьми вот этот фломастер.
Так, а ручка-то вот еще.
Пиши
фломастер, тебе сказали. Пока он зеленый.
Все хорошо.
А маму посадили?
Да, за соучастие в убийстве.
See, this whole thing is totally fucked. When I watched this, one thing I just could not stop thinking about was, I wonder how many Ukrainian children are being forced into conscription. Because I don't know if you're, I'm pretty sure people are probably aware, but a lot of Ukrainian children have been disappeared from the front lines into Russia. You would like for young people to do public service that doesn't involve shooting and killing?
What? What'd you jump up?
That's, wow.
That's too much, man!
Wow, really? high expectations. Did they say Vergonia? I don't think so. I can say it. All right, we're not going to watch that whole thing. Makes me sad. Watching kids being militarized and, we're already headed in a terrible direction. We need less people preparing for war. Like, we are at the precipice as it relates to planetary stability. And yet people are just amping themselves up, just putting more money into bombs and guns and genocidal campaigns and territory disputes and whatever else. It's just we're one people. Humanity, humankind, the human race. Speaking of people putting too much money into bombs, let's talk about this situation that's been going on between Iran and Israel over the last 48 hours. Let's just wrap up where we left things off.
And joining us now, Richard.
Some people may not have been keeping up on this situation. Started this off with France 24. Title: Israeli aggression clearly illegal.
Illegal.
And joining us now, Richard Dalton in London, former British ambassador to Libya and Iran and former consul general in Jerusalem. Richard, U.S. was reportedly warned of this attack, per Donald Trump's latest remarks. France was not. Where does this attack leave some of Israel's allies?
Wow, did you catch that?
Floundering at present. The
France 24 a little peeved that France didn't get the heads up, and France has been a big ally to Israel. Have you heard any of France 24's goddamn coverage on Israel for the last 2 years? My God, they've been basically just repeating Hasbara out of Israel's propaganda department regularly. But France doesn't get the they don't get the heads up. United States, well, yeah, no worries. But sorry, France. Sorry. And one would assume the UK probably didn't get a heads up, or Germany. It would seem that it was a bilateral war crime.
Floundering at present. The Israeli aggression is clearly illegal. Israel has not met the criteria in international law under which it would be entitled to conduct a preemptive attack. Iran hasn't the capability in the nuclear field to attack Israel. It has no intention of so doing. It was not necessary for Israel to use force, and Israel has not provided evidence that's credible that there's been a recent change in Iranian activity in a threatening direction. And finally, and most importantly, peaceful means of resolving the Iranian nuclear issue and United States and Israeli hostility to Iran have not been exhausted. US-led diplomacy is still underway. So if they are to be honest with the principles they uphold in other situations, European countries and the United Kingdom should be denouncing this behavior.
Whoa, I'm sorry. You're saying that Western allies are going to not be hypocritical? Is that the idea? Somehow consistent with their upholding of particular values, regardless of who's doing what? That is a highfalutin idea, sir.
European countries and the United Kingdom should be denouncing this behavior by Israel, which puts at risk wider implications for the Middle East and for the region as a whole.
Is there any diplomacy that can save us from the brink of a major escalation or possible regional war?
It depends on the degree of harm that Israel has inflicted on Iran and on Iran's decisions as to what to do next. Clearly, Iran hasn't yet mobilized any of its national power. It could retaliate against international oil trade. If there were any suspicion that United States military bases or personnel were assisting any aspect of Israeli operations over the next few days, then we should expect Iranian retaliation against United States bases, including those in neighboring Arab countries. But it appears that Israel has the strategic and tactical advantage at present, and it's too soon to call what will happen over the next few days.
How about nuclear talks that were scheduled between the U.S. and Iran? Can these nuclear talks be saved at all at this point? Where?
Well, they were supposed to happen today. But all of our, leaders were at Trump's birthday parade. So I'm not sure that those talks happened. I could be wrong. I could have sworn I saw... I'm fairly certain. Please shut up, sir. Anybody remember? Steve Witkoff was there, right? I'm almost 100% that Steve Witkoff, who was supposed to be in Iran doing those talks, was at Trump's little fucking parade. He was sitting like 3 seats to the right. Well, audience right. I could almost swear that he was there. All right, now, after the first round of strikes from Israel's military, new PR guy came out to say this. We should remember that the operation is still in the beginning. Iran has intentions and capabilities, as we've already seen. Sorry, hold on. The IDF operated in Iran and surprised them. That is why there was no fire that reached Israel as of now, but we are monitoring Iran and prepared, and we know that they are ready to respond and fire on us. We will continue to operate and protect the citizens of Israel. By starting this war, they've done the opposite of protecting the citizens of Israel. Multiple people have died since this guy came out with this message. We have to prepare for an extended operation. The IDF is ready for defense and offense. We will continue to operate until the war goals are achieved. What are the war goals now, exactly? These people are wild. It's fucking wild. Protecting Israeli citizens involves attacking someone who wasn't actively attacking you. Okay. Now, at the same time, in Iran, the red flag of revenge was raised in Qom. So yeah, and people were out in the streets saying death to Israel a whole bunch. Not super shocking, considering. Now Trump is being suggested, and I'm also suggesting it, that Trump colluded with Israel to bomb Iran. And it's really starting to look like that, considering you had Steve Witkoff in D.C. rather than Iran today. Among other reasons, of course.
When news first broke of Israel bombing Iran, the Western media repeated the line that this had nothing to do with the United States. The White House had been briefing that they wanted Israel to hold off attacking Iran until after negotiations between the two countries had concluded. And most journalists appeared to take that at face value, like The Economist defense editor Shashank Joshi, speaking here on the BBC.
Firstly, your headline thoughts about what's happened overnight.
Well, first of all, this is perhaps something of a surprise because it preempts US-Iran nuclear talks that were due for this weekend. So clearly, Israel preferring the element of surprise rather than waiting for those talks to conclude. Secondly, the Americans very, very clearly stating that they were not involved and trying to stay out of this, although they may well be dragged into the aerial defense of Israel from any retaliation.
Now, that was a line you heard across the airwaves this morning. I don't want to sort of single out Shashank Joshi from The Economist, but this is what I heard when I was waking up to the Today program. Oh, this was done without the US's say so. They were actually sort of kind of asking Israel to hold off, but Israel did it anyway. Some people suggesting that Netanyahu's actions might even have annoyed the Americans. That narrative, though, became harder to sustain after Donald Trump posted this. So he said, 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps
I did everything right and they indicted
so he's saying,
me.
Oh, I knew this was going to happen all along. In fact, this was part of my plan. So why had everyone got the wrong end of the stick? Well, according to the website Axios, Trump acting like he wanted the Israelis to hold off bombing Iran was actually all part of a carefully planned ruse. Axios laid out what was the received wisdom before this morning. So say friction point, even as President Trump pursued a nuclear deal, Israel was preparing for this strike, gathering intelligence, positioning assets, and eventually conducting drills. Those preparations alarmed some in the White House, who worried Netanyahu might move even without a green light from Trump. Netanyahu assured Trump he wouldn't. The White House, for its part, told Netanyahu that if Israel attacked Iran, it would do so alone. Trump himself said several times in recent days, including several hours before the strikes, that he opposed an Israeli strike that could blow up the negotiations. So this is what the received wisdom was. Before this morning, the Americans saying, oh, we really don't want the Israelis to, the Americans, sorry, saying they don't want the Israelis to go ahead and do this yet because we're in the middle of negotiations. Then, though, Axios shows us what was the reality, or what they've been suggested by some sources was the reality. So they say the intrigue. In the hours after the attack began, Israeli officials briefed reporters that this was all coordinated with Washington. 2 Israeli officials claimed to Axios that Trump and his aides were only pretending to oppose an Israeli attack in public and didn't express opposition in private. We had a clear US green light, one claimed. The goal, they said, was to convince Iran that no attack was imminent and make sure Iranians on Israel's target list wouldn't move to new locations. Netanyahu's aides even briefed Israeli reporters that Trump had tried to put the brakes on an Israeli strike in a call on Monday, when in reality the call dealt with coordination ahead of the attack. Israeli officials now.
Wow. Yeah. And you know what doesn't help our case is that 3 days before the attack happened, we removed all of our embassy officials in a completely obvious move. It was clear that we had 100% knowledge of this ahead of time.
Aaron, I want to bring you in on this. This is quite extraordinary, right? So the argument being made here is that both people in Israel and the United States were briefing the press that Donald Trump didn't want Israel to attack Iran, but the only reason they were doing that is because they didn't want to tip off the Iranians that Israel were about to attack them. So Trump was essentially sort of lying to the whole world to try and trick the Iranians not to move their military commanders and their nuclear scientists away from where Israel would know they were.
Well, I think there's two levels.
But one thing I find fascinating about this is Donald Trump seemingly put one of his own personal goals to the side for Israel to do what they want to do. You know, he really wanted the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. We've been talking about it for a while. But he's always hoped to be able to get that Peace Prize. He was always real butthurt over Obama getting the Peace Prize over the JCPOA. And you know, it's one of the reasons I've said in the past why, you know, he got us out of it in the first place, because he just thought it was a bad Obama deal. And then in this iteration, he's attempted to basically just reinstate most of the JCPOA, right, without any real differences in there. And it's, you know, he seemingly said, yeah, I guess I can wait. I can wait. If you got some stuff you want to do, go ahead.
To the answer, really. Did Trump want this to happen? We don't really know if the Americans wanted it to happen. They certainly didn't stop it, which would suggest they were indifferent at best about it. And they certainly knew about it. Given the noises that Trump has made in regards to how, you know, Israel will follow the orders of Washington, I mean, that certainly is at odds with the kind of narrative we've had since Trump really, you know, stepped into the White House, the Oval Office in the last 6 months. He was meant to be this break, and in some ways he has been. A break with the foreign policy preferences of the US deep state. When it comes to Israel, he absolutely has not been. He categorically,
I mean, Trump is the deep state.
Has not been. On Syria, there was clearly a bit of a divergence with preferences that you might say come up the Democratic Party, foreign policy establishment, a few other places too. Obviously, Russia, Ukraine being the most famous one. But when Israel was involved with regards to the specific conflict of Israel and Iran, it's play for play, the exact same thing that would have happened with the Democrats. Hear no evil, see no evil, behind the scenes, you work together. It
honestly feels worse than what the Democrats were offering at this point. All right, now let's go here. CNN. There's a very strange thing that is happening in the wake of all of this. Some big time MAGA influencers seem to be taking a very different tone than you might expect amidst all of this stuff going on.
Tonight, MAGA divided. Donald Trump's support for Israel's actions against Iran is splitting his own base, pitting Israel hawks against those who fear the United States is being pulled into an even bigger regional fight. But remember, when the president campaigned on this message.
I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. I'm going to keep us out of World War III. We're not going to have World War III, but I will prevent World War III.
Former Fox host Tucker Carlson sent Trump a stern warning this morning in his newsletter. Quote, the United States should not at any level participate in a war with Iran. No funding, no American troops, no troops on the ground. Drop Israel. Let them fight their own wars. What happens next will define Donald Trump's presidency. Ashley Allison and Pete Seat are back at the table. Ravi is also back with us as well.
Everyone shut up. Just want to go back. Is not, he said no funding, no American weapons, which would be a huge departure from U.S. Israeli policy. I mean, this is such a strange moment. Tucker Carlson. The United States should not at any level participate in a war with Iran. No funding, no American weapons, no troops on the ground. Drop Israel. Drop Israel, you say. This is very, very strange. What's going on with Tucker?
Ashley Allison and Pete Seat are back at the table. Ravi is also back with us as well. So Pete,
here, hold on. I'll let this go a little bit.
This is an inevitable divide playing out in MAGA world.
So Life, why are you going wild?
He told them he would end all the wars, and
now are you going wild with the deleting the messages? You know that they never come back, right? They're gone forever.
He has not ended all the wars.
Well, it's inevitable because there is an element of the MAGA base that is divorced from reality, and that is the reality of leadership. They've never read an intelligence briefing. They've never sat in the Situation Room. Donald Trump has had the benefit of doing that.
Okay.
The most consequential decision they've made is choosing Crest or Colgate. And so they don't understand the importance of these decisions, nor do they embrace the burden of American leadership. And being
the burden of American leadership. What he means is former White House spokesman for President George Bush means we must give Israel all the money. We can't drop Israel. But honestly, I don't think I've ever on this stream agreed with anything Tucker Carlson's ever said. But I think I might actually agree with Tucker Carlson once. But here's the problem. At least I think that I think that the Christian Zionists have finally gotten to the point where they think maybe just maybe they'll get that what's it called, when they get sucked up into the sky. What is that? It's the biblical apocalypse, but there's a word for it. It starts with an R, right? God damn it. My brain is broken. The rapture. I did it. I found it. I found it in my brain somewhere. Just had to knock it loose with a coconut. I'm fairly certain that they finally think that it's hot enough in the Middle East. Maybe if they drop Israel now, they'll get that. What is it? 2/3 of Jews that have to die. What does the Bible say again? It's 60%. I can't remember. But yeah, maybe that's what they're hoping for now.
lone superpower and having the largest economy. And it's just, they're clueless.
Argue that that also describes what Donald Trump campaigned on. I mean, he campaigned on getting out of, Iraq or getting out of Afghanistan in his first term. Then Ukraine hasn't happened. Then stopping the Gaza war hasn't happened. He has been the one who has fed, if it's a delusion, he's fed the delusion.
I think he's very good at sort of spotting the mood. And I'm a Crest man, by the way, but I think.
So yeah, okay, that's enough of CNN's hot takes over here. Yeah, the way the CNN frames this is like they're basically like it's beneficial to everyone if we're a hegemon in the Middle East vicariously through our puppet state Israel. It grosses me out. Like, this is our responsibility. We can't leave Israel in the dust. We can't let them fend for themselves in the wars that they start. That's not fair.
How rude. That's too much, man.
Now, since we last saw each other, there has been continued strikes going on between Israel and Iran. Here's Forbes breaking news from 22 hours ago. This is over the skies of Bethlehem. This is not how you spell Iranian. Just gonna point that out to everybody. This is not how you spell Iranian, Forbes. Iranian. Okay. Missiles fired over Jerusalem as of 22 or so hours ago. This is from France 24, 18 hours ago. Vulnerabilities of Israeli strategy for Iran likely to increase with time. Oh, son of a bitch. This is not that. This is the AP. What's wrong with me? I do something about my brain. Okay, this is the AP. Okay, this is in central Israel. Apparently, this is one of the sites of the Iranian missile strikes. They seem to be using some pretty big weaponry to be leveling buildings like this. Gotta assume it was a ballistic missile, at least. I don't think they have hypersonic missile technology. If Iran decides to close the Strait of Hormuz, oil prices could shoot up. The fact is oil prices already have shot up by like 15% in the last, from starting in Wednesday, around the same time. Oh my gosh. Around the same time that the U.S. pulled troops from our embassies, not troops, what are they? Staffers, right? Diplomats from our embassies and other places in the Middle East. Same day, oil prices shot up before anything happened. And on Friday they jumped like 13+% in a day. Donald Trump's not going to be able to brag about gas prices for very long if that continues. Not that he really did anything that he actually understands in making any of that happen. But all right, let's now go to France 24. Talk about those supposed vulnerabilities in Israel's strategy.
Have three objectives. The first was to make sure they crippled the Iranian nuclear program. And as your guest rightly said, this is not going to be possible to achieve. And I dare to say, even with the US intervention, for a simple reason. The Israelis can destroy what is on the surface in Natanz. With the US help, they can destroy what is under the surface because it's not very deep. They can do that in Isfahan to destroy the yellow cake, but that's also replaceable because the Iranians have uranium mines. But they cannot do that in Fordo because what Rafael Grossi told us, that the Iranians have underground up to 800 meters facilities. And therefore, even using the B-2 with the GBU bomb 57 with 15 tons, I don't think they can reach that deep. And also keeping in mind that the intelligence and the knowledge of the nuclear program and the facility to do that, moving from centrifuge IR1 to IR6 and 7, it is embedded in the Iranian mind, and they have this capability. The second objective is to destroy Iranian missiles. And we've seen the concentrated attack on Tabriz is because they have the main industry there, but they have industry of missiles all over Iran. And the demonstration was given yesterday when 6 provinces contributed in launching missiles against Israel, saying that we have actually missile program everywhere. And the last one was the Benjamin Netanyahu, what you're putting on the screen now, inviting the population to rise against the regime. So his last objective is to change the regime in Iran, not taking into consideration the nationalism is very strong. The Iranian, by nature, they contest everything, but when they are under attack, they come all together.
And what's the likelihood, given those objectives you just mentioned, how successful do you think Israel is going to be in reaching those objectives?
Yeah, and actually, that last objective of trying to get people to rise up against the Iranian regime from within the country, my understanding, I don't know if I even have this, but I was looking at something earlier that suggested that that's not really happening right now. Just calling for Iranians to rise up from a guy who just attacked them, maybe not the best strategy. And it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to take out all of this stuff from above, and would have to essentially, at least from what I understand what this guy is saying right now, they would have to literally occupy Iran. They would have to invade on the ground, essentially, to be able to disarm them, at least in terms of being able to strike Israel. Which, you know, probably bad. Probably a bad idea. Joe47771 with a sweet, sweet super sticker of a cute-ass pear, giving me the thumbs up. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Joe. Back to France.
Especially based on the response we're getting so far from Iran.
Well, in my war experience in a dozen countries, I've seen only in Serbia people surrendering to air attack when the Americans bombed Serbia. We're talking about in 1990s. I don't think anyone would surrender to a dominance of the Israeli Air Force over the Iranian airspace, particularly when Iran has a lot of missiles that are raining on Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel. Therefore, as long as the Israelis are feeling the pain, which was not the case before the Iranian retaliation, when everybody in Israel was with Netanyahu, standing with him with all this victory that they have inside, today they are having another thought that the 1967 victory that Israel had actually is not going to be repeated in 2025, and the war is happening at home and not in the adversary territory only, as is the Israeli war doctrine.
And what about Israel's call to for Iranians to rise up against the regime? I mean, do you have a sense of how this Israeli attack is being seen by regular people inside of Iran?
But this is something that the Israelis and the Americans have been trying for decades, and they have managed in many times to create riots in the countries, sabotage attacks, sabotaging nuclear facilities, killing the nuclear scientists. This is not the first time. Killing officers, assassinating them, even in Baghdad. Donald Trump did that in 2020 against Qasem Soleimani in Iraq. So all this have been already tried against Iran since 1979.
Yeah, it's almost like we're just trying to repeat the past, literally, in so many fucking ways. Donald Trump trying to redo the same nuclear agreement that we already had. I mean, it's just, there's just so many. Too many parallels to the past. Or Boomer with the sweet, sweet super chat. Hey, GNN space travelers, my 8-hour workday is over and I can tithe 1% to the Lord of the Stream, Master of his Manor, Bro of his Bromosphere. Wow. It's a lot of titles. I didn't even know about all of those titles that I had, but it would make sense that I would have such great titles. Thank you, Orb Vroomer. Much appreciated for your tithings, as you put it. Your donations of much awesomeness. All right. But yeah, I mean, it does seem like some of this strategy from Israel, not necessarily the most thought out, and seemingly is going to lead to a lot of destruction on both sides. You know how I know that? Because ever since this came out, that's exactly what's happened. Let's go here now. This is also from 18 hours ago out of the Associated Press. Residents in central Israel describe moments of Iranian strikes.
הייתה אזעקה, הערתי את אשתי, רצנו למטה למקלט, נעלנו את הדלת.
We ran downstairs. After a few minutes, there was a boom. The entire shelter door, the door of the shelter opened, and we heard noises. We thought that that's it, the house is gone. And half of the house was gone. It fell apart. Yeah. This is the first time something like this has happened in the neighborhood. on such a crazy scale. We are recovering from this. Great. There you go. Some eyewitness accounts of one of these Iranian attacks. Seems like a number of them have been successful in hitting their targets, something which up till now hasn't really been the case for the last 2 years. You know, not a lot of missiles or rockets have made it through Israeli defenses. I mean, the Golden Dome, or not this, the Iron Dome. No, I'm calling it the Golden Dome. God damn it. Iron Dome has been quite successful in defending Israel up to this point. Let's go here now. It's the United Nations Security Council briefing from about 15 hours ago.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, at approximately 3:15 a.m. local time, the Israeli military launched waves of airstrikes across Iran, targeting a number of locations, including residential areas in Tehran. These attacks, which are reportedly continuing this afternoon, have targeted Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters, military bases, radar installations, and nuclear facilities, among others. They have reportedly caused significant damage, including, reportedly, dozens of civilian casualties. In retaliation, Iran launched some 100 drones toward Israel, all of which were reportedly intercepted before reaching Israeli airspace. As I speak, there are reports of Iranian missiles heading towards Israel. The Israeli Defense Forces called the attack a precise preemptive strike and declared an imminent threat from Iran's nuclear program, while also announcing a domestic state of emergency. According to the IDF, over 200 Israeli Air Force aircraft were involved in the opening strikes, dropping over 330 munitions on some 100 targets. Multiple nuclear installations were struck, including in Natanz, one of the central sites of Iran's nuclear program. In a video message, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Israeli forces also attacked Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and top Iranian nuclear scientists. He stated that the attacks were intended to ward off an existential threat, vowing that the battle would continue for, and I quote, as many days as it takes, end quote. The impact of these attacks has already been felt throughout the region, with neighboring countries closing their airspace and putting their security forces on high alert. The Houthis have reportedly launched missiles toward Israel, one of which has hit the occupied West Bank, causing injuries. Many regional leaders have condemned the attack as a flagrant violation of international law and an escalation that is pushing the region toward more conflict and tension. According to Iran's state media and statements made by Iran's supreme leader today, at least 4 top Iranian generals and 3 leading nuclear scientists were killed. A number of civilians have also been reportedly killed and injured. The supreme leader has promised severe punishment, and I quote, for Israel. Madam President, I reaffirm the Secretary General's condemnation of any military escalation in the Middle East. I also underline the obligation of member states not to use force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, and in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. I reiterate the call by the Secretary General to both sides to show maximum restraint at this critical moment and to avoid at all costs a descent into deeper and wider regional conflict.
Yeah, I'm not sure Israel and Iran heard the Undersecretary General of the UN Security Council. because for the next 15 hours leading to about now, and I've been adding videos throughout this as more news keeps coming out, it would seem that they just sort of did exactly that, I guess you might call it. I don't know. Here's BBC News.
Welcome to BBC News. I'm Kasia Madeira. Israel says it's continuing to launch strikes against Iran after its major offensive began on Friday. Well, Iran has retaliated by firing missiles across Israel. Israel says it's targeted Tehran's air defense capabilities and sites from which Iran can fire ballistic missiles and drones at Israel. Well, several of the salvos fired in return by Iran could be seen and heard in the skies above Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. And it wasn't just the main cities that were targeted. In several towns, there was considerable damage to some buildings. 3 people died in this attack. Images after daybreak revealed the devastation and that Israel's much vaunted air defense system is not foolproof. In Iran, people feel no such security, with their military air defenses offering little protection against Israeli airstrikes. Iranian officials saying around 80 people, the majority of them civilians, including children, have been killed. Well, 2 more senior military commanders and 3 more nuclear scientists have also been assassinated. The Israeli army has spoken about opening a path towards Tehran, while the country's defense minister, Israel Katz, has said that the Iranian capital will burn if Iran continues to fire the retaliatory missiles at Israel. Well, our Middle East correspondent Hugo Bacheka begins our coverage from Jerusalem.
Iran's response to Israel came at night with about 200 missiles. The military worked to stop them, as millions of Israelis sought shelter. The air raid sirens were still sounding in Tel Aviv when a missile hit. Iran's intention may have been to overwhelm Israel's defenses, and here it did. A residential neighborhood south of Tel Aviv, caught up in this conflict.
This is where the missile hit, completely destroying these houses, and there's a lot of damage all around here. And all morning, emergency services have been inspecting these buildings, with residents coming to rescue whatever they can find.
We have people that die here, and we have between 24 to 26 injured here in the site.
This morning, Iran came under attack again. Here, plumes of smoke rise from Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. The Israeli military released these images of what it said were strikes on Iranian missiles ready to be launched. Israel says it wants to damage Iran's nuclear program, but the scale of the attacks could indicate another goal.
Okay. Let's go here now. This was from like 9 hours ago. Forbes breaking news. More buildings destroyed. Damaged in Iranian missile strikes. I don't know if I'd call this one destroyed. Seems more damaged to me. Certainly less destroyed than most buildings in Gaza. Okay, all right. That one appeared to be in a downtown area in Tel Aviv. All right, let's go here. This is from 7 hours ago out of Al Jazeera, Iran, launching more drones and missiles at Israel, according to the Iranian, what's it called, National Guard or something like that. I forget the name of it. IRNA. I guess there's no G in that. Whatever.
Let's bring in Tawhid Asadi. He's live for us in Tehran. And Tawhid, a little over an hour ago now, 2 hours ago, Israel said that it was striking Iran again. What was happening?
Well, actually, what we see on the ground is the very reality that Tehran is striking back while the Israeli military offensive continues across the country. A couple of minutes ago here in the capital of the country, we heard the sound of explosion, which is related to the activation of air defense systems, something that has happened over the past few hours and past 2 days. But speaking of the context, we spoke to a high-ranking security official here in Tehran. He said that Tehran is preparing itself for a prolonged confrontation and will increase its attacks, something very important in terms of the current situation. What we hear from Iranian officials, including this security official, is that Tehran has plans to increase its attacks. Also, he told Al Jazeera that Iran did not start this war, but it will determine the end of this aggression. This is, quote unquote, from this security high-ranking official. This is Netanyahu's war, and its outcome will be nothing less than destruction of the Israeli regime. Also, he referred to the United States during what he told us, and he said in this regard that Iran is defending its people, and Trump must decide whether he wants to sacrifice American taxpayers' money to Netanyahu's ambition, who has a history of waging war. This is one of the statements that we have heard from Iranian officials.
Wow. Yeah, Iran. Interesting. Does Trump want to spend all of America's taxpayer money on funding Israel's wars? Fascinating.
But if you look at the broader context, you see similar strong messages that is being delivered from Iranian officials, including the supreme leader, who came out with a video message saying that Israelis are going to face the repercussions of what they did about the previous strike. And we have to keep in mind that this is unprecedented compared to what we had in the past. Back in October 2024, we had a strike by the Israelis on Iranian territories, but compared to what happens on the ground today and yesterday, we can say it was nothing. Now we see extensive attacks by the Israelis across the country. We are hearing explosion sounds from Tabriz, from Kermanshah, from Hamadan, and many other cities. And from the other part, from the Israelis, Israeli side, Iran is saying that it's going to continue its retaliation. Earlier today, it was the army spokesperson saying that the next round of ballistic missile launches are going to be 20 times more than the previous one, the one that we observed
jump in there, because
last
I'm just seeing some lines coming in now from Iranian state television saying that it has begun its missile strikes against Israel. And we are seeing lines from the Israeli military saying it has identified missiles launched from Iran towards Israel, and that it's instructing the public to enter protected spaces, to enter shelters and remain there until further notice. It does appear as if Iran has launched now its counterattack tonight.
Yes, this is just a part, and the spokesperson of the armed forces had a similar statement in this regard earlier today. He said that what happened last night is just a part of a decisive operation that Iranians have started. From what I can say, this was just a beginning, and from what I hear from Iranian officials, it is going to be continued for the next hours, if not days down the road.
Yeah, I mean, where is the natural end point of all of this? That's my question. I mean, you have Israel saying they're going to continue doing what they're doing until their goals are completed. And, you know, Iran saying that they're prepared for an extended military engagement. Doesn't feel like I can see an end in sight to this right now. But, you know, this administration has come in and explicitly said that they were going to, I mean, aside from ending all the wars, at the same time said that they were going to do help Israel with the ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and then completely scuttled the nuclear talks with Iran to let Israel just, you know, start this war. I don't know. I just don't see how this is going to end anytime soon. It feels like it's going to devolve into further problems all over the fucking place.
There's just, is that something just exploded in the sky there? So something has just exploded in the sky over Amman. There we have there's something going over in the sky over there. I think, can we see that, Basil? We can see that. You know, previously that Jordanian Air Force, the Jordanian military had intercepted some of the missiles flying over his airspace. There's another one. There's a lot of activity in the skies. Now you can see this. I think we see an explosion just above my head there. Right high up in the sky. So clearly Iran has launched, well, clearly something is in Jordanian airspace and is being intercepted or attempts a bit. There was a huge explosion then just again right above my head there. There's more. We can see them dropping down. Crikey, there's a lot. We can see these heading down. Basil, I think, is following that. Now, whether that's been something that's been destroyed in the air or whether it's something that's falling down here, and we will also have to be careful.
Yes, Bernard, please, if you need to go and take shelter, we can keep talking to you.
Yep.
If you need to go and take shelter, because it does look like there's an awful lot of activity in the skies there, and if the air raid sirens are going off, we will follow your lead as to what you need to do.
Yeah, the sirens are... Yeah, I think we're okay for now, Basil. We think, it's sort of way beyond it. You can see it all there, all that coming down. So that, I'm guessing, is what has been destroyed on its way over. As I say, the Jordanians had previously, and when Iran previously launched missiles, I'm having another one right above me. When Iran had previously launched missiles, Jordanian's Air Force had tried to intercept them. Jordanians' own ground defenses, air defenses. There's a huge, wow.
Holy shit.
Raining, there's a lot coming down from the sky there. That's very significant. This is right over, this is just beyond the city centre of Amman. I can't, and there's clearly some impact over there because you can see when they hit the ground, you can see sort of red flashes. So whatever is being destroyed up there in the...
This goddamn chevron is in the fucking way. We can't see shit.
Sky is landing on the ground, and you can see the explosions from there. For now, that first volley seems to have ended. And so there we are, Laura. So an indication, yes, that clearly something is going on.
Absolutely. I mean, Bernard, it's extraordinary.
So that was the reporting as Iran was restarting its strikes on Israel. We got, let's see, this is from Forbes breaking news from 7 hours ago. Although I think this was before that strike. This was another area that was hit in Israel. It's in a place called Rishon LeZion. Pretty wild to see this kind of damage in Israel. Has not been a whole lot of this. But it seems the war has come home. Really, Netanyahu brought it home. Basically. I mean, by deciding to start a war with Iran. It's, honestly, it feels like Benjamin Netanyahu wanted this. I mean, what else did he expect? All right. This is from Forbes breaking news from 6 hours ago. I think this one's actually more recent. I think this one's over during the night. Yeah. This is from last night. June 14th. This is from a different angle. I think this might be the same strike that we just saw on Al Jazeera. It's been a real weird week, hasn't it, people? And it's the weekend, and yet it's almost like the news hasn't stopped on the weekend, like it often does. Nope, just more news. More horrifying. More horrifying developments all over the place. Military parade to celebrate the dictator in chief. Middle East evolving into all-out war now, it would seem. All right, let's go to PBS NewsHour.
And now to the Middle East, where Israel and Iran have traded more missile strikes. Iran State TV reported that about 60 people, including 20 children, were killed by an Israeli strike on a housing complex in Tehran. In Israel, Iranian missiles and drones have killed 3 and wounded dozens. Drone footage from south of Tel Aviv shows the damage there. The 6th round of U.S.-Iran talks in Oman on Tehran's nuclear program, scheduled for tomorrow, have been canceled. Daniel Shapiro was U.S. ambassador to Israel from 2011 to 2017. Mr. Ambassador, Israel says one of their main goals is to destroy Iran's ability to create a nuclear weapon. Can the Israeli military, does it have the capability to do that by itself?
Israel has already, since it started these strikes 48 hours ago, done significant damage to the Iranian nuclear program. They've struck the Natanz enrichment facility, perhaps destroyed it. They're attacking another facility in Esfahan. But the big question is, do they have the capability to take out the deeply buried underground facility called Fordo? that has generally been assessed to be reachable only by heavy bombs and strategic bombers that only the United States possesses. But I wouldn't underestimate Israel's ability to find solutions. They've shown incredible ingenuity and creativity in pager and beeper attacks against Hezbollah, in attacking a weapons facility in Syria, and even in these strikes in smuggling drones into Iran that it used in the early hours. So they may have solutions and surprises that we haven't thought of, but that's really the key test. Can they destroy, or would somebody else help them destroy the Fordo underground facility?
I love the way that PBS is talking about this. They bring this guy on, the former U.S. ambassador to Israel, to talk about, you know, how Israel can have great success in this illegal war that they're now waging against Iran. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating strategy from them. I don't really have the energy to deal with this garbage. Great success. Go fuck yourself, PBS. All right, here's the AP from 4 hours ago. Or, yeah. This is footage from Tehran. Yeah, exactly. The ingenious pager attacks. Like, I just don't have time for that today. I just don't have time for that garbage, frankly. I just don't. We've been hearing too much of that for too long. Israel's just not justified in doing most of the things that it does. So much of it seemed to just be crimes and different forms of terrorism. Oh, Geneva Conventions be damned. There you go. There's, you can see in the distance the site of an Israeli strike on Tehran, causing a large fire to break out. Okay, boy, we're getting close to the end of the stream already, people. I'm gonna have to... There actually might be people streaming I could raid tonight. Only a few videos left. Here's Associated Press once again, showing missiles being intercepted over Tel Aviv. Let's not forget that every single one of these bombs contributes to global warming. To some degree. Add them up. Starts to really, you know, be kind of problematic. Seeing as practically every country now seems to be, you know, engaged in some sort of war somewhere. Alright, not every country. You get what I'm saying. I'm feeling a little pessimistic right now. There's been so much garbage. Ah, boy. Okay. Everyone, great job. We've made it to the penultimate video of the night. Second to last video of the stream. Guardian News from an hour ago. Iran and Israel launch fresh exchange of missiles. In Tehran, an oil depot was engulfed in flames after an Israeli attack. In Israel, explosions reported in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Israeli authorities say that there have been multiple casualties from the latest strikes. Okay, and the last video is a live stream in the aftermath of Iran's latest attacks on Tel Aviv. Here's the AP from 2 hours ago.
אפשר להיכנס?
Okay.
Hello? Do you speak English?
A little bit.
Can you tell me what happened? Like, this is an apartment building?
Yes.
Are there other people inside?
How much is gas going to go up now? It's going to go up. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you. Monday morning. Really, it'll start on Sunday night in the United States because markets in Japan will open up 9 p.m. tomorrow on Sunday, and the oil prices are gonna start going up immediately. It's just a fact. I can basically just guarantee it at this point. I mean, there's no other way around it, and it's fascinating because Donald Trump has been taking credit for lower oil prices based upon his drill baby drill rhetoric. But the fact is, oil prices are down solely because of lack of productivity and business activity. That's the only reason oil prices are down right now, and this is going to cause them to skyrocket back up, and it's going to cause a lot of people some problems. Not that I want people to continue to use oil. I'm just saying, just in reality, we rely on oil and gas. I would like a society that we didn't do that.
Is this an apartment building?
It's an apartment. Exactly, Donald. Exactly, Donald. No, it's going to be based purely out of speculation. That is much of where oil prices are derived from, honestly. It's almost completely speculation.
Are there people inside it?
No.
No.
Nobody.
Is anybody killed?
No.
No. So, but behind it?
Nobody.
No
It's
one.
okay, just this part of the building.
This part of the building.
Yeah.
And was anyone trapped or injured?
No. We're looking for,
Yeah.
but it's basically. Who are you?
I'm a journalist.
You are a journalist?
Yeah.
Can I see a
Yes,
journalist
yes,
card, please?
yes.
Okay.
Wow. Can I see journalist, please? Oh, what, you don't trust this woman with a fucking camera and a microphone?
בוא נשב על מיקי עד שהוא ישחרר אותנו, למה אנחנו באמת כבר מיותרים.
חפש לי רגע שוטר. אני יודע, אבל אני רוצה להרחיב אותה מפה.
לא, אני אוציא אותה. Sorry, just let's go there, okay? Yalla, let's go there. Let's go there.
Can you just tell me what happened? Can you tell me what happened?
חבר'ה, אני לא יודע.
Wow. Wow. Interesting. A journalist, an AP journalist, forced away from the scene by what seems like firefighters. Not clear why. Oh, no, it returns. It returns. Hold on. Who knows what happened between then and now? It's quite a fucking scene here. I mean, this is a, I mean, I hate to say successful. I you know, I'm not like stoked that people are dying. Or that this fucking war is going on. But this is, I mean, in terms of military success, this is much more successful than most airstrikes that we have seen on Israel in the last 2 years. But of course, they haven't been at war with Iran for the last 2 years. And, you know, maybe there's been a little bit of stuff, but this new bout of back and forth seems to really have escalated quickly. The one thing I just keep asking myself, like, over and over and over again, is A, did Benjamin Netanyahu expect this level of a retaliation? And B, did he want this, right? Because I feel like in some way, like, he's going to use this to continue to avoid facing trial for corruption charges, which he's indicted on. He's been indicted on for over a year. Or, you know, or just to stay in power, generally speaking, and not have to face elections. I mean, was it worth it, Benny? Was it worth it, buddy?
Oh, that's it. How are you?
Good. It landed what, on a house?
What?
It landed on what?
I think it landed between these houses. Okay, you see over there?
Yeah.
It's somewhere around there. And then you see everything here collapse.
Do we know how many?
3 dead for now.
Well, you just heard it. 3 people died in this strike right here, it sounds like. Which means that the death toll in the last 2 days in Israel has risen to 6. It still is dwarfed by how many people have died in Iran so far. That number is over 80 now, but has not been a lot of Israeli civilian casualties in this conflict. So it's kind of shocking to hear it when it happens.
There's 3 dead, and we have something like 60 injured. 3 of them are seriously wounded, and other condition. And but for now 3 dead.
Is this the hardest hit right here?
This is the hardest hit. As you can see here,
I
this
can't
is
get back there.
we did that earlier. Now I think not, but maybe later on we can go through this building. You see over here?
Yeah.
We will enter this building.
Okay, that's enough of this footage. We get it. All right, chat. That's everything that we had for today. Made it almost 8 hours. Don't worry, we'll do a short after stream as well, and then I'm gonna find somebody to raid. I think I saw NCC might be live. Okay. All right. Well, I do hope everybody enjoyed the stream. That's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Daredevil, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cypher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Are you not entertained?
There we go. All right. Well, it's time for the super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream to begin.
United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill.
In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense.
I was going to raid NCC.
Furthermore, Mr. President, it is
I know she was live, but it seems like she's turned off
extending
the
income tax
raid
breaks
feature,
to the top
the live
2%
redirect feature on
is not the
YouTube.
only unfair tax
So, I
proposal
don't know.
in this agreement.
Feel free to go check
This
her out,
agreement
but
between
I have no way
President
of rating.
and Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make
And
their
also,
living
thank you for all the beautiful birthday
off their
weekend wishes, people.
investments
I appreciate
will
you.
continue to pay
You're
a
all
substantially
beautiful.
lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Now, Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I got $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful